Hypocrisy.
Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome to Law-Splaining the Interwebs. I'm your host, Nick Rekieta of Rekieta Law, a small law firm in central Minnesota. I hope you're doing very well this morning. We're back. What is happening? Oh my God. My hair's a disaster. I'm early. That's right. My superpowers are coming back. I was going to say I like men again. No. I'm going to be late. Dang it. Sorry. Oh my gosh. Whew. Again. Whoever stopped? Oh, so I'm wearing my gay shirt and everything. Oh boy, we are here for, what is it, day 10 of the Karen Reed trial. Let's get this thing pulled up, I guess. My hair is gay. I don't know what's going on with it. It's been pissing me off lately. I need to probably have it manicured, manscaped or whatever. It's Doing Hair with Nick Rekieta. ASMR. I don't know if you guys can hear that or if it's, pleasing to you at all. Oh my gosh. I was up really late, as always. It's hard to change, whatchamacallit, everything you do about life. Nick acting like a cat. No kidding. Cats are smart. They got us all trained. It's hard to change up all your schedules and stuff. Going from staying up till 5 and 6 every morning or every night, morning, whatever it is. And then nowadays I don't do that most of the time. But yesterday I was getting the show links ready, and there's a guy who made me look sober. And he's like, you know what I'd want to do? I want to talk to that Nick Rekieta like a man. And I was like, all right, I'm here. Talk to me like a man. And he was just super nice. I was like, is this what men do? I don't know. It's very awkward. But I was really trying to just keep him from dying, because it looked like if he's going to pour another drink or two and die. And I've been there. He was struggling with he lost his job and stuff. I haven't been there in the same way, but you're going through it and you're like, you know what I'll do? I'll get on a live stream and drink a whole lot. That'll help. That'll make everything better. That's what the guy was doing. I was like, I should probably go on and talk to this guy and be like, hey buddy, maybe you should put down the liquor a little bit. But I think I forgot to say that part. So I hope he didn't die. I think he's still streaming. I don't know. Some people are weird like that. Okay. Let's get this thing presented out. Let's get the tweets out. Kiska says, hey, Megan Fox, maybe Nick could look at the filing I sent you. I'm sure it needs a Nick fix. We should send it to Kurt and film it. That's what we should do. I don't care what it is. I want to send Kurt recipes. I want him to get mad at everything. Let's see. Let's pull this down. Yeah, what do we got?
Look at this mofo. Turn this shit off and come back in 5 minutes, bitch. Nobody said you was allowed to be on time.
Sorry, Ronnie. Please put the shotgun away. I'm not related to you. Oh my gosh. Can't post comments to some destinations. Well, who wants to? We gotta get these chats popped out. All right. You know, I'm sure that I'm dumb and there's a way to do this, but it'd be really nice if I could have Windows auto organize these chat windows that I have to make every day. I want to take a snapshot of this Windows setup and have it snap the windows that I put into place. You know what I'm saying? It'd be cool if they did that. Windows 11 is better than Windows 10 is at that. It seems, anyway. So I think we're going to come back to the testimony that the leaf blowing guy. I don't know. Get Grok to make a script for you. Does it do stuff like that? You know what I really want? I really want the so part of my probation is I have to do drug testing, and the way they do random drug testing is you're assigned a number and there's a website. And you go in and you put in your little code and it's like, are you this person? You're like, yes. And then it tells you test or no test, right? Like today I don't have to test, which is cool. You have to do that every day. But like there's a time limit because it's a website. So obviously, since it's a website, it eventually stops working because the government made it. I don't get it. But you have to call in by 4:00 p.m. But like, if something goes wrong and you don't call in, you get in a lot of trouble. What I would rather do than have that happen, because I think it'd be a better system, is to have a script do the call in and text me a screenshot of if I test or not. Like that seems better. That's what I would build if I could build anything like for my situation right now. Because if I like, I don't know, if I'm sick or something and sleep through a day, I could get in like a ton of trouble. So it's like, why don't the thing just text me and tell me if I have to go in or not? It seems like it could do that and I wouldn't have to, you know, it wouldn't be that big of a deal. But I don't know how to make anything. More steps, more chances to go wrong. So don't sleep in. Well, I don't anymore, but you know, back before everything, I would basically work from 11 to 5, 6 11 p.m. to 5 or 6 in the morning and then go to bed. Well, you can't check in until 6 a.m. So the one solution would be to just stay up till 6 and then check in and then go to sleep. But it's all of these things are always prejudicial towards third shift, which I feel like most drug addicts are probably third shift workers. So that doesn't seem like a good plan. Like it should be prejudicial towards early in the morning. Black in 7. Yeah, I know it's a punishment. I don't care about doing it. It's just like if you have any sort of alternative schedule, it becomes disproportionately dangerous. That's all. Oh, fidgeting with my sleep bothers Jeff. Who's Jeff? Sorry, Jeff. I was just rolling him up and trying to get him just like a little bit cozy. Is that okay? Kurt would yell at the text message. No, I don't have to go in today. I don't have to go in today. No, I've been to every drug test. Every one. I've read all of them. I've read all the drug tests. Well, Where's my audio? Do I not have? I didn't hear anything, but oh, it's muted. And not live for some reason. Thanks. Sorry, it was muted. I'm sure she said, let's go to sidebar. Because that's what they did immediately. Sidebar. Do I have, let me make sure my audio is working. That'd be embarrassing. What do we got?
Thank you, swing.
Okay, it's working. Do you know how long more of the prosecution will present their case for? Okay. The sentence of grammar there was not great. I'm going to give you a not good grade. But other than that, no, I don't. It should be probably coming to an end soon, though. I mean, we're in the 3rd week. This is a 6-week trial. You'd presume that the defense is going to mount a week or two of defense and then, or of defense. And then, of course, we've got jury deliberations. So defense is like 1 week last year, says Pastor Flash. Pastor Flash, by the way, we do have Yellow Flash and Eric July voices now. Hold on. You got
Public service announcement. This is your daily reminder that every aspect of baby penis sucking is Jewish.
Don't hate the flyers, hate the baby penis vampires.
Oh my God, no. What are we talking about? There's no baby penises in this Super Tips. All right, we need to, I need to tweet out that I'm live. I should have done that on time. Now no one will believe me that I was, you guys have to tell everybody that I was actually on time. Be like, no, he was serious. He was here. We are live for day 10 of the Karen Reed trial. Get in here for Sleepy Bevs. Sleepy Bev's creepy courtroom. YouTube. Figure if you make a text that's a little tweet that's a little wacky, it's better because Twitter audiences are children. Rumble. Postal. Oh my goodness. You need legal mindset super tips. I can't figure out if I should do legal mindset or meme copium or both. Must really suck to be meme copium. Because like God took half of legal mindset and made it into another person, but he only took the retarded half. And that's meme copium. Really a shame. Let's see. Just an announcement I guess hell, you guys are already hitting these super tips. Scott Christy Jones says you're a bit hot yesterday on the mic. Oh, that's a shame. Too loud. Well, it was my mic it was sorry. It was StreamYard's sound engine compensating for I believe for it thought I was quiet, which is weird. I don't know if it's because I was muted sometimes or if it was picking up faint sound because I would be far away. But it has an audio engine that tries to level everything out. So there's times where it'll sit there and, it'll just gradually increase its boost because it's like, no, there's supposed to be audio here that's balanced. So we have, while we wait, we've got some of these super tips. Like I said, you guys are already dropping these in, which is great. Thank you. Of course, I love them. You can go to supertip.gg/RL and you can make your own little contributions to the show.
Brilliant business idea it is. Chia pet shoulders on me. Give me your money, man. Hibbity jibbity, it is business, man. It is squirrel words. Buy my comic, white bread ass nicka.
I love that nicka works. That's right. That's right. It's hibbity dibbity jibbity bibbity.
Like and subscribe, or I'ma upload the Kurt Takes a Ride on Nick's Nose Rocket. But just the tip so it's not gay.
Exactly. Exactly. If you just get to the point where they go, then that's just under the gay Mason-Dixon line. Jolie says, over at Emily D. Baker's coverage, it's a non-spoiler format with regards to the last trial. Same over here. No, the last trial, there was a hung jury. Here you go. I spoiled it. I don't know exactly what you mean. I don't know what happened I know the result, but I don't know what happened at trial. I didn't watch the last trial. So here, it's fresh eyes on it. We're just, I don't sit and delve into all the stuff they could be showing or whatever. If you're looking for that, you're better off on a different channel, because it doesn't sound like you are, because I'm approaching it fresh like the jury is. That's how I've done trials from the start. I mean, Rittenhouse, I obviously knew quite a bit just because there was so much video of the event, and I was watching all that in real time. And but in this case, there's a 6-week trial that's already happened, and a lot of this testimony has already occurred, or some simulacrum of it. And so now, the differences matter, but they only matter if they're brought before the jury, right? The jury doesn't know about the other testimony or any of that stuff, prior statements, unless they're brought before them. You can assume this caller is a little bit defiant. But yeah, so other than that, people will say stuff in the chat, but you're not going to find anything from me like, oh, this person's going to do this. I don't know what they're going to say. I don't, technically none of us do until it gets said, because they could have changed strategies between trials and stuff like that. So we're just here for the viewing experience, the little bits of legal education strategy that we can talk about and all that stuff. Would you consider a ripoff verse catch-up stream with EVS and Dick? Yeah, of course. What is your opinion at this point, being a first-time trialer? At this point, I don't think the state has put up a case that convinces me that Karen Reed is guilty at all. And that's a problem, I think. I'm not sure what their plan is. I guess, we haven't gotten their forensic crash reconstruction testimony yet. So I guess, we don't have any testimony about we got the Waze testimony. We don't have black box testimony from the car, I don't think. You miss when Emily was on my streams? I like having Emily on. She's hilarious. I also like that when she's over here, she loosens up a little bit. I mean, she runs her channel very, very effectively. I wouldn't do it that way, but it works great for her. And she's really, really good at it. So, but that does involve a very curated, sort of lockdown environment. When she's here, or when she was here in the past, she would kind of loosen up a little bit. And, it's funny because people think about attorneys and they think of them as like, sometimes, unless you've met them, they think of them as like these polished professionals and stuff, but most of them are assholes and they're kind of funny. And a lot of them have alpha personalities. I don't mean like alpha, like the like the Andrew Tate version. I mean alpha, like, outgoing, forward, expressive, assertive personalities, and so they're typically entertaining if you can get them to break whatever veneer that they have for the situation they're in. Oh, my camera looks really good. Thanks. Trying to get my physique to look better. Like, good Lord. Would love to see you do a stream of Tug and Megan Fox with the What the Hales case. Oh my gosh. Yeah, that thing's Megan's been a very good friend through all of my travails. So she's been keeping me a little bit up to date on it. I still don't understand most of what's going on, but like what I've heard about is insane. She and Tug are perfect for that type of case, and they've been crushing it when they cover What the Hales stuff. So why am I an F slur? I don't know. Why aren't you one, coward? Embrace your gayness.
Nick, some things you missed while talking with the law for the long. Nicholas Fuentes was caught on video blowing Destiny after their debate. His fan base said it was Jewish AI.
That didn't happen. That didn't happen. No, I don't believe you at all. Yeah, Megan Fox, I don't need any crazy lawyers after me. The last lawyer who went after me kicked my ass so hard. It was me. That was a joke. That one did happen. Well, go get it, boys. I'm not kink shaming. Somebody on this video talk. God, they all go mute. It's real. You had the misfortune of seeing the video on a Discord. I mean, I guess when you got to blow, you got to blow. I don't know. Who am I to judge? I mean, me. I'm me. I'm there to judge. So you're the cameraman, and you have a choice to do all sorts of things. What you do is you zoom in hyper focused on this old lady. Like, oh, okay. Oh, there's Karen Reed. I forgot. Did you see Ethan Klein versus Hassan? The cuck wars has begun. I mean, I saw a little bit of it, but I don't think any of those people are smart. Would I let Karen Reed drive my car? Yeah. Only if her boyfriend was around. Get him! Ditch this guy and get going. Do I still talk to Drunk 3PO, Jeremy, Beardo, and the crew of Geeks and Gamers? I haven't talked to them for a long time. But I would. I got no problem with any of those guys. Ah!
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All persons having anything to do before the Honorable Beverly Cannoni, the Justice of the Superior Court, holding in Dedham within and for the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. This court is in session. Please be seated.
Good morning again, Council. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors.
Good morning.
Thank you for your patience this morning. We were able to get some work done that will help facilitate things and make everything go a little more smooth. So
You didn't get any work done, you old
I
bag.
ask you those questions. Was everyone able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday? No. Everyone said no or shook their heads. Thank you. Can we have Lieutenant Gallagher again, please?
I do have the volume on the court cranked up.
Sir, I'll remind you, you're still under oath. Good morning.
All right, Mr.
This
Jackson,
guy looks like he's a manager who's
Thank
going to
you.
approve the furniture sale.
Mr. Gallagher, good morning.
Good morning.
Thanks for joining us again. I want to ask you a quick question about what we talked about yesterday concerning your search at the scene. If we could go back to that, when you engaged the leaf blower. During the time that you were removing materials in and around the area of the flagpole going out to the, I think you called it the berm, B-E-R-M, the berm, the curb.
Yes, that was at the street. There was a 6-inch Cape Cod berm. Yes.
Okay, and that led straight to the asphalt of the street, correct?
It's basically a curbing. It's
Okay.
where the property line, the grass, the lawn meets the street.
And you were searching the area where you believed Mr. O'Keefe's body to have been found, all the way out toward that curb or berm area, correct?
Yeah, we did not go out to the berm. We did about approximately 6x6, 7x7, about 50 square feet.
50
area.
square feet. Okay, fair enough. But
Approximately.
you did say at some point, I think on direct examination, you said that you exposed the berm
Yes.
just to give you some orientation as to where the curb was, where the street was.
And if it was possible, he may have tripped and fallen. Yes.
Okay. You did not recover or see a hat, a man's hat,
No, sir.
black
No.
in color, like baseball style hat.
No hat. No, sir.
You did not see or recover a man's shoe.
No, sir.
And you said you searched for the area in that 50 square foot area by removing materials, getting down to moving the snow, getting down to all the way down to the lawn.
Yes.
Okay. You did not see a single piece of bright red plastic taillight material either, did you?
No, sir. Not in that area.
As a matter of fact, you didn't see 46 pieces of taillight material, either clear or bright red plastic, in any part of the area that you searched.
No, the only thing we discovered was the blood sampling in the glass. That is correct.
Speaking of the glass, that's a good segue. You found that piece of broken drinking glass that you brought in and showed the jurors yesterday, correct?
That's correct.
Did you search the house at all to determine whether or not there was any matching glass in the home?
No, I did not.
You testified yesterday that you looked around when you were in the house. This is the second time you're at the location. So you went back with Sergeant Lenk. I want to orient you to that time. That's when you actually entered the home for the first time of Brian Albert. Is that right?
That is correct. Yes, sir.
And you indicated that you did look around the family room, the kitchen, and you didn't see any signs of a struggle or anything like that.
No, sir.
I asked you that exact question about a year ago at another proceeding. Do you recall that colloquy between the two of us?
Yes.
And at that time, I asked you, did you look around the house for any sign of a struggle or a fight? And your answer was no. Do you remember that?
Yes, I think that's out of context. I understood that question was, did I wander the house to look for any sign of a struggle? I believe you asked me if I went to asked me about a bulkhead and things of that nature.
Okay.
As I stood there, I have observations I can see.
Right.
So I think it's just a miscommunication on what type of search.
Fair
or
enough.
What type of observation.
Fair enough. Let's clear that up right now then, Mr. Gallagher. With regard to your the time that you were inside the residence, you did not seek to or ask permission to look around any place other than where you happen to be standing, which is right inside that front door of the family room, sort of adjacent to the kitchen area, correct?
That is correct. Yes, sir.
You didn't walk into any adjacent rooms?
No, sir. No, sir.
Okay. You didn't walk into any, you didn't search the kitchen area?
I did not. No, sir.
You didn't look through the cabinets or anything like that?
Absolutely not. No.
You didn't look at the glassware?
Absolutely not. No.
You didn't go down to the basement? We talked about that previously.
Correct.
And-
No, absolutely not.
Okay. You didn't go out to the garage?
No, sir. No.
You didn't look around the garage?
No.
Did you
Other
investigate
than
anything?
walking in and basically where you just described standing while Sergeant Lank was engaged with Miss McCabe, you didn't do anything to search the interior of that house for anything?
No, I wasn't there to search at all.
Okay. You also didn't, subsequent to that, you didn't seek or receive a search warrant?
No, I did not.
Okay. You didn't believe that it was necessary, in your mind, it was necessary to seek a search warrant to search the interior of that house?
That's absolutely correct.
You were aware at the time that you did go into the house that Sergeant Lank had earlier reported at least the possibility that John O'Keefe may have gotten into a fight, correct?
I don't recall that. We went over options on how he could have come to where he was, and an altercation certainly was one of them.
Okay, so that's fair enough. So an altercation meeting was one of, when you say altercation, that means a physical fight, correct?
Sure.
So that was a possibility in your mind.
Everything was a possibility at that time.
And at that time, you had the information that you found, or Mr. O'Keefe's body was found on the lawn of a residence where there was alcohol, drinking, a party of some sort, or a gathering of some sort just hours earlier, correct?
That's correct, but the house had nothing to do with the incident.
At least-
Why? How do you know?
That's correct, based on the evidence, yes, at that time.
And the evidence at that time was simply your communications with some, but not all, the occupants of the house, including Jennifer McCabe, correct?
That is correct, yes, sir.
You didn't separate any of the witnesses that were, or any of the occupants that you saw inside the house, or you came across inside the house, for instance, by taking them to the station, putting them in separate rooms so that they couldn't coordinate testimony, things of that nature?
At that time?
At that time.
So Detective Sergeant Lank was there to speak with Jennifer McCabe only.
Okay. But there were others in the house.
There were others in the house, yes.
I'm just trying to figure out whether or not you took the added step of separating those witnesses, asking those witnesses potentially to join you down at the station, putting them in separate rooms, separating those witnesses. You did not do that.
Not at that time, no.
No.
At any time, did you?
No, we shortly thereafter, we were removed from the investigation. We removed ourselves from the investigation.
And before you were removed from the investigation, you just left the house after the conversation that Sergeant Lank had with Jennifer McCabe, correct?
Yes, after he took Jennifer McCabe's statement, we left the house, yes.
Is the reason that you didn't seek a search warrant or separate the witnesses or ask any of the potential witnesses to join you down at the station, did that have anything to do with your knowledge the homeowner was a police officer?
Absolutely none. I've actually executed warrants on police officers' houses in the past, including police officers I personally worked with and had to charge some of their children. So that absolutely would not factor into a reason.
And it didn't factor in this case?
Absolutely, absolutely not.
Absolutely.
It didn't factor into your decision-making that Brian Albert was a police officer?
Absolutely not.
He didn't get any special treatment because of that?
Not by me, absolutely not.
Okay, not by you?
Not.
Okay.
I can only speak to my personal knowledge.
You were aware that, and you indicated yesterday, that the reason that Canton PD was removed from the investigation, or at least the interview section of the investigation, was because of a relationship of one of your detectives. You indicated your best detective, Kevin Albert, correct?
That's correct.
Or you gave Mr. Albert, or Detective Albert, very high praise.
He's a very good detective, yes.
And you were his direct supervisor.
I was at one point, yes.
Okay. You're aware that Kevin Albert was disciplined by the Canton Police Department for an incident occurring in July 2022, correct?
I am, yes.
Do you stand by your testimony knowing that Kevin Albert is your best detective or was your best detective?
He's an excellent detective, yes.
You indicated that
Mhm.
you contacted your deputy chief, Gallagher, and ultimately secured some solo cups from Deputy Chief Gallagher across the street, correct?
That is correct, yes, sir.
You were aware at the time that Deputy Chief Gallagher's house
You're aware at the
was
time
adorned with
that
a
was
Ring
bullshit.
video camera just over the front door, facing out toward the street and facing across the street, which would be facing 34 Fairview, correct?
That is incorrect. He does not have a Ring camera. I know that his system is an Arlo camera, and I have personal knowledge of that because we've discussed cameras because we bought them approximately the same time.
My mistake. Arlo camera, ARLO.
I believe so. Yes.
Okay, that's still, although it's a different brand, it's still a home personal surveillance camera, correct?
Yes, but
And you're aware that those are motion activated cameras designed for security to capture images of things that may be going on outside the home.
that is correct. Yes, sir.
May I approach, Your Honor,
Yes.
briefly?
Thank you.
Mr. Gallagher, would you take a look at that photograph that I just handed you?
Yes.
What's it marked for ID?
It is marked for ID, and Mr. Gallagher, if you could read that for me to save me a trip up to the stand.
I believe it's a 5, Exhibit 5.
Could it be an S?
It could be an S, yes.
I think it's S, Your Honor.
I apologize.
It is S. Okay, thanks. Thank you, Mr. Gallagher. Do you recognize what's depicted in that photograph?
I recognize the camera in the door.
Okay. Is that a shot of Deputy Chief Gallagher's? Sorry.
That's okay. I know what you're asking.
Is this a shot of Deputy Chief Kelleher's front porch?
It appears to be.
Okay. Does that front porch face 34 Fairview?
We need a time frame.
I'm sorry, Your Honor?
We need a time frame.
Sure. Did you see that Arlo camera so situated when you went over there on January 29th, 2022?
I knew it was there, yes.
Okay. And is that a fair representation of what the camera looked like and its positioning? Basically, its positioning in January of 2022.
Yes.
Okay. Did you seek the footage? from that
No, I
camera?
didn't. I know what that camera captures.
Okay. Your Honor, with the court's permission, when we publish, I'd like to mark this as evidence next in order.
Okay.
I may approach.
Yes.
53.
By the way, I think my lawyer is the guy doing the Karen Reed Buffer case, Mark Randazza. If you guys are interested in,
May I
you know,
publish, Your
like
Honor?
Yes.
that aspect of things, Mark is a free speech
Mr.
advocate.
Gallagher, do you recognize
been
this as being the
forever.
photograph that you just saw, Exhibit 53?
That is correct.
Okay. I'm going to draw your attention. And by the way, there's one amendment to this photograph. There's a redaction of the address. You see that?
Yes.
Okay. I'd like to draw your attention to that area right there, which I'm
Yes.
highlighting.
Yes.
What is that?
That is the Arlo camera.
Can you orient the jurors for us, please, to what we're looking at in this photograph?
You're looking at a camera that's angled downward.
And is it the front porch of that residence directly across the street from 34 Fairview?
It is not directly across from 34. It's actually more directly across from 32, so that would be incorrect.
Okay. Is it across the street from 34 generally?
It is, if Lieutenant Kelleher's house is here, 34 is over here across the street.
Okay. Is there a view from that front porch, just generally as you're standing there, if you were to turn 180 degrees and put your back to the door, is there a view of 34 Fairview as well as 32 Fairview?
Oh, sure, absolutely.
Okay. Did you seek and we can take this down. Did you seek to secure any footage from that Arlo camera
I did not.
from Deputy Chief Gallagher?
I did not.
Did you talk to Deputy Chief Gallagher about that footage?
I don't remember specifically.
Did you ask him whether or not he had reviewed the footage for a determination whether or not it caught any of the incident that may have occurred at or around 34 Fairview on January 29th, the early morning hours of January 29th?
I don't know if I did. I know it would not have,
How do you know it would not have?
because I know what that camera captures.
How do you know what that camera captures?
Because I've picked up packages for Deputy Chief Gallagher in the past. I know it captures his doorstep and a portion of the front lawn.
So you've reviewed the Arlo footage from his
No.
iPhone?
He's just sent me a picture. Can I pick up when he's been on vacation, can I pick up a package on the front step?
Okay. So
Yes, I've seen it.
Can I
you've
grab
seen
your
screenshots
package?
that
Sure.
Deputy Chief Kelleher sent you, correct?
I believe so, yes.
But you've never looked at the actual application to see what it might encapsulate or what it might capture generally.
We've compared what we have our cameras set up as. We had communicated about security at our houses multiple times. I know it captured the front door and a portion of the front lawn.
Do you believe that it would have been best practices to go ahead and secure that footage so we don't have to take anybody's word for it? We could actually look at the footage ourselves.
I didn't do that.
Do you think that would have been best practices to do that, just to have belt and suspenders? So there's no question about whether or not that camera that's facing, at least it's facing directly across the street, might have captured something of interest on the morning of January 29th, 2022.
To me, there was no expectation that it had captured anything. So I
To me,
didn't
there
think
was-
it practical.
That's why you
So because of
investigate
your
and you
expectation-
check.
You didn't seek the footage and you didn't secure the footage.
It was
Ah!
my knowledge and expectation, yes.
And you now know
Not
that
your
that
knowledge.
footage is gone. It's
I
overwritten.
would assume so. I'm not familiar with how long Arlo keeps footage.
So you are familiar enough
Aloe.
that you decided that it wasn't important to capture the footage, but you're not familiar enough to know whether or not the footage is actually saved onto the Arlo system?
I don't know anything about, I don't have Arlo cameras. So I don't know anything about
So
the
you don't,
system, but
okay.
I have Blink. So we've compared our systems. So I'm not really sure what you're asking.
So you don't have an Arlo system.
I have Blink, correct.
You're not familiar with how Arlo works, correct?
Correct.
You're not familiar with the total array of where the cameras might capture versus what might be captured on your phone app, or that you can say, like, push a button that says packages or people, and it narrows the focus of the camera. You're not aware of that?
I'm not aware of that, no.
Okay.
No, I
But you
Actually,
would have
I
been
have no
aware
idea.
of that if you had captured the footage and simply said to Deputy Chief Kelleher, I'd like that ring footage for that 24-hour period.
Okay, it's not Ring. and-
I'm sorry, that Arlo footage for a 24-hour period.
Sure.
Well, let me ask you this. Did Deputy Chief Kelleher get any special treatment from you because he's a police officer?
No,
yes.
Did Deputy Chief Kelleher get any special treatment from you because he was your boss?
no, absolutely not.
Okay. You know Brian Higgins.
I do.
How do you know him?
Brian Higgins is a special agent with the ATF.
How long have you known him?
I first became aware of Brian Higgins probably around 2016, 2017, when I was with the DEA and we were working a Title III investigation, which is a wiretap investigation into gang activity, drug distribution in the Boston, Brockton area. I never had any personal contact with him at that time. He was just an agent in the group I was working for.
Ultimately, did that professional relationship seep into more of a personal relationship as well?
It did. So I think it was 2018 or 2019, the ATF had a satellite office at Canton PD, and he was one of the special agents that was assigned, yes.
So he actually officed in the brick and mortar location of Canton PD.
Yes, he did.
And did he maintain that office all the way through January of 2022?
He did, yes.
And during the course of your interaction with Mr. Higgins, did you become friendly with Mr. Higgins?
I've become friendly with Mr. Higgins, yes. Most of my coworkers I'm friendly with.
Is it safe to say that you socialized at times with Mr. Higgins?
I have, yes.
Okay. You've shared cocktails with Mr. Higgins?
Yes.
Shared meals with Mr. Higgins?
Yes.
Okay. So it is safe to say that you have both a professional and a personal relationship with Mr. Higgins,
Yes, I do.
and you consider him a good friend.
Yes, I do.
You were aware, Mr. Gallagher, that he was at 34 Fairview on January 29th, those early morning hours, during the course of the time when John O'Keefe went to 34 Fairview.
I'm sorry. Can you repeat
Sure.
that question?
You're aware that Mr. Higgins was at 34 Fairview in the home at the time that John O'Keefe went to 34 Fairview on January 29th, 2022.
By the time I became aware of it was afterwards, yes.
Okay. That's what I mean. I
Yes,
know
yes.
you weren't aware of it at the moment, but
Right, okay.
you became aware of it.
Later on, yes.
Okay. When did you become aware of it?
I'm not sure. It was after we were, I'm not really sure.
It was during the time that you were dispatched over to Brian Albert's house to ultimately either begin the investigation or go into the home with Sergeant Lank and interview with people there, correct?
No, that wasn't the time, no.
Didn't you say in a report to
You don't think this is live?
Lieutenant Tully that when you went over to Brian
Me
Albert's
either.
house, that Brian Higgins was not there?
I don't recall Brian Higgins being there.
Right. So what I'm
Stop
trying
turning to the jury.
register is whether or not you knew at the time
Makes you look wrong.
went to Brian Albert's house, at least that second time, that you might or might not have expected to see Brian Higgins there because you knew he was at the home when John O'Keefe arrived there the night before.
Can you rephrase that question? I'm not following you.
Sure. When you went back to, in other words, during the time that you were investigating and joining Sergeant Lank
Yes.
back over at Brian Albert's house, you knew that Brian Higgins had been somehow in that home the night before.
I don't believe I did at that time.
When do you think you learned that?
At sometime afterwards, probably when I saw the list and reviewed the narratives of the officers.
Would that have been days or weeks later?
No, it probably would have been, within 24 hours or so.
Okay, within 24 hours of your involvement.
Correct.
Okay,
yes.
that's what I was trying to get to.
Okay,
Thank
I
you for that.
apologize.
My bad.
No.
Bad questioning on my part. So within 24 hours of your involvement, which would have been, your involvement was the early morning hours of January 29th.
That's correct.
Correct? Within 24 hours of that, you knew Brian Higgins was somehow tangentially involved or collaterally involved as a potential witness, if nothing else.
I'm not sure he was a witness to anything. I was aware that he attended the house at 34 Fairview after they left the bar.
Right. And you said, well, I'm not sure he was a witness to anything. The one way to figure out whether or not someone is a witness to anything is to actually formally interview them, correct?
That's absolutely correct.
Which you did not do.
We were removed from the investigation before I found out Brian Higgins was involved.
Okay, so you were removed.
So I wouldn't be interviewing him.
You were removed, and then it was within a few hours of that you realized that Brian Higgins was somehow involved.
Not a few hours. No, I said it was within 24 hours probably.
Okay. You're aware that Mr. Higgins not only had a office at Canton PD, he also had a key card for Canton PD.
Yes, he did.
Explain for the jurors what a key card or an access card at Canton PD means. What is that? What is a key card for Canton PD?
So it's a secure building. I think we've all seen it. You have the square boxes with the
I
red light.
haven't.
The key card allows you access into the building. And depending upon your rank, you have different rights. Each individual has different rights to enter
Some have
different
left.
areas.
You
Dead,
had, for
no.
instance, being a top level Canton lieutenant, you had a key card that was probably the functional equivalent of a master key card. You could get in pretty much any place you wanted.
Absolutely not.
Okay, where could you go?
It's easier if I say where I can't go.
That probably
would that
is
be,
easier.
would that
Yeah.
be where?
Explain that.
So I can't go to the armory, which is where weapons are kept and ammunition is kept, and I can't go into permanent evidence.
Okay, you're aware that Brian Higgins had a key card,
Yes, I am.
and that access card gave him access to pretty much, with the exception of the armory, possibly the evidence room, and what was the other location?
I think that's what I said, the evidence room
Okay.
and the armory.
With the exception of those, you're aware that Brian Higgins' key card gave him access basically to the entirety of the Canton Police Department?
Well, so I want to
I mean,
specify, I don't specifically know what Brian Higgins had rights to, but there are also parts of our department that are secured by key
Department.
locks that he wouldn't have access to, and I don't have access to as well, offices and things of that nature.
I want to focus your attention on the Sally Port, if I
Okay.
could. You can enter the Sally Port, which is a fancy name for a garage, correct?
It certainly is, yes.
Okay. You can enter that from the outside, meaning out in the elements. You come from a parking lot adjacent to or that services the Sally Port. You can enter from there, correct?
Yes, there's one pedestrian door on the main entrance side, and it's for location purposes. It's right beside the garage door that's marked number 4.
And the garage door is one of those big roll-up, industrial-style roll-up doors that comes up and down.
That is correct.
And then you can also enter the Sally Port from inside Canton PD, correct?
There are 2 locations you can enter the Sally Port from inside, yes.
And Brian Higgins' key card gave him access to both of those locations, the pedestrian portal going into the Sally Port from outside, as well as the pedestrian portal from inside Canton PD.
That would be correct.
Okay. Speaking of the Sally Port, you were, if not the person, one of the people who let Massachusetts State Police into the Sally Port on February 1st, 2022 to process the black SUV, correct? The Lexus.
I'm not sure if I was the one that gave them access, but like I said, I've testified to. I certainly would have.
Okay. That SUV had actually arrived on January 29th.
Mornings are brutal.
3 days earlier. Is that right?
I believe so, sometime after 5 or 6. I'm
So
not
it
sure of
was
the time.
in the Sally Port from January 29th all the way to February 1st, at least to your knowledge, for 3 full days in the Sally Port, correct?
2.5 to 3, yes.
Okay. From the time it arrived at Canton PD until it was processed out and moved out of the Sally Port, how many people would have had physical access to that SUV?
Everybody that possessed the key card.
And that's basically.
I
everybody
hate
at
coffee.
Canton PD,
I can't do
is
it.
a sworn officer, correct?
That is correct, yes, sir.
Maybe even some civilians, correct?
I'm not sure.
Who would have
civilians-
access to
what-
that?
what-
Everyone.
civilian-
But do y'all have non-sworn civilians that?
we don't.
initiated things?
No, we do not. Well, we do, but I'm not sure whether they would have access, what their access is.
So at least the entirety of the police department, the sworn police department, correct?
The uniform police, yes.
As well as Brian Higgins, correct?
That is correct, yes.
Thank you. Oh, by the way, can I go back to something?
No.
When you were at 34 Fairview, when you walked in with Sergeant Lank, you walked in through the side door or the main door?
Side door.
Side door into the family room, correct?
I believe it's a family room, yes.
Walked into the kitchen, correct?
I was by the kitchen.
Adjacent to the
Yep.
kitchen. Did you see a dog?
I did not.
Speaking of the Sally Port, I want to move back to the Sally Port. I apologize about bouncing around a little bit.
Perfectly fine.
Moving back to the Sally Port, you indicated that basically all the uniformed officers, every single uniformed officer at Canton PD would have had access to that Sally Port, as well as Brian Higgins. They also would have had access to everything inside the Sally Port, whatever was left there.
Yes,
The SUV and other stuff, for lack of a better technical phrase, correct?
yes.
Okay.
Red Solo Cup.
Did
I'll
you
fill you up.
photograph or did you cause to be photographed the SUV when it arrived on January 29th in your Sally Port?
We had been recused at that point, and I wasn't working when the vehicle arrived. So
I thought you
Yes
said
or
you were
no?
accused only from doing interviews.
from doing investigative interviews, but I wasn't present when I wasn't working when the vehicle came in.
Okay. So you could have taken photographs of the vehicle had you wanted to, or caused someone to do that had you wanted to.
I had no idea that vehicle was coming to Canton PD, sir.
Okay. Once you got to, as the lieutenant in charge at the scene, was it important to you to know that a seminal piece of evidence had been moved into the custody and control of Canton PD?
It wasn't important to me. It's the state police investigation.
Even though it was on your property, in your Sally Port, with access through your key cards.
That's up to my chief. That's not up to me.
I see. To your knowledge, let me just ask it this way. To your knowledge, did anybody seek to photograph the vehicle when it arrived at Canton PD on January 29th, 2022, to your knowledge?
I have no personal knowledge of that.
Have you ever seen a photograph of that vehicle that was taken by someone in law enforcement on January 29th? I'm going to give you 3 days: January 29th, January 30th, January 31st, sorry, 30th, or February 1st.
I have seen photographs. I'm not sure what days they were taken. The photos were taken.
You have not seen a photograph that was taken on January 29th, however, have you?
I've never seen anything dated January 29th.
You've never seen a photo, and I'm going to go through this a little bit more. You've
Never seen
a
anything.
photograph that was taken
Nothing
on
ever.
January 30th.
Yeah, I have never seen any photographs with any dates on them.
Okay.
I believe.
I believe.
Do you
He
think
doesn't
that
even
would have
know.
been you were at the time the head of detectives, correct?
No, that's not correct.
You were not. You had already moved from that spot
I had,
in January of 2022. I may be wrong. I thought
You are wrong.
as the
It's,
lieutenant, you were also the head of detectives.
no, that was Lieutenant Gallagher at the time. I know you keep it's a mix up. So we've had promotions since January 29th, and I think that's where the mix up might be.
So he was a
when
lieutenant
you
at the
refer to
time.
Deputy Chief Gallagher, he was actually Lieutenant Gallagher, and he was in charge of detectives at that time.
At some point, had you been in charge of detectives?
I became in charge of detectives in June of 2022.
June of 2022.
Yeah, approximately 6 months later.
Understood. You had been a detective previously, however.
That is correct.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
As a detective, do you believe that it would have been important to photograph, had you had your druthers to do it, it would have been important to photograph that vehicle when it came in so that it could be memorialized and documented the exact condition that vehicle came in on January 29th, 2022.
So this is important to know.
Important to know.
Unfortunately, John O'Keefe was deceased at this time. Once John O'Keefe becomes deceased, it becomes the state police's investigation, the Norfolk County District Attorney CPAC investigation. That's why it is not our investigation. It's up to the investigating agency to make those decisions.
Even something as uninvasive as taking photographs.
Yes.
Okay.
All right. I mean, it's bullshit, but all right.
You would agree, as a former detective and former head of detectives, that there are protocols for securing evidence of all types, correct?
Correct.
Those protocols dictate that not only is evidence properly secured, once it's seized, it needs to be properly secured, and it needs to be separated from other evidence to avoid something known as cross-contamination, correct?
Correct.
And you would agree with me that that is paramount in evidence handling in any investigation, correct?
Yes.
And that's because once evidence is cross-contaminated, its integrity basically collapses, right?
That's correct.
It's especially true of biological material, is that right?
Yes.
Because biological material, unlike a shovel, the biological material on the shovel becomes hyper sensitive. It's hyper important. It can be cross-contaminated with other items.
Sure.
It can tell an incorrect story, correct?
Yes.
It could tell, if there's cross-contamination, it could tell a false story.
It's been done. Yes.
And DNA, obviously, we're talking about biological material. The most sensitive of all the biological material is DNA evidence, right?
What do you mean sensitive?
So it might take some effort to move saliva from one item to another. It takes almost no effort to move DNA from one item to another and to detect it. You understand what I'm saying? The sensitivity of the detection.
No, I don't understand what you're saying.
You understand that I could touch this podium and you might not get my fingerprint off of it.
Correct.
Might not, correct?
Might not.
What do you think about getting my DNA off that podium that I
Yes.
just touched? You're
I'll get you-
absolutely going to get it, right?
Yeah, I'm going to
Yes.
get that DNA.
That's what I mean by
Mm.
sensitivity.
Okay.
You would agree that DNA is hypersensitive.
I would agree that DNA is better than fingerprints. Yes.
I'd like you to take a look at a series of photographs if we could.
For anyone just joining, we are doing the cross-examination of Gallagher, Lieutenant Gallagher. He's the guy who collected
There are four
blood samples
photographs.
in red Solo cups and was leaf blowing the
Briefly
crime
familiarize
scene.
yourself with if you can.
Didn't seem to actually investigate anything.
Mr.
I'm
Kelly,
all
do
set.
you recognize what's depicted in those photographs?
Your stream is
How do you
laggy.
recognize what's depicted in each one of those? There's 4 of them in front of you. Just generally, how do you recognize what's depicted in those photographs?
Generally, I know this is the exchange of custody from the Canton Police to the Massachusetts State Police.
Are those taken inside the Sally Port, to your knowledge?
They
Oh
are,
my
yes.
gosh.
Some of those photographs include the SUV,
One SUV picture, yes.
and some of those photographs include the blood evidence that you've earlier described, the solo cups, the Stop and Shop bag.
That is correct, yes, sir.
Their approach?
Yes.
I'm the princess. That was the rudest thing you could do.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I'd like to have these marked as next in order.
Any objections, Mr. Brennan?
No
Do
objection.
not
Thank you.
put a Boston accent on H.P. Lovecraft.
Exhibits 54 through 57.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you. Permission to publish, Your Honor.
Okay.
I'd like to start with what's been marked as 54. It shows a license plate. Do you recognize what's depicted in this photograph?
Yes, based on the location, the vehicle, the broken taillight, I believe that's Miss Reed's vehicle.
And
Look at
do
the
you
tail
know
light,
when
look at
this
the tail
photograph
light.
was taken?
I do not.
Do you believe it was taken between January 29th and February 1st?
Yes.
But you don't know when it was taken?
No, I don't have personal knowledge, no.
I just want to draw your attention very briefly, just to orient us to this area on the bottom right-hand corner. Do you see that, what looks like a white rag on the ground?
Yes, based on the pictures, I think it might be a paper towel, but yes.
Okay. If we could look at the next photograph, which is 55, looks like a paper bag. Do you recognize what's depicted in this photograph?
Yes,
What is that?
that's the Stop and Shop bag that contained the 6 samples.
Do you see the rag in that photograph as well?
Yeah, we could call it agree to call it a rag or
You
paper
think it's
towel.
a paper towel?
I'm not sure. It looks like a paper towel on the picture in the pictures, but it's a white object. Yes.
For all I care, it's the white thing. That's
Yes.
fine. All right. And do you see that that's next to a tire just at the top of the picture? Just for
Yeah,
orientation purposes?
Yeah, it appears to be 18 to 2 feet, 18 inches to 24 inches behind the tire. Yes.
Okay. And that, of course, is the tire of the SUV.
Yes, I would think
So
so.
that would be the right rear of the SUV, just
This guy like
a
stands
few
around the
inches
hardware
from
store
This bag, correct?
It
estimating
would be
measurements
couple
just
of
to
feet from the back,
impress
yes.
people.
Okay. If we could take a look at the next photograph. This is exhibit 56 for the record.
Ben Togel, I'm going to
What's
recommend
depicted inside the bag.
the red soul
a
cups.
couple different channels.
And
I'll
you
post
still
them.
see the rag in the photograph.
I'll mention them too.
I sure do. Yes.
So the SUV would be right here, correct?
But I'll make
top
some
of it.
posts on where
Well, I
people can
can't see
watch
the
while I'm
top of it.
gone.
It would be it's nearby. Yes.
Okay. And it's not just nearby, it's the right rear of the SUV that's nearby, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And one final photograph. This is exhibit 57 for the record.
That's how blood collection
is
usually looks.
Inside that, what's depicted inside that bag?
The red solo cups with coagulated blood.
And these are the only, we can have the lights, please. And so if you take that down.
Real Encryptist over on the Rumble chat is trying to bring science into
These are
this.
the only photographs
Better stop
that
that.
we have or that you've ever seen of those red solo cups, that Stop and Shop bag, and the biological material in those red solo cups.
The only ones I have seen. Yes.
And those photographs that you see are within 2.5 feet from the right rear of that SUV, correct?
Approximately, yes.
And the right rear of that SUV houses the taillight material, correct? The taillight
The
area.
tail light area, yes.
Taillight area, the taillight material, just the taillight.
The cups were not sealed, correct?
The cups were not sealed.
I need another
The bag
word
was
after
not sealed,
taillight.
was it?
As far as I know, what do you mean by sealed?
Yesterday, you brought a box in. You remember that?
Yes,
That box had tape on it.
that's correct.
What color was the tape?
Red.
Why is the tape red?
It can be red. It can be blue. I mean, evidence tape is different colors.
Normally, in your experience, red evidence tape is used to formally seal evidence bags or evidence containers, correct?
Yes,
That's because it highlights to the eye a visual cue. Hey, that's important. It's been sealed. It's got bright red tape on it, correct?
correct.
Oftentimes, that tape has additional information on it as well, correct?
You could have initials on it of who put the tape on. Yes,
Right. In other words, it might say evidence, correct? Might be pre-printed with the word
pre-printed.
evidence.
Yes, correct.
And it may have a place for initials to be.
Correct.
And one of the reasons that you initial it is because if someone takes a razor blade and cuts through, or a knife and cuts through that tape, those initials are cut through. It has to be retaped and reinitialed, correct?
That is correct.
That is a basic protocol for chain of custody, is it not?
Yes,
And that's to maintain the care, custody, and control and the integrity over the items and the items inside the evidence container, whatever they may be.
that's correct.
Whether they are biological material, physical items of evidence, a document, whatever.
Correct.
None of that was done with what we just saw, correct?
Correct.
We've agreed already that the blood was stored in non-sterile solo cups, correct?
Correct.
We've agreed that those cups were not sealed. The cups themselves were not sealed. There was no cap. There was no plastic, plasticine, saran wrap, nothing put over
No
the cups,
cap.
correct?
That is correct.
So they were open.
Yes,
They were not in an evidence bag. They were in a grocery bag, correct?
they were. Yes.
Yesterday on direct examination, it may have been on cross-examination, Mr. Gallagher, I don't remember. You said, I have no idea where Sergeant Lang got that grocery bag, correct?
I don't know where the bag came from. No.
Could have come out of his back of his car seat, correct?
Where-
I'm assuming it came out of one of the cars. Yes.
I was really
No idea what had
wondering
been
where
in
that
bag previous
would have come
to
out of his
those cups with blood being in the bag,
I have
correct?
no personal knowledge of that.
back seat.
And obviously that bag, it goes without saying, is not a forensically sterile item either, correct?
Most bags are not sterilized.
And
Ooh,
not only the
wow.
cups were not sealed, the bag that the cups were in was not sealed.
They were only closed. Correct.
You will agree that having unsealed and unsecured biological material, specifically blood material, situated right next to the right rear quarter panel of that SUV would not be within normal protocols for securing evidence, correct?
This was in the hands of a criminalist. It was an exchange of custody. I don't have any issue with it.
You don't know.
I mean, you
you
don't.
have no personal knowledge
everybody
of where
else
that bag
should.
had been or where the cups had been previous to that photograph being taken.
Correct.
You will agree that having unsealed and unsecured blood right next to the right rear of the SUV is a recipe for cross-contamination, wouldn't you?
Not in the hands of a trained criminalist. I wouldn't know.
Well, generally speaking, there were other people there that weren't the trained criminalists, right?
There was a photographer who took the pictures.
Who's not a trained criminalist.
Correct. But
I'm a
the
trained
cups weren't
criminal.
in his hands. It was in the criminalist's hands. Those are the criminalist's hands you see gloved in that photo.
That's not my question. My question is, there was unsealed blood and in an unsealed bag for how much time you don't know, sitting right there by the right rear of that SUV, correct?
No, I do know,
How do you know?
because I'm the one that brought the bag with the criminalist to that area. They photographed it, documented it, and then they transferred it to their plastic containers.
And before you grab that bag, you don't know where that bag had been for 3 days hence, 3 days before.
I know it had been in the temporary evidence room in a refrigerator.
You actually never saw it in the temporary evidence room in the refrigerator until February 1st, did you?
I don't recall.
So you don't know where that bag had been. You don't know who had handled those cups before you pulled them out of that temporary evidence locker, correct?
I have no personal knowledge. If anybody else, I have no personal knowledge. I took them
Where's your
out of
chain of
the
custody,
refrigerator.
man?
That's all I can testify to.
Do you remember us talking about this about a year ago?
Yes.
And I asked you, would you agree that having unsealed and unsecured blood next to the right rear portion of the SUV is a recipe for cross-contamination? I asked you that question.
You did.
And you said, if I can speak to this incident alone. And I asked, that's a yes or no question.
That is
Do
correct.
you remember that?
Yes.
And you said, well, it's not a yes or no, but for your purposes, I would say yes.
Correct.
So it is, at least in your mind, a recipe for potential cross-contamination, correct?
Not in this particular situation, which
Why?
was clarified later on.
Although you
Oh.
did say yes in answer
Hypothetically,
to my
anything,
question.
hypothetically, anything is possible. Yes.
Well, not anything. There are things that aren't.
Thank you, Your Honor. That's all I have.
All right, Brennan?
All right. I can't wait for Brennan to come in and make me bored. You didn't drink out of the cups, did you? You didn't
Yeah.
drink out of those cups.
Yes.
Lieutenant Gallagher, you mentioned that one of your colleagues who lived on Fairview Road had an owl camera.
Had an Arlo camera. Yes.
That day or that morning when you went to
It says Arlo,
Fairview
but it sounded like owl.
and looked around where Mr. O'Keefe's, where you were directed Mr. O'Keefe's body was, were you aware that that gentleman had a camera?
Yes.
You shared with us that you had familiarity with the angle of that camera. Do you have any information whatsoever that he or anybody on his behalf used a phone to change the camera angle?
No, I don't.
Do you know if that camera could even reach the street if you wanted to?
I'm not sure.
Do you have any information that there are applications or different things you can do to the camera to move it remotely? Is there any evidence or information you have?
No.
When you decided not to ask him about the camera, was that based on anything other than your already familiarity and knowledge of the angle that camera was set?
No.
At any time he's ever shown you, you've ever seen clips from that camera, were they consistently showing the same area or did it change over time?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll allow it.
They were the same.
In your mind, why didn't you go seek footage from that camera?
In my mind,
Yes.
Yeah, in my
because I
mind.
knew it wouldn't have captured anything.
How? Wait.
Activated cameras, and he didn't have them on the street because it's a busy street, and the batteries would die, and who
Ba-
knows, very quickly if
Batteries
they
would
captured
die
the street.
and
You said that's a very busy street. Are you familiar with Fairview Road?
Yes,
that's an
Is that a
insane
road? Is that a public
answer.
road?
it's a public way in the town of Canton. Yes,
As a public way in the town of Canton, do you know who operates and cleans and monitors that road? Who's responsible for that?
yes, the Department of Public Works for the town of Canton.
You were asked about a claim of a fight. Did any witness ever suggest to you that Mr. O'Keefe had been in a fight?
No.
When you first learned about Mr. O'Keefe, did you get a chance to actually look?
No, you got to
body.
do those
No, I did
interviews.
not.
Did you get a chance to look at his wounds?
No, I did not.
Did you get a chance to examine his clothing and whether there was any trace evidence left behind?
Why not?
I'll allow it.
No, I did not.
Early in an investigation, when investigators have no information, is it common to speculate?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
What is the natural process for an investigator when you start upon a situation and know nothing about what happened?
In this particular case, we came up with scenarios that possibly could have brought John to that spot. And we were focused on trying to find out and hopefully getting to the hospital. Hopefully the can't fight department in the hospital would save his life and he could tell us how he got to where he was.
Was that anything beyond the surmise or speculation of detectives, or did that information
What their
come from
crazy
a
theories were.
witness?
No, that was us. I
Just
guess you would
shooting the
call
breeze.
it spitballing on possibilities.
Just spitballing some balls of spit.
Did you ever come across a witness that said that this was, or Mr. O'Keefe's injuries were the result of a fight?
No, we did not.
Why would you?
Play Exhibit 51, please. I want to ask you some questions about the area.
The
you
jury right
searched
now is going to be like, wait, what
where
the hell are you
directed
talking about a fight
O'Keefe
for?
was. Stop it there, please, Ms. Gilman.
Ah, damn it.
You did not see exactly where John O'Keefe was when he was found?
No, I did not.
Who directed you to this area?
I was directed twice, first by Sergeant Good and then by Sergeant Lang, Detective Sergeant Lang.
You shared with us yesterday you were looking in that area where you thought John O'Keefe was found.
Correct.
You asked questions about a berm. Is that the separation between the street and the yard?
Yes, it is.
Did you clear off a piece of that berm?
We did.
And the reason was?
We wanted to see what was there. We didn't know what was there.
Did you do a search from the flagpole all the way to the street?
No,
Did you do a search of that flagpole across the front yard?
no,
Did you do a search from that flagpole all across the berm, all the way down the line?
no. It was approximately 15 to 18 inches.
And why such a limited search?
Probably more like
Because
12.
we had no other reason than it was a medical call at this time.
Did you see snow in other parts of the yard?
Yes, the entire yard was covered.
And other than Officer Lang's footprints across the front of the yard, no other footprints?
There were no other footprints.
Any other visible signs that anything was moved or dragged across that side or front lawn?
No, not at all.
Any doggy prints in the snow?
No, not at all.
You were asked whether you sought a search warrant. Is there a difference between a witness and an eyewitness?
Yes.
Yeah, one's
You
by
were asked
Apple.
questions about people in the home, and they were characterized as witnesses. Did you have any information that anybody inside that home was a witness to what happened to Mr. O'Keefe?
No.
Did you have any information when you made these decisions about search warrants? Did you have any information from anybody, anywhere, that Mr. O'Keefe ever stepped 1 foot inside that home?
I'm going to allow it. Briefly, can we turn the lights on, Mr. Brennan?
Yes.
Sorry for the shitty dad joke. It's too early in the morning for the racism to come out. Speaking of racism, we have a bunch of super tips. By the way, if you're if you're just joining us and you haven't tried it yet, supertip.gg/RL is a new way to participate in the show. It's like a super chat, but it's funnier because it's read by an AI voice, or sometimes it's just the text. Like this one from Margot. Rana, Nick, glad you're back. I've watched since 2018 with the Vic trial. 3 years can change a lot. Oh my goodness. For me, I graduate law school on Friday. Praying for the next 3 years to be good, bring good changes for you too. Hey, Margot, that's great. Congratulations. I'm proud of you. I'll take credit for it, even though I didn't do it, but that is awesome. Very much encouraging you to hopefully do well passing the bar and finding gainful employment immediately, or staking out on your own and forging your way into the lives of others. Here we go. We got, whoa.
Look at this photograph. Every time I do, it makes me laugh. How did our eyes get so red? And what the hell is on Joey's head? And this is where I grew up. I shot my girlfriend with a shotgun.
Big twist there at the end. It's like when you're in high school and like that one kid has to read like a long passage in English class. He stands up. Look at this photograph.
I've heard my female EMT colleague was bummed from swimming at Martha's Vineyard Cause. When she did the backstroke, people thought she was a shark.
That chick had a severe nose. That's coming from me.
May I?
Yes.
As a lifelong law enforcement officer, have you obtained search warrants before?
Yes.
Have you obtained search warrants for homes?
Yes, many times.
Is there a certain requirement before you obtain a search warrant for a home?
Well,
Yes,
you rubbed
critical
me.
legal standards, yes.
And what is that?
Probable cause.
And for us, what does that mean?
For us.
So probable cause is a reasonable belief that
A
a crime has been committed or evidence of a crime can be found in a specific location.
Can you obtain a search warrant if you do not have a reasonable belief that evidence exists somewhere?
No, you cannot.
Is there a process in getting a search warrant? Can you just walk in a home and say, I have a search warrant, or do you have to do something?
You have to write an affidavit in good faith, swearing before the court that all your information is accurate and truthful, and present the facts, circumstances, witness statements that would make you believe that there was a reason to violate your Fourth Amendment constitutional right.
When you walked into Fairview that morning with Sergeant Lang,
That's what they're supposed to
did you
do.
have a search warrant?
No, I did not.
Did you have any reason to get a search warrant?
No reason at all.
When you walked in, were you invited?
Yes.
Did anybody
Ah!
Did anybody prevent you from coming in?
No, not
Did
at all.
anybody ever ask you to leave?
No, not at all.
When you spoke to Mr. Albert, did he ever discontinue or end the conversation?
No.
Don't worry, Margot. Cops know all about probable cause.
Were you doing any favors for anybody that morning?
Of course not.
If you had
No, just
probable
hand
cause
jobs.
to search anywhere that morning, would you have?
Absolutely.
If you could have picked where
You asked
would you
questions
pick?
about memorializing your efforts when you were in the area of Mr. O'Keefe's body. And you were asked about written reports. Are there other ways to memorialize efforts other than writing a report?
Yes.
You videotaped, or you had Sergeant Good videotape your search?
That is correct.
Who told him to do that?
I did.
Why did you tell him to do that?
Because I want it, in case it ever became an issue, I wasn't familiar with it being used before. I wanted people to understand how effective it was.
Do you know whether or not the police cars have dash cams?
They do, yes.
Do you know if any of the police cars had dash cams that day?
3 of them did, yes.
You mentioned that at some point you learned that Mr. O'Keefe had passed.
I'm not sure when we found that out, but yes.
Is there a statute or a rule when there is a death, whether a local county keeps the case or it needs to be transferred?
It's transferred, yes.
Is there a rule or is that a policy of the Canton Police Department?
It's a rule.
You were asked about,
Live streams are probable
Alexis
cause.
and the
Dead
Sally
guy on the
Port.
lawn? No,
do you know
not at
exactly
all.
the time that Alexis was brought to the Sally Port?
I don't have any personal knowledge of that.
You asked about a broken taillight. Have or had you reviewed any of the dash cams from the Canton Police Department that day?
Not that day, no.
You were asked about cross-contamination with the cups. When you brought the cups to the criminalist, where did you give them to him or her?
I carried them down to, we walked together, I carried them down to the Sally Port.
Did you see anybody using a white rag or a paper towel to dip it in to any of the cups?
No.
Did you see anybody shaking the cups or splashing?
No, they were handled very carefully.
Sustained is.
Did you see anything that would cause you concern that there was some type of purposeful or inadvertent contamination or transfer?
Absolutely not.
And you've been trained.
Yes.
Did you see anything during that time that caused you any concern about the potential corruption of evidence?
No, I had complete faith.
If
in
this
the
guy isn't
criminalist.
concerned that evidence going into a solo cup and sitting in a paper bag in a fridge is a problem. He's an idiot. You are so dumb. Ah.
Is there any objections, to, Mr. Jackson, any objection to? Okay.
So I talked about this a little bit
All right, so we can put it in at any time then? When Mr. McDermott comes back.
Keep talking dirty to me, Bev.
The glass that you showed the jury yesterday, when you showed it to us yesterday, did it look any differently than when you recovered it from the ground where you were looking that morning?
No.
Did you have any information that that glass came from inside Fairview Road?
No.
Do you know where that glass came from?
I have no personal knowledge where that glass came from.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Very briefly, Your Honor, you indicated that you were spitballing, to use your word, correct?
Correct.
Trying to figure out what happened.
Correct.
That's the job of an investigator, correct?
That is correct.
You
Yes,
don't
sir.
just take witnesses' words for things, do you?
That is correct.
You have to corroborate things.
Yes.
You have to
just
look
listen
deeper.
to people.
Yes.
Ask more questions.
Absolutely.
Actually investigate.
That's why we're here today.
No, you're not. That's
You
the
don't
whole
rule
point.
out anything or anyone
We
right
didn't-
off the bat, correct?
Correct. and we
No
did not.
one is ruled out. Nothing is ruled out.
That is
Correct?
correct.
You
Yes.
follow where the evidence leads you. Period. Amen.
Absolutely.
You didn't seek. You didn't seek to separate the occupants at 34 Fairview. Correct?
No.
You didn't interview Brian Albert formally, did you?
I did not. No.
You were asked by Mr. Brennan, did he ever end the conversation precipitously? Did he end it early or anything like that? He didn't end any interview because he wasn't interviewed, correct?
That is correct.
You didn't interview Brian Higgins.
That is correct.
You wouldn't interview Brian Higgins because he's your personal friend, correct?
Correct.
But you didn't have anybody else interview him either, did you?
Again, we're talking. I think
Yeah,
we've
Brian
gone over
didn't do
this, and
nothing.
maybe you didn't understand it. I didn't know Brian Higgins was at the house at that time.
Because you didn't ask anybody else who was at the house at that time.
I wasn't talking to anybody at that house. Correct.
Might have been a good idea, wouldn't it?
Not at that time. We were there for one specific reason. We wanted to get to the hospital. So no.
Might have been a
I
good
disagree.
idea.
You're a leaf
to sit,
blower.
Mr. Albert down and say, there, you're shaking your head again. I'm not done with my question.
You're
Might have been a
leaf
good idea
blowing the
to
ground.
start,
You had
since
time
you
to ask
happened to be
questions.
there, no sweat off your brow to sit Mr. Albert down and say, by the way, I got a pen and a paper. Who was here last night, just before John O'Keefe was found dead on your lawn? Who was here? Might have been a good idea, correct?
So that was already done by Detective Sergeant Lank, and it was documented in his report of everybody of what Mr. Jackson is asking.
Then how did you two not know that Brian Higgins was there?
I don't know where.
At
I
34.
mean, I'm confused. At what time?
Right.
At what time?
Exactly.
At what time?
Good
When John
question.
O'Keefe arrived
Okay.
at 34 Fairview after midnight on January 29th, 2022.
So when I discovered Brian Higgins was there, wasn't until I read the report.
But you were standing in the house, Sergeant Lang, who you just told these jurors knew that Brian Higgins and everybody else was there.
He had obtained the names. He hadn't written the report yet.
And hadn't told his boss,
I don't recall.
even though you two went together to interview yet another witness?
That's correct. There was a very fast-moving scene and pace. That is correct.
You're leaf blowing the ground, man. You can't convince us it was fast moving.
While you were spitballing, you also didn't secure the camera footage that we've talked about, the Arlo footage.
Yes, that's correct.
You also didn't formally search the house, correct?
Absolutely
We
correct.
just talked about that. You didn't seek consent by Brian, by Brian Albert to search the house, correct?
That's correct.
You also didn't seek a search warrant. You talked about that, correct?
Correct.
You don't get punished or in trouble if you seek a search warrant and a judge who has to sign the search warrant. Normal citizens can't do that. It requires a judge's signature. You don't get in trouble or get spanked or get slapped or get fined if you seek a search warrant that is denied, correct?
In this particular situation, I would need to articulate facts, certain
Articulate
circumstances, and witness statements.
your witness
What I
statement.
had was nobody could put John O'Keefe in the house, including Miss Reed.
How do you know? You didn't
and
interview
that
anybody.
We had a glass where they were coming from a bar. And I had 3 separate police officers, including myself, that had been in that house on 3 separate occasions.
Look at him
and saw
looking at the
nothing
jury.
Amiss. I
Scanning
have
him
a
with his
good
eyes,
faith obligation
talking to each
to
one.
present the truth to a judge.
You guys testified
And
a
if
lot.
I don't, I can be found, end up on a Brady list or a Giglio list, as you know. And
Giglio
my
list.
right to my
It's a gigolo
credibility
list.
to testify in my career is basically over. So
Those
yes,
are
you can
different
get in
lists.
trouble.
You're talking about lying in an affidavit, sir.
I'm talking about misleading.
Correct.
I would have to twist circumstances to have the right to
No, you wouldn't. You have
search
a
Brian
dead
Albert's
guy on
house.
the
We had no
lawn.
reason, and there's been no reason since.
How about this? How about this? There's a dead guy on the lawn that looked like he potentially could have been in a physical altercation. How about
Exactly. Done.
that? Might that be
It's
a
probable
something
cause.
to go inside the house and see if there was a struggle that started in the house?
There's still no evidence to go into the house.
You're the guy that's out on the lawn with no coat on. You think the coat might be inside the house? That might be a reasonable assumption? Yes or no?
No.
You got a guy
No.
outside with no shoe on. You think the shoe might be inside the house?
No
That
way.
might be a reasonable assumption?
I never saw Mr. O'Keefe. I wasn't aware that he
Because you
didn't
didn't
have his
seek
shoes.
to find out the details. Other people knew every single fact that I just suggested at the time you walked in the house, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Calls for speculation.
The fact is you didn't seek a search warrant.
I wouldn't. Correct.
The fact is you never searched the house.
That's correct.
The fact is you never searched the basement.
That's correct.
The fact is you never searched the garage.
That's correct.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
Get wrecked.
Have you ever learned one fact that would have justified searching that house?
Not to this day.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained is to form, and you can put the glass in right now, Mr. Vernon.
Thank you. Move that into evidence, please.
Thanks for reminding him, Bev.
All right, Lieutenant, you're all set, sir.
Thank you.
Your next witness, Mr. Brennan?
I'd like to play clip 18, please.
Thank you.
Your Honor, maybe a moment. Your Honor, may we approach?
You want to see how to close out a cross-examination? Well, in a recross in this case. That was it, man. That was expertly done. He made him look like an absolute fucking fool. Beautiful. Beautiful. Why didn't you ask any questions of it? You're a police lieutenant. You didn't ask anybody anything. You don't know anything about the scene. You're like, nah, there's no probable cause here. There's a dead guy. You're all the way to probable cause. What's the probable cause that there might be evidence inside this house of the dead guy? Well, there's a dead guy on the property. We kind of want to look at the rest of the property to see if there's any other parts of the dead guy or things the dead guy might have owned anywhere. Good God. It gets so frustrating because they operate in this realm of pretend that doesn't actually exist. It's just words on fucking paper. Maybe I'm sensitive because my house was searched on way less than a dead guy.
Kurt, you ain't got no shot with them ladies while you're sporting that gut. Here's what you need to do. Start sniffing some of that white powder. Get yourself a nice, healthy cocaine addiction. That'll make those pounds melt off faster than you can say broken heart. Maybe then you'll have a chance at stealing some of them finer females away from their more attractive suitors.
Faster than you can say broken heart got me. What if a bum dies in your lawn? Can the cops enter your house? It wasn't a bum, it's their friend. It's their buddy. This guy was hanging out drinking with him the night before because they do that a lot. And they all know it, like all these people know each other. It's crazy. It's insane to think that they're not. I don't know how we'd get to probable cause These guys could get to probable cause on a baby's rectum. Like, my God.
Anime Matsuri was my all-time favorite con to go to, and it has nothing to do with what I did with Gothic Sushi while my girlfriend was pregnant.
Oh, shit. I do not endorse that comment at all. I've met Gothic Sushi. She's very nice.
Like a good
I don't know.
place to take our morning recess, so we'll take a 15 to 20 minute break.
I don't know if Gothic
All right,
Sushi was
please.
at
You're
Matsuri
close
when
enough to follow me.
Flash was there either. Trying to think. Flash was at Bubba Fest with and Gothic Sushi was there. That's when I met Gothic Sushi. Was at Bubba Fest. That was like in 2018, maybe 2019. I think that was 2019 that happened. So that would not have been while any pregnancies occurred. I don't know if Gothic Sushi was at the most recent Anime Matsuri that I went to, which would have been not 23. That would have been 23. Yeah. Some of y'all making these comments, that's fine. By me, I don't give a shit. I'm just not going to endorse them because I don't know anything about that.
My voice is my intellectual property, bitch. Why don't you throw some money on my books, bitch ass motherfucker?
Throw some money on my books. I don't know what that means.
Hibbity hobbity, Kurt's micropenis is now our intellectual property.
Okay. I like that. That was funny. That was unexpected for me. Whoa, they turned the fan off. Look at this. I don't know what to do. I thought my YouTube unironically had locked up. I was not prepared for that. This is a big day. I just hope that everybody can bear with us as we go through this loss of fan movement. Oh, throw some money on my books. His comic book. That's right. His comic book launched. Everybody can check out the Flash comic book if you wanna. I don't know. I'm not interested in it. The worst OnlyFans channel ever.
The funniest thing to ever happen is Hassan Piker having a healthy terrorist on his Twitch channel and promoting him, then saying he doesn't hate Jews. Karen Reed is also a bangable 7.
2 related topics right in one chat. That was perfect. Well executed. Look, if you're not going to promote terrorists, how are they going to get raises? Fan didn't get turned off. It died out of misery. No, it just got into Bev's vodka stash.
You and your humor inspired me to make my own shit.
Uh-oh.
I just uploaded my first video. It's called Pedro Pascal's Mustache Makes Me Violently Angry by me, T0 Exit Gamer. Thank you for allowing self-promo.
No problem. Enjoy your mustache ride with Pedro Pascal.
Alan Jackson is asking these questions about a proper investigation because I wrongfully denied the defense to bring in an FBI expert to talk about how botched this investigation truly was.
Holy shit, they weren't allowed. They're not allowed to bring in an expert on conducting a police investigation or a murder investigation. It's like, was that in the first trial or did that happen in this trial too in pretrial motions? Oh my God. See that? Okay. That to me, that's a type of evidentiary exclusion that is appealable. Like that's crazy. That's crazy. How can you deny bringing in an expert to talk about, like, the entire thrust of this is raising doubt about the investigation itself because it's garbage. Hopefully they don't need an expert though, right? Like hopefully the jury's just alive.
Dickory, Doc Kurt is smoking on some tranny cock. The clock struck 2. The
don't think
tranny
so.
filled Kurt with brother butter goo, then sent him down the block for some of that pedo pizza casserole.
No. Brother Butter gets me every time. I don't know what to do.
This Shiloh bitch gets caught on camera saying the N-word a couple times and gets $500,000. I've been calling these monkeys the N-word my whole life. Where's my check?
Oh, no. That's white woman privilege right there. Oh, my God. Oh, Scott Chrissy Jones, you don't know about the pizza casserole? Oh man, it was the first Kurt stream that we did. So what would that have been, guys? Was that Wednesday? I think it was Wednesday last week. You could check around lunchtime. There's a video. You'll see me looking, if you just like scroll through the thing, you'll see me and then you'll see Kurt's giant face. So it's easy to find. And it's him talking about he's eating a pizza casserole. So fair warning, you have to watch a man inhale some level of beef or sausage or something, and it's sloppy sounding, which is gross. Do you have any friends to talk to or just AI voices? Well, I don't get to talk to the AI voices. They don't answer. They don't listen. They're not very empathetic.
Let's be honest, that half-ball red-headed stepchild still wouldn't be able to pull a woman even if he was skinny. He can make himself useful in other ways.
What other ways?
We can always send him off to find out the answer to the age-old question of how do blind people know when they're done wiping.
Oh, gross. I never thought of that. Do you know, I get more inspired by people who have to overcome various ailments and disabilities every time I think of, or every time I'm informed, because I'm not thinking about blind people wiping their ass after going to the bathroom. Normally, I'm not thinking about it. And so, like, when I'm informed and it brings you to that reality, like, oh my God, they wouldn't know. They'd have no idea. They might not even know that they need to know. Like, you need to know. You can't just go into, like, you can't go into that blind. I never thought of that. I never thought I'd have to think about that my entire life. YouTube has ruined everything.
There once was a fat ass named Kurt. He liked to make casseroles and flirt. If you cross a state line and join him to dine, fuck this rhyme. He's gonna chain you up in his basement. Run, bitch.
Now I know that's fake because Kurt lives in Texas and Texas doesn't have basements. For the most, well, actually, I don't know where in Texas he lives anymore. I'm not gonna tell. Like I knew. Maybe he moved. If he moved where I think he moved, there's no basements. But there may be basements in the other place. I don't know why you'd have a basement in Texas. A basement in Texas sounds like it's just called an oven. Matthew Austin says, I bet that any footprints were covered by snow by the time the cops showed up. Yeah, there's a ton of problems with the snow in general. It's an interesting tool, right? It's like a sediment layer in some ways. But the snow, it does cover up any footprints. They would have known, like the people inside, if they actually moved him out there, if it was a conspiracy or he died inside and they were like, oh shit, let's put this fool by the flagpole. And so they marched him out there. The footprints would be covered up before too terribly long. The other thing is this glass allegedly launched out of the Lexus taillight. Like an IED. It's a Claymore mine of taillight glass. It doesn't make any sense, but sprays all over the lawn. I mean, we would know if these pieces were down on the ground, like underneath the snow, they would have maybe fallen at the time of some sort of impact. Although it doesn't make sense for there to be any glass anywhere near where he ended up, because he wasn't hit there, allegedly. He would have been hit farther away, allegedly. And so it doesn't make sense for the glass to be where he ended up dying. But let's just say it was. But if glass was thrown down after the snow, right? Like someone was like, shit, throw glass. That would, that glass would be in the snow pile as this idiot is snow blowing things away. And you'd think they'd reach down to the glass, like I said, like sediment layers. There's useful parts, but you have to investigate. Like you have to do the investigation for it to, to net any of these results. So it doesn't really matter because they just didn't do the investigation because it's a bunch of cops. They're not going to investigate the cops for the murder of some other cop, maybe the accidental death. Plus there was, I was about to start talking about this. During my case, I tried to bring this up a couple times because, and this pertains to Karen Reed, but people get wrapped up in this idea of conspiracy, and I have said this before, so this may sound familiar, but they get wrapped up in this thing called conspiracy or collusion. Think that it has to be this very coordinated thing. It doesn't at all. One guy not doing his job, like this police lieutenant just not doing his job, right? Suddenly you have a camera. The camera doesn't collect, or you don't have any possibility of this camera, which may have seen something. Because this guy just knows that, no, I know that camera is not pointed that way. The batteries would be running out all the time. Was it a battery one or is it a hardwired one? I don't know. Did you even check? Do you like there are battery saving options? These cameras aren't dumb. They know that like cars are going to go by. They've updated the algorithms that these cameras use to use motion-based pictures, to find things that are, approaching the camera rather than just going across the frame, things like that. So there's all sorts of possibilities here that he could have looked at, but he just didn't. That's it. Really simple. He just didn't look. There's no complex conspiracy involved there. He just didn't look. And then, of course, it gets deleted after time. Maybe intentionally, maybe just by automatic process. I don't know. Who knows how they have it set up? But that's all it takes, right? And the collusion, the collusive aggregating of testimony. Look, we're just friends getting around, talking about what happened, processing what we saw. This is what you saw, right? Yeah. That's what I saw. Did you hear this? Did you hear Karen? That fucking bitch running around, screaming like a mad woman. I hit him. Oh my God. We know. We all wanted to hit him. But these details get mixed up. These details get aggregated together and these conspiracies form. It's not like dark rooms, smoke and mirrors and stuff like that. It's just little things that get dropped off, little things that get added in or spread around, little assurances that make sure the stories line up when they otherwise wouldn't line up. And remember that where the stories don't line up is where the investigation occurs. That's where police go, wait a minute, something about this isn't right. And that's where the answers start to come in. But if you don't have the things that don't line up because they get smoothed out, if you don't have it because, the guy just maybe didn't look, or maybe you put the blood in these cups and there's going to be tainted DNA in there. Like there's going to be DNA from all over the place. Any amount of DNA could be in there. Maybe you blow away some of the evidence. I don't know, but probably not in this case. You don't ask about a dog. You don't ask about anything. You don't go look inside the house to see if maybe there was some cleaning materials out or anything like that. I mean, all sorts of this stuff. And it all just, there's no grand thing. They don't have to call the mayor. No one's involved like this. It's just someone somewhere doesn't do something small. And that's all it takes. And it can go both ways. It could be something that completely wrecks your life for a while too. This didn't happen to me in that way. There's some other stuff that kind of kicked off the investigation into my stuff. But like I said, just because that happened doesn't mean I didn't do the bad thing. Like it did the bad thing. Guilty. super guilty. So let's just move past that. I'm just using the illustrative point that, like, in the process of what I went through and in the process of what other people go through, there are these little things that happen that can lead to really catastrophic results. And for Karen Reed, it's, her life is on the line here. This is a murder trial. So it's kind of crazy to think about how just this one asshole, being the cop who happens to show up and start looking around, and having his boss's house be involved and having just decision to not investigate anything at all. Like that is now put her as, I mean, maybe they would have found another suspect. Who knows? Haven King says it's kind of hard to sell the conspiracy with this big number of people involved. They don't need, but here's the thing. They don't need a conspiracy that's that complicated because they have an investigative team that doesn't want to investigate this. These are their friends, their coworkers. You don't need a complex conspiracy. Guys, smooth out the parts of the story. And these are cops and cops' wives. They don't have to say too much. They know how this works. Smooth out the parts of the story just enough to keep everything rolling. Allow enough deniability to, like, yeah, why would we look inside the house where someone died, where someone died on the lawn? That's crazy. No one said that you went in there. What did you ask? Well, we didn't really ask anybody. Oh, okay. There you go. No, that's fine. That's all they have to do. It doesn't have to get, it doesn't have to be complex. You don't need a lot of, they don't need like a big set of consistent lies. They have enough good facts on their side, right? They have enough good facts on their side to keep the conspirators relatively insulated. The things that they don't have seem to be like a good forensic analysis that would show that this guy was hit by a car, and specifically that car, in a way that makes any sense. They don't seem to have that. They don't seem to have any witnesses to the actual hitting of him or anything about that. And they don't have really any witnesses to this fight, even though it's an ongoing fight throughout the day that's happening by text message. But that's about all we got. And, like, text message fights aren't any fun, but they're way different than a screaming, throat rending fight that could happen. Matthew Austin says Bev's reasoning was that a proper investigation is common knowledge, which is absolutely not true. There's no case law in Massachusetts allowing it. It's allowed in like every other state. Yeah, you don't need case law to allow it. Just allow it because it makes sense. You're bringing in an expert on a subject that's relevant to the case. What's difficult about this? Is John Shoe still missing? That thing is probably just hanging out in the Maldives by now.
A leaf blower, grocery bags, and red Solo cups. This fly-by-night chicken shit operation ain't worth a broke dick on prom night.
Exactly. I mean, I know it seems like common sense, but common sense isn't that common. Common knowledge isn't that common, and juries aren't investigators. Having an expert investigative or a witness who's an expert on crime scene investigations, specifically murder scene investigations, maybe even specifically ones that happen in the winter with snow as a complicating factor, would be insanely valuable to this jury. It's crazy that she would disallow that.
The Buffalo Public Schools have been covering up SAS, assaults, and attempted abductions. Always keep an eye on what your kids' schools are doing.
Man, public schools are scary shit. I don't care what anybody says. I still don't trust them. I don't know, trying to figure, like, I went to public school. I can't imagine it's that much different in most places in all practicality. But, like, I wasn't a big guy or whatever, but I'm still, like, I'm still I was still a mildly athletic male, right? Like, I I can't imagine what it would be like going through a public school system as like a petite female. That would be horrifying, I would think. Like, first of all, you have the other students, which depending, like they could be hormonal, or they could be tyrannically violent. They can be all sorts of different things. All of us went to school with assholes, right? And it's way different when the asshole's a lot bigger than you. There's a joke in there. But then you've got the teaching staff as well. And man, there are times when large middle-aged men are put in rooms with petite, almost young women, and I would not want to be in their shoes at all. Like I can't imagine it. So public schools, I'm not a fan. Never was, but like I never had that perspective or the sort of empathetic perspective of that when I was growing up, because I just wasn't thinking about it. Now, you look at these places, and I mostly think about it now because I have children, and like, okay, what are the education options that we have? What are we going to do? I've been having this conversation for 13 years, ever since my, oldest son was starting to, he would have been 4 then. It's not like he was going into school, but like we had to start talking about what we were going to do. And we've been talking about it and then executing it for that very long time. As a kid, I would have never had to think about any of this stuff. But as I have daughters who've been growing up, it's like, okay, well, I have to look at things a little bit differently now. Here we go.
The only way to know if you're done wiping, if you're blind, is to smell your fingers. You nasty bitch.
Why am I nasty? I didn't do that. Texas has tornadoes. They definitely have basements. Dude, I grew up in Harris County for the first half of my childhood. It was, at the time, the highest tornado county in, I think, the country, but at least Texas, and they do not have basements. You can't dig a basement in Houston. Can't do it. The water table's too high. The water's too damn high. You'll have water inside that bitch in a minute.
He founded his own town. Fort fucking Worthless. He is living proof that the coat hanger doesn't always work.
Oh, no.
But sometimes it does damage.
You are unmuted.
You're unmuted.
All right, I'll see counsel at sidebar, please.
Oh, right back to sidebar. We got another one. I don't know how this is going to go.
The RRRRRR record will show.
What was that? Oh my goodness. We have to think of what we're going to do at lunchtime, guys. You live in Tornado Alley in North Texas. Good luck. You live there you live for now. Your days are numbered. Man, I have lived in like some of the most tornado heavy places in the country. From Harris County up to, the Twin City suburbs, and then of course outstate Minnesota. And I've never seen a tornado. It's crazy. Like in person.
Let's bring them in, please.
Not even driving through Kansas or whatever. I'm always looking. No, he didn't hint that, you dummy. What does commercial mean? The funny thing is, I know that you don't know. Commercial purpose is a very specific thing. And it's not just anything that makes money. This court today has So many breaks. So many pauses. So much silence. I do need to warn you guys, there's Lady Raggins and I have hopefully got this worked out so I don't have to, but I may have to do I may have to drive around 1 o'clock. I think like 1:10 today. I hope not. If I do, the stream will keep running. I'll be right back as fast as possible, but that might happen. I hope not. I hope I'll just be sitting here at my stupid desk all day today. Am I the only one who thinks the Leslie's the best attorney in that group? Alan Jackson's a badass. I mean, he's doing really well. Alessi's great.
All right, to the court, please. Jurors entering.
Yannetti's fine. He's clear. He's direct. He's not dynamic. The chick, I can't remember her name. That was disrespectful. The female attorney, whatever her stupid name is, she was really good tearing up that vampire. That was cool. I like that. I want to go back. I missed part of that testimony. I want to go back and watch it. Maybe we should do that. Maybe we should go back and watch that testimony. It wasn't super long. During lunch? Unless anybody else has any, Kurt videos or anything like that.
Back in session at ABC.
All right, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you. The Commonwealth moves into evidence and asks to play clip 18.
Okay.
Liza Little, Attorney Little. Isn't there a Melanie Little who's a YouTuber?
So when John got out of the car at Brian Albert's house, he took my full vodka soda, which is sitting in the cup holder.
When?
The common. Thank you.
What the hell was that? Brian was in my car at so-and-so's house. He took my soda, which was in the cup holder.
All right, your next witness.
One more, please, Your Honor. The Commonwealth moves into evidence and seeks to play clip number 17, please.
Okay.
All right, another clip. This is good.
I gave an interview with ABC with Matt Gutman. I think this was whom I gave the interview to, and I said, he asked, why was I saying, could I hit him? Did I hit him? And I said, yeah, my first thought was, I've been out late, I've been drinking, and he's in the general vicinity of where I last saw him. I mean, they talk about the left side of the property and the right as if it's,
The drinking.
Hammersmith Farms. It's a postage stamp. It's 50 feet. So he's in the front yard to the left of the front door, and no one's coming out of the house. Jen's telling me nobody's seen him. So I'm thinking, Jesus, was I starting to pull away and I ran over his foot? Like, he's roughly where I left him. So yeah, when I found him, I was thinking, did I like clip him somehow?
Okay.
Thank you.
So in order, it has 18 and then 17, or are they in the reverse order on the clip?
So those, they are still also trying to convict her of drunk driving murder.
Clip 12, clip 12A, clip 16, clip 17, and clip 18, all of her previously introduced.
And it's exhibit number what? Thank you. All right, thank you. Your next witness, Mr. Lally.
Yes, Your Honor. Commonwealth call Mr. Robert Gilman to the stand.
It's not a good look to have a clip saying I had been drinking when your case is, DUI murder. Who's this guy? I don't know who this guy is at all. I don't know any of these lawyers' names. I just hope he knows what a microphone is.
Tell me straight the evidence to give to the court and jury in case you ever get the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Oh, this is the assistant district attorney, Adam Lally. Cool. Who's this witness? I mean, we're going to get to that.
Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury, stating your last name, spelling your last name for the court?
Good morning. My name is Robert Gilman, Gilman.
I like my oatmeal.
And what is your occupation, Mr. Gilman?
Meteorologist.
Cool.
And where did you go to school?
Northeastern University and
We didn't have those when I
Pennsylvania
grew up.
State University, Penn State.
And what degrees did you receive from those institutions?
I received a Bachelor of Science in Earth Science and in Meteorology.
Now, following your education, where did you first go to work?
I worked at the U.S. Geological Survey while I was finishing my education. I also worked at the Nuclear Regulatory Commission in Washington. I worked at AccuWeather at Penn State. And then I started my own business when I came back to the Boston area.
We had a
working
20% chance of
both
success.
in media, writing a column for the Patriot Ledger, radio, 95.9 WATD, and also providing information to municipalities about snow and ice and consulting.
He's
Now,
an
starting
ice
first with
consultant.
the U.S. Nuclear Regulatory Commission, what did you do there?
I worked in the Division of Site Safety and Earthquake Analysis. That was primarily involving siting nuclear power plants.
And as far as AccuWeather Inc., what was it that you did there?
Meteorology. I worked starting out drawing maps. We drew our own maps back in those days, providing observations
the 1300s?
to meteorologists and helping develop forecasts.
Now, you had worked, you had mentioned earlier in your testimony, you'd worked as a meteorologist in New York for the radio, for the Patriot Ledger, and New England Weather Service. Is that correct?
New England Weather Science, that's correct.
This guy draws maps
How long
on
a
his
period of
couch
time
now.
span are we talking about as far as your work as a meteorologist?
Over 45 years.
Now, if you could explain to the jury just in general terms, what is meteorology?
Remember, crime scene
The term
investigation
is
is
actually
common
a
knowledge.
shortened term of hydrometeorology, one
Snow
who studies
isn't.
falling water things. And it's a study of the atmosphere.
Now, in your work as a meteorologist, what are the different types of data that you study and examine?
The rain.
Mostly measured data such as temperature, humidity, wind, precipitation, but also sensing data with satellites that orbit the Earth and with radar that shoots electronic beams out and comes back and forms
electronic
images that we
beams.
can analyze.
Now, beyond the satellites and the radar, where does that other data
Radar
come
sounds
from?
cool when this guy describes it.
Well, the observing stations generally are at airports, for instance, but they're also at utilities, and there are private networks. And these either automated or amateur weather observers take down data such as I just mentioned, temperature, precipitation,
Get through the sentence.
visibility at these different locations.
And what is your current occupation?
Meteorologist.
And where is it that you
Real, I
currently work?
figured retired.
I work for Precision Weather Forecasting Incorporated, and I also do work to assist requests for
He's a janitor, though,
back,
so
past weather
a
data,
little misleading.
both for clients of ours at Precision Weather Forecasting and other requests for weather data.
And is that a company that you started yourself in conjunction with other people?
Yes, thank you. It's a company that we founded. My partner and I've been working with meteorologist Bill Guile for 30 years. We're both local, and we found that we had a lot of interest together.
You should write a book.
I
Forecast
don't stay up
blood.
24/7. He stays up overnight a lot of times, and we work much better, on that shift kind of work during the day, answering questions of clients about snow and ice, especially. So we formed our own corporation, a Massachusetts corporation, in 2016.
And how long, even prior to the incorporation in 2016, how long have you been working?
I bet
in
this
that
guy's
capacity
book
for
title would go
building
so
that
hard.
company?
Oh, I would say over 45 years, going back to 1979, 1980.
And what type of service does your
Dark
company
nor'easter
provide to your clients?
with a 25% chance of rape.
Precise
Oh my God.
Snow and ice information. I own the website snowandice.com, and our clients depend on very local, precise snow and ice guidance. It's for safety. It's for efficiency, environmental concerns of not putting down a lot of chemicals when snow is going to change to rain, that kind of thing. So we're giving very local, precise weather information to help anyone that has snow and ice management concerns.
And if you could expound upon that just a little, sir, as far as what types of data or information is it that your company provides?
Mainly precipitation timing, when snowfall might begin in a particular place, the intensity of the snow, whether it might be expected to change to ice or rain or go back to snow or ice to help with those kinds
Guys,
of
hear me out.
operations.
This
And
guy
where does
looks
that
like
data or
Kurt
information
if he
come
lost 100 pounds.
As
When he was 5 years
meteorologists, we
younger.
develop it ourselves. It's all in-house. We take a variety of different data from numerical
eyes,
modeling, guidance products, and observational information, and develop the forecast specifically for the client.
And as far as your clientele is concerned, to whom are you providing this data or information?
We work for most of the towns and the city in Norfolk County. We work for the largest cities in Massachusetts, some of the largest colleges and universities and other facilities, hospitals.
And what is the purpose of you providing that information to the clientele to whom you give it to?
Again, safety,
Take that for what you mean it for.
efficiency, environmental concerns, to give them the best information to do the job they need to do. And it's a difficult job, as you can imagine.
Now, at some point, sir, were you asked to look at some data related to the Canton, Massachusetts area in the time frame leading up to and including January 29th, 2022?
Yes.
And what were you asked to do?
I was asked to provide a simple report of the days preceding January 29th, 2022, and a more detailed report of the early morning hours of January 29th about estimating snowfall during that time period.
And in total, as far as that total time frame, do you recall what dates you were looking at?
I believe it was January 26th to the 29th.
And during that time frame, was there a significant storm forecast for that time period?
Oh, yes.
And what was the forecast for?
Well, the forecast for the first couple of days was dry and very cold to bitterly cold.
Is he reading notes?
As we got closer to the 28th
They're written
and
on his note
29th, we were
glove?
looking at a storm coming in from the west and strengthening along the mid-Atlantic coastline. And we issued warnings, again, 2 to 3 days ahead of time to let our clients know that this was going to be a significant winter storm.
And specifically with the storm, what was the timing associated with that forecast as far as when would the storm begin?
We expected the storm, the snowfall, and the increase in wind to begin very late Friday evening, the 28th, with
He has his notes written on his
light to
wiener.
very light snow, and then to increase in intensity, especially later in the morning and through the late morning and midday of the 29th.
Now, from a scientific perspective, what
Be
is
right
a
back.
blizzard?
Lady Raggets is leaving. I'm going to go give her a
Blizzard
kiss.
technically requires a great reduction in visibility. It doesn't even have to be snowing, either falling or blowing snow, visibility a quarter mile or less, with winds of 35 miles an hour, either sustained or frequent gusts for 3 hours or more.
Now, did this particular storm meet that criteria?
The storm did, absolutely. For Boston and much of the greater Boston area, including in Canton at the Blue Hill Observatory. However, not every spot had all of those criteria during the entire time period that the snow was falling.
Now, how significant a storm actually occurred, not taking away from your forecast, but actually occurred during that time frame?
This was the biggest January storm in history, with 27 inches of snowfall. And it snowed heavily for several hours, visibility under a quarter of a mile. And the temperature was dropping during that time, and the winds were gusting frequently to 40 and 50 miles an hour in this area.
Now, that data that you looked at from that time frame of January 26th through the 29th of 2022, what types of data specifically did you look, or actually, we'll get to specifics in a moment. What data in general terms did you look at in your analysis?
3 locations, the Blue Hill Observatory, which is the oldest continuously operating weather observatory in North America, close by, Boston, which is a first order weather station at Logan Airport, and Norwood Airport, which is a mile away. And those were the 3 locations. I was considering the surface observations from those locations, also considered other types of observational data. I mentioned the radar data, so the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration maintains a NEXRAD NOAA database. And third was the National Operational Hydrologic Remote Sensing Center, which categorizes snowfall and snow depth. So those 3 different types of data at those 3 different locations.
Now, when you talk about the Blue Hills Observatory being the oldest in the country, how old is it?
It was established by Abbott Roch, who left his family home at 5 Commonwealth Avenue in Boston and built this really strange little structure at the top of Great Blue Hill on February 1st of 1885.
And do you know how far away from 34 Fairview Road that Blue Hills Observatory is?
Yes, I do. If you don't mind me consulting my note for a moment.
So what are you reading, Mr. Gilman?
I'm reading notes I took on measurements from Blue Hill to Fairview. And that's, may I answer the question?
Yes, yes, you
I'm okay with it, Your Honor. I just wanted the record to know.
Yes, that's why I asked.
Yay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
That would be 7 miles.
And the Norwood Airport, how far again is that, or how far away again is that between Norwood Airport and 34 Fairview Road?
1 mile.
Now, these measurements that you used in your analysis, are you familiar with how those measurements are taken or how they're done at each of those 3 locations?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury sort of how those measurements are done or how those calculations or the data is collected?
Sure. Boston, again, is a first order station. It's equipped with automated equipment. It's called ASOS, Automated Surface Observing System. And it takes measurements of temperature, visibility, wind, humidity at very frequent intervals throughout the 24-hour day. It also collects precipitation, which isn't easy if you think of Logan Airport being out in the harbor and
Harbor.
trying to collect every raindrop in that environment, but they have a very
You
sophisticated
want to collect all of
rain
them.
gauge system that actually does a fairly good job of collecting precipitation. Moving on to Norwood Airport, very similar.
I got another
it's
light.
not as high a caliber a
Illuminate
station
the
as
shadows over here.
Boston is in terms of the frequency of observations or the complete set of data. Blue Hill Observatory is a special case indeed. It had been manned for most of the day for many years. The former observer is still alive and well in Hingham, Bob Skilling. For the last several years, 10, 15 years or so, it was an ASOS system that I just mentioned. But in recent years, that was cut back. So there are observers.
Now you
that
collect
are
all
there
the
and
raindrops.
they take observations when they're there, and they take automated observations otherwise and take a record of that. But it's not on the, for instance,
Where I
the
can put this
FAA
light.
network, Federal Aviation Administration. Weather data, of course, is extremely critical to aviation, and they have a network of weather data. The Blue Hill Observatory currently is not on that network.
Now, how the data is collected or calculated at each of those respective facilities, is that how it's standardly collected within the industry?
Standardly, that's a good word.
Yes.
And is it a routine both in your practice and in your meteorological industry as a whole, relying on that type of data and the way it's collected?
Yes, there are standards established. I'm a member of the American Meteorological Society, the Professional Society of Meteorologists, and there are standards that are established on taking weather measurements.
Now, may I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
No. Might just have to come up with a temporary solution for now.
Gilman, Your Honor, may I remain here just a moment? Mr. Gilman, I'm handing you a series of, I believe, about 6-page documents.
It's all about lighting.
Yes.
Back a little bit more so the jurors can see the witness, please.
Do you recognize that, sir?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize that?
This is a local climatological data sheet for January 2022 for each
Short-ass
day.
tables.
And I believe there's, as I look through it, hourly reports of weather observations, especially for January 29th at Norwood Airport. And this is published by the U.S. Department of Commerce, NOAA, the National Environmental Satellite Data and Information Service.
And at least in part, is that the data that you were testifying about before, as far as the data that you relied upon in your study?
It's one element, that's right. And again, I put a lot of strength to this data because it is in such proximity to Canton, to the location we're concerned about.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth will seek to introduce and admit as the next exhibit. No objection, Your Honor.
Got a light here. Ah, it's bright.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, may I return what's now been marked as Exhibit 60 to the witness?
Yes.
Thank you.
Trying to figure out where to put
So,
this.
Mr. Gilman, starting with snow accumulation, during the period that you were looking at, what is it that you found?
The snow began to accumulate during this winter storm. And by the way, I think I can use the term nor'easter.
No, you
blizzard,
can't.
Bombogenesis, bomb cyclone, winter storm, all
Whoa.
referring to the storm event of the 28th, mostly the 29th. The first snowfall began late in the evening on the 28th and continued into the 29th.
Just starting with that snapshot of the evening of the 28th, how much snow accumulated on the 28th before turning the page to the 29th?
Very little. Enough to track a cat, 0.2 of an inch.
Wait, what?
Now, with reference to the 29th, were
Enough
you
to
able
track a cat.
determine from that data sort of the hourly snowfall as it came down?
Yes, as
That's the most old-timey shit you could have said.
Precipitation data temperature and other information was reported, I was able to analyze it each step of the way as the storm progressed.
I figured
And
that out
from
later.
your analysis, sir, could you describe to the jury, sort of going bit by bit, what was that hourly snowfall for the 29th?
As I said in the report, it's estimated that as it began, it was on the order of 0.3 of an inch an hour on the 29th until 1 o'clock. And it stayed in that light range. And anything under an inch an hour of accumulation is termed light snowfall. So that by 3 and 4 a.m.,
Yes, it
we're
means
looking
footprints in the snow. You can track
3,
the
4,
cat.
5/10
Sorry,
of an
I
inch an hour.
I
It
thought that
started to
people
be an
understood the joke.
increase, more noticeable in the intensity by 5 a.m. with another inch, and then by 6 a.m. with another 1.2 inches.
If I could stop you there just for one moment, Mr. Gilman. So from the time period from when the storm began on the 28th to the time period of 6 a.m. on the 29th, how much in total snowfall had accumulated at that point?
I believe that was, do my arithmetic, 3.9 inches up to 6 a.m.
And I'm sorry, sir, if you could continue now going forward from 6 a.m. on the 29th.
I mean, I guess.
Then we started getting into a more moderate snowfall. And again, that's an inch an hour more. So that by 7 o'clock was another inch and a half. By 8 o'clock.
I think he's able to
another
read his
inch,
report
Inch point
because
one.
it's his report.
And then by 9 and 10 o'clock, it was getting to be moderate to heavy snowfall based on radar returns, the next-rad radar information, based on the visibility reduction, based on the amount of precipitation that was melted in the rain gauges, based on other reports from cooperative observers. So that's on the order of an inch and a half an hour of intensity, and that continued through the middle of the
An
day.
inch and a half an hour of intensity is
rapidly accumulating on
out
the
of my
ground.
sex tape.
And it accumulated at even 2 inches an hour
Whoa.
by the early afternoon before it started to wind down in intensity as these types of storms always do. By 7 or 8 o'clock in the evening, it was back down to light snowfall, 1/2 inch to 2/10 of an inch. And the snowfall accumulation had ended by 10 o'clock at night.
If I could take you back just a little bit to right before it turns from the moderate inch and a half per hour to about the lighter snow. About how much snow had accumulated at that point? Around 6 p.m. or so.
Around 6 p.m.?
Yes.
Well, again, I'm just going to do the arithmetic of subtracting the snowfall after 6 p.m., which was 1.3 inches from the total, which was 23.8.
Guys, guy uses a slide ruler to measure his Cheerios.
That arithmetic.
He's getting
23.8 was the total snowfall, and 1.3, 22.5 inches.
So that's 22 and a half inches, just short of 22. Excuse me. Just short of 22 and a half inches by 6 p.m. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And what was the total snow accumulation from the storm in its entirety again?
23.8 inches.
So just short of 2 feet. Is that correct?
That's correct. The biggest snowstorm in January in our history.
Now,
In
sir,
January.
have you prepared some
Over a
visual
weekend.
aids to assist the
A
jury
3-day
with the
weekend.
snow accumulation?
Yes.
May I approach the witness again, Your Honor?
Yes.
fake Mandy. I would put the Kurt's voice back up immediately. It's not up to me. It's up to the company, you dumb bitch. At a Montegraph voice? Why?
Documents. Yes, we'll look at those. We're helping you finish.
So I could scare the children, probably.
Yes, I've seen these. Yeah.
And what do you recognize each of those three to be?
The first one is a storm warning report that was sent to our clients in this area regarding the upcoming snowfall, winter storm. And we began sending this type of report, as I said, 3 days prior. This was one of the last ones that was sent as the storm was getting underway in this area.
Joseph Hamas
This
asks,
was sent
anybody's arguing that it
by
didn't
my
snow.
colleague, my partner.
No, but
Bill
he's going to
Dial at
argue that
8
the ground is
o'clock that
solid.
Friday evening. And it's a detail of when the snow is going to start, when the first inch will be on the ground, the total snowfall, the duration of the storm, and what's going to happen after the storm, which is also critical for our clients to know how to clean it up and what kind of post-storm conditions as far as
You're going to get a
temperature
Bronco
and other
voice and a
things
no-tie
to
Bronco
consider.
voice.
So that's the heading of the form. Then we get into this detailed 6-hour time block series. And of course, that begins at 6 p.m. to midnight since this was issued at 8 p.m. And we talk about the weather conditions and how much, if any, snowfall.
I don't mean to interject, but just you recognize what's on that, and that is a forecast that you sent out, correct?
Yes. Well, our company sent out, my partner,
Yeah,
Bill
what do you
Dial.
order at Denny's
And the last two sheets.
that he doesn't know?
These are images taken from one of those 3 sets I talked about.
The Denny's joke is the best joke I've ever told. People are still talking about that thing.
The data set.
I don't even remember it.
National
Worst.
Operational Hydrologic Remote Sensing Center. And it's a image of snow depth or snow on the ground at 2 times on January 29th. The first time is 1 a.m. and the second time is 7 a.m. And it's a map of Greater Boston down to the South Shore into northwestern Rhode Island.
Yes.
Almost introduced in minutes the next 3 exhibits.
No objection, Your Honor.
Great, thank you.
and 63.
And again, Your Honor, may I return those to the witness?
Yes.
Thank you.
Now, Mr. Gilman, what is the difference between a forecast versus a report of actual conditions or weather measurables?
As defined, a forecast is your best estimate based on science and data available of how the future is going to play out in terms of weather, the amount of snowfall, the temperature, the observed data. And I often make the distinction between soup and sandwich. Weather and forecast always seem to go together, but there actually is weather, and that's separate from what the forecast is. And there's always some small distinction. Lately, we've been getting pretty good at getting accurate weather forecasting done, but it is the actual weather that's measured. How much snow is on the ground, how much snow fell, what the wind speed was during any given period, temperature, those kind of elements that actually occurred.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, may I publish to the jury on the screen a copy of the
Moon's over my hand with a
forecasting
side of
document?
pancakes. Gross. I know people like it, but I don't. Also, Drex's brother always ordered Moons Over Miami, and it just pissed me off because the name of it.
And Mr. Gilman, what's up on the screen? Is that what you have before you as the forecasting document that's now been marked as an exhibit?
Yes.
And if you could, directing the jury's attention from left to right as far as the columns go, if you could walk the jury through sort of what we're looking at in this particular area.
Sure. So below the heading, I think I defined the heading just before, we have these 6-hour time periods. So the columns are the day, in this case, today being Friday in this forecast, the weather, the amount in inches, that would be of snowfall, the temperature, that's the air temperature, and air temperature is taken 5 feet above the ground in a natural surrounding. The road temperature, also in Fahrenheit, and that is the surface ground temperature, which is very important to our clients. And then we have wind, both sustained and gusts. Below that, we have special notes to amplify our message. A lot of times people don't read everything, so we try to highlight what's important or add something that wouldn't be in one of those columns.
And as far as the air temperature is concerned, as far as it being recorded, does that incorporate wind chill into that temperature, or is that something else?
Wind chill is a calculated amount or figure of heat transfer based on how human beings react to temperature. So this is the actual temperature that would be measured on a thermometer.
Rather than the other temperature, which would be measured by what? Peeing outside?
And again, on the bottom portion of this aid, again, if you could walk the jury through what we're looking for and what we're looking at, and specifically, if you could draw their attention to the snow accumulation that's forecast in this.
Certainly.
Certainly.
Same applies to the columns. Now we're into the tomorrow. So
like everybody there was there for the storm. It's not like
Saturday. And we're going through each
6 like they don't
hour
remember.
period and how much snowfall
real mad.
could be expected.
I'm thinking they want him to testify specifically about the ground being solid enough to cause significant damage if someone fell and hit their head.
Later in the morning to as much as 6 to 10 inches of snow. You can calculate what that hourly rate might be based on the 6 hour period. We give that type of range because it's scientifically accurate. People really want to know every minute, every hour, and that's just not something that modern science can do. So we give this period to be as accurate as possible while still being extremely precise. 7 to 9 inches during the afternoon period, and then it winds down to 2 to 3 inches toward midnight.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. Now, Mr. Gilman, the snow accumulation, how is that measured as far as the measurements that you get from each of these 3 sites? How is that measured at those sites?
At Blue Hill Observatory, there's often an observer, a trained observer, making measurements. The standard is to use what we call a snowboard. And if any of the members of the jury do weather observing or no weather observers, you might be familiar. It's just like a piece of plywood, something that doesn't radiate like a pavement would or a house would. Just something that would allow the snowfall to accumulate in a natural way, and then that's cleaned off every 3 hours.
Snowboard out there.
And those amounts are added throughout the duration of the snowfall event. So that's the way
Sean White is out
the
here.
observers at the Blue Hill Observatory literally have been doing
You're out
that
of your
since
snow.
1885. When you come to Logan Airport, you don't have an observer right there. There was back in the before the 70s, 80s, around that time period, before ASOS came into play. There were people that were in the weather office that would go out and make those measurements. Now they contract with an observer. And I'm not sure of the location right now or during this event in 2022. I believe it may be in Winthrop, but it's a very nearby to Logan Airport. And this is a contracted observer that makes these measurements. At Norwood, there is no snowfall measurement made right at that location.
Now, you've used a term a couple times as far as heavy snow. What is scientifically, what do you mean by heavy snow?
Heavy snow, again, can be defined in 2 ways. Either by the reduction in visibility or by the accumulation rate. So it's an intensity of snowfall. And in terms of visibility, it would be less than 1/4 of a mile. So something like 3/8 of a mile. That's when you get into the heavy snowfall range.
Wait.
Intensity.
Less than 1/4 of a mile. You said
accumulates might be
3/8
more
of a
familiar
mile.
to
That's
most
not
of us,
less.
since we
That's
don't know what
more.
that visibility might or might not be. but it's an inch
I'm not
and a half
Asian,
an
but I
hour
know
or more.
math that much.
It's not something that you want to be driving in, or very hazardous and big impact on a lot of our activity.
Now, what is the scientific definition of whiteout conditions?
I don't know if there's a scientific
There's not
explanation,
one.
but it's a good term that is used quite a bit.
A good term. I like when we got to use it
Heavy
more in the
snowfall.
60s.
Again, snowfall can reduce visibility to near zero, even below 3/8 of a mile. You may be getting 2 inches of accumulation, 3 inches per hour. When you have a very convective, energetic storm, like a thunder snow event, a lot of upward motion in the atmosphere, you could get 4, even 5 inches of snowfall per hour, and that certainly would be termed whiteout. I think it has a lot to do with the fact that we drive a lot these days, that people are familiar with limitations to being able to drive a car. And, if you're driving along, the windshields are going, wipers are going at maximum speed, and you just can't make out anything on the horizon or the car in front of you, you say it's whiteout conditions. That's the way it's reported.
Yeah. Thanks
And
for explaining
did each
that.
of those, as far as heavy snow and whiteout conditions, occur in this storm?
Heavy snow definitely occurred in this storm.
Maggot vomit, there weren't any sirens. They came in
referred
quiet.
to as whiteout conditions, and it's somewhat in the eye of the beholder, but I would say yes, whiteout conditions did occur.
Now, turning your attention, Mr.
I would
Gilman,
say
now
this
to the
fake
topic
thing
of
did
visibility.
happen.
Can you describe to the jury what your understanding of that term is as it applies to what you do?
Well, visibility is just a reduction of how far you can see based on some weather element, as long as we're talking about weather. So haze can reduce visibility, fog, different types of precipitation,
man.
smoke can reduce visibility in the atmosphere. But in terms of snowfall, the heavier the intensity of the snowfall, the lower the visibility.
And so from a meteorological standpoint, how is that measured?
Well, it's measured in miles, or quarters of a mile, which is the standard here in the United States. And you sometimes see it in eighths of a mile, but generally with these automated systems, it would be 3/4 of a mile or half a mile, or as the snow intensity lightened up quite a bit, it may go up to 7 miles. I've seen snow falling at 10, even 11-mile visibility, which you'd hardly notice if you were out. That's not much of a reduction in visibility, but it can come all the way down to near zero.
And what was the lowest, if you know, the lowest recorded measurement as far as visibility as it pertained to this storm?
I would base that on the Norwood Airport because it was, especially in this immediate area, and they do a good job of measuring visibility, and that came down to 1/4 of a mile at the airport. It certainly may have been lower than that at times, but was on the order of 1/4 to perhaps as low as 3/8 of a mile or 1/8 of a mile between observations.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention to the topic of temperature. How is temperature measured in your analysis as far as the data that you have?
Temperature is measured with a thermometer, and there are different types. We depend heavily on electronic thermometers now. Measure the amount of heat in the air, and we get a reading, and we generally use that reading as the air temperature.
Now, what is the difference between air temperature and road temperature?
Again, air temperature, the standard is the temperature of the atmosphere 5 feet above the ground in a well-ventilated natural surroundings. Road temperature or ground temperature is actually at the surface. So it's out beyond the atmosphere, right at the surface of the ground.
And what kind of tools are used or utilized to measure road temperature?
There are basically two ways. One way would be to put some kind of sensing device, a probe, in the surface.
I'll
just
probe your
below the
surface, buddy.
And the other way would be to use infrared radiation. So you'd mount a sensor on a pole and that infrared wavelength
Oh my
measurement will
God.
give you a road temperature or surface temperature.
Now, you mentioned earlier in your testimony that road temperature in particular is important to your clients. Why is that?
And I've heard this so many times from our clients, you can forecast or expect an inch of snowfall or 3 inches of snowfall. If it's going to melt because the road temperature is 34 degrees or 35 degrees Fahrenheit, they don't really want to do anything. They don't want to put a lot of chemical down. They don't want to hire private contractors with plows. Whereas
I want to put a lot of
if it's
chemical
going to
down.
accumulate, especially
It's a
on the
joke.
road
It's not
surface,
true.
they need to be prepared. And there's so much demand now on having black pavements during winter storm events.
The
There's
DEI
so many
pavement.
automobiles on the roadways in this area that each of these
I remember my day. We didn't have these
municipalities
black pavements.
is
Pavements everywhere.
constantly under demand to make sure they do the best job they can. And in order to do that, they need to know what the road temperature is going to be or the ground temperature is going to be in order to best have snow and ice operations to meet those demands.
Now, is there a difference, or what is the difference in the changes to air temperature as opposed to the change in road temperature?
They're different substances, so they have a different pattern of temperature change. Air temperature changes much more quickly. And of course, when we're talking about temperature, we're talking about energy, the way the molecules in the atmosphere are moving. The faster they're moving, the higher the temperature, the more
molecules.
energy. So depending on what is causing that change in temperature, the atmosphere is going to react more slowly. The ground will react more slowly to the change. The atmosphere will react pretty quickly and much faster.
Now, in your analysis here, what time frame again were you using, or were you measuring the temperature across? Let me ask you this way. You started on January 26th through the 29th, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And why is it specifically with temperature that you started on the 26th as opposed to anything else?
I was asked to start at the 26th, and I said that that's a good way to go because it establishes a period of seasonal freezing ground. It typically happens in this climate in the midwinter that our ground freezes. So if you look a few days before, you get a good sense if that was the case. I mean, there have been winters, there have been months of January in recent years that we've reached 60, even 70 degrees, and nothing is going to be frozen during that time. This was not the case in late January of 2022. It was an unusually cold period, and it was important to
Sorry, I didn't mean to breathe into the mic.
Now, can you describe to the jury or lay out for the jury the temperature readings throughout that period of time that you analyzed?
Yes. I'll start with the 26th and just go without going through more than just a day high and low. A high of 28, a low of 12. On the 27th, the high was 27 and the low was just 9 degrees Fahrenheit. On the 28th, Friday, the high temperature reached 36 and the low was 22. And then on Saturday, the 29th, the high temperature was 29 and the low
Get
was
this
down
man
to
a
15.
warm lap blanket and a full season of Bonanza DVDs.
Now, sir, if I could ask you specifically within that time period, a specific time period of approximately 1:30 a.m. on the 29th through 5 a.m. on the 29th, what does the data demonstrate with respect to the air temperature during that period?
From 1:30 to 5:30?
Yes, please.
On the 29th? All right, I'll consult this data from Norwood Airport if that's the way we should look at this. I would suggest to do that. And at 1:30, the temperature was 31. By 5:53 in the morning, it was down to 24 degrees.
During that time period, before that, is the temperature relatively stagnant during that time period of 1:30 to 5 a.m.?
Before that time?
During that time.
Oh, during the early part of the time. And again, this is right at Norwood Airport. It might have been a little bit colder in Canton. It certainly was colder at the Blue Hill Observatory, but I don't have a lot of that, so I'm using this.
Sure.
So based on this, it was pretty steady through around 2 in the morning.
It's a temperature
And then
in hell.
because of the nature of this type of storm, it's deepening rapidly. It's low pressure offshore. So the wind tends to back from the northeast to the north-northeast to the north. And that backing wind starts to draw our air rather than from the Gulf of Maine,
I am
the
going to have
Atlantic
to
Ocean,
leave
the
at some
harbor,
point here.
more from northern New England and Quebec. So that's a tendency of all of these winter storms to tend to get colder as the storm intensifies. And that's what we see starting to happen as you get toward 2:30 in the morning, and especially 4:30, it's down to 28, 26, and then down to 24 degrees just before 6 in the morning.
And that temperature sort of fluctuation or lack thereof, is that consistent with what you would expect in this type of storm?
It's exactly what I would expect.
Exactly what I would expect.
Classic winter nor'easter, and that temperature drop is part of that.
And lastly, sir, if I could just take you back to the road temperature you were talking about before. How would you describe the temperature readings generally from the 26th through the 29th as far as what type of temperatures were recorded during that time frame that you just testified about?
As I said, it's the coldest time of the year anyway, in late January here in the Boston area around Canton, midwinter. And this particular year, 2022, it was colder than normal. So road temperatures were dropping much of the time. They may have come up a little bit during the course of the day, thanks to sunshine during the 26th and 27th. A little moderation in the temperature on the 28th, but for the most part, there was a frost in the ground, the soil was frozen, and the temperature was unusually cold at the middle of winter.
And what impact would that have on the hardness of the ground over that time period?
Well, again, the ground was frozen, the soil was frozen, and the surface of the ground was frozen. And it would have made the ground.
Song in my head is "Leave a Light On" by Papa Roach.
Hard, you know, as hard as
I don't know why it just is
too difficult. You wouldn't be able to dig in the ground.
Thank you very much, sir. I have nothing further on.
All right, Mr. Lessie.
Not like me to worry.
Your Honor.
Yes.
Thank you.
Show Mr. Lally, please.
Whoa.
With regard to Mr. Lally and myself, we have agreed I'd like to address the court with a stipulation, and with
Stipulate me, baby.
the document we stipulated into evidence to execute matters.
Yes, Your Honor, may we approach this very briefly?
Can't wait for Alessi to yell at everybody. Where's my Alessi voice? Do we have one? Well, let me see if I can. We don't have Alessi yet. Damn it, Ryan, you're fired. Ah. Here we go. Here we go. We got a big one here. That's what she said.
Hey, it has been far too long since the last time I've seen and donated. I'm glad that through all of this mess, you've surprisingly stayed yourself. I'm glad you survived this case. Your family remains intact through all of the CPS and
the
government
ums for 'em.
persecution. That takes a toll on the soul that only the ones who've been through it can tell you about. Thanks for your positive attitude in the face of seeming your whole world collapsing around you. I'm glad you've remained resolute throughout all of the bullshit. Thanks for not killing yourself, and congrats on your surviving marriage.
Hey, thanks, man. That was like, I was waiting for the punchline the whole time, be like, and you have a micro penis. Like, damn it. But no, that was just nice. Thanks, man. Good to see you back. We have this Joseph Hamas one that I already addressed. Oh, no.
Your Honor, we need a super tip of that ladyboy hooker fucking weeb legal mindset.
Thank you, Your Honor.
There's ambiguous phrasing there that, like, I'm not entirely sure what everything meant. And that, because, like, it could have gone different
May I, Your
ways.
Honor?
Yes.
I love all of them, though.
Good afternoon, Mr. Gilman, and congratulations on your career up to this point.
Thank you. Good
I had
afternoon, almost.
Pardon me?
Good afternoon, almost.
I have some questions for you, if I could, please. You covered a bunch of topics on your direct examination, and I wanted to confirm some of them. As a meteorologist, you indicated
You study
that
meteors.
you look at a variety of areas under the larger umbrella of weather, correct?
Correct.
And one of those areas is snow accumulation.
Correct.
Another area is visibility, correct?
Correct.
Do you have
I
a
feel like
general
Alessi backs into
understanding
his
about
hair
what
mold
this
every day.
is about? Let me ask it this way. As regards weather conditions, are you familiar with an address of 34 Fairview Road in Canton, New York?
Yes.
And have you ever been to 34 Fairview, Canton, New York?
Not New York. This is
I'm
we're in
sorry,
Massachusetts.
I'm sorry, Massachusetts, sir?
Yes. I've been in many parts of Canton. I don't believe I've ever been to 34 Fairview.
Are you generally familiar with that area?
Yes.
And you mentioned the Norwood Airport on your direct testimony, correct?
Yes.
And
I feel like that's where his power is. Like, it's cool.
The
I'm not-
general
it's not an
area
insult.
of Fairview, is that in close proximity to the Norwood Airport?
I mentioned it's a mile away.
Right, so it's fairly close, right?
A mile.
So you
A
would
mile.
expect that the
That was
readings
funny.
you talked about on your direct examination would have a direct bearing and relevance to.
Oh, yeah, he has
the
Crispin Glover voice.
34
Holy shit.
Fairview Road in Canton, is that correct?
Take your damn hands off of her.
Yes. So what I would like to do is to draw your attention to the exhibit that was just marked, if Your Honor. We have that. May I approach, please?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Gilman, this is Exhibit 64. If I could hand that to you, please.
Thank you.
And you can keep that in front of you. If you could publish. Excuse me, Your Honor, may I publish?
Yes.
Thank you. If you could enlarge just, not the whole thing, just the chart up above, and make that as large as you could for the jury, please.
Is it true that the autopsy
Very good,
report for
thank you.
O'Keefe is being withheld by the
You
state?
see where we are. And Mr. Goodman, you can either look on the screen or look
Yeah.
on the document, whichever is best for you.
Thank you.
Because
You're
government.
welcome. So let's start with the top, which is estimated hourly snowfall ending at. This is for January 29th, 2022, correct?
Yes.
And what does not appear on this chart, but I want to make sure I can get this as accurate as possible, would it be appropriate to, before 1 a.m., to add a 0.2 for what you mentioned on direct for midnight? You mentioned there was a little bit starting and there was a 0.2. Is that correct? Did I hear that correct?
If you want to get the total for the snowfall event, yes.
Okay, so we'll just have,
Sorry
if
about
you
my
will,
mic
an
going in and
imaginary
out.
0.2 up at
A better mic
top.
discipline.
And what I'm going to do, sir, is I'm going to go through the hourly snowfall, because there are times that you have on your chart that are relevant in this matter. So let's start with, and just do it chronologically by time. And what I'm going to ask you to do is to do a little bit of math as we go through. If you need a calculator, I think it's going to be fairly straightforward math for someone with your skills. But take your time when we get through it.
Flattering.
So we start at midnight, and you mentioned the concept of visibility on your direct examination, correct?
Yes.
And I believe you said on your direct examination that at midnight there was, quote, very little snow precipitation. Is that correct?
I believe I said there was very little snow on the ground.
Very little snow on the ground. And I think you used the phrase track a cat.
Enough to track a cat, exactly.
Right. And so enough to track a cat, but a fairly small amount, correct?
I don't know how to define it any better than enough to track a cat.
Very good, sir. I'll go with track a cat.
That's as small as amount as you can get.
We
Again,
made up
would
that,
be on a
that
natural
expression when it was
surface,
okay to
necessarily
not
on
like
pavement.
Jews.
Right. And what would the variation be, if at all, on pavement?
Oh, a lot of factors would come into play. Most importantly, since this was a forecasted storm event, the town may have pre-treated the road. That lowers the freezing point of the precipitation. So it would, even if it was 25 degrees, it might be melting on the road.
So in terms of the factor you just talked about, for example, pre-treatment, that could cause the accumulation, the numbers here to be lower.
You make sure
than
to
what we're
slap
seeing
that
on the
like
chart,
button.
correct?
Definitely, correct.
But there's not a scenario where
If
it
you
could
like
be
the show.
higher, is it, at this point?
Or not.
Well, there are places, especially with this kind of wind and dry, fluffy snow, that you would have drifting.
Right, but with just 0.2 inches on the ground, would you expect drifting?
No,
Okay.
absolutely not.
No,
Unless
no.
I was a very small animal.
I was going to say, tracking a cat wouldn't
Yeah.
seem to work very well if you've only
No.
got drifting with 0.2.
I thought you were asking about the larger numbers.
No, sir. Good point. What I'd like to do is to just concentrate on the beginning here and midnight and 1 a.m. and then we'll progress down through. Okay. I want to snapshot it, if you will, starting at the very beginning. So we then move to 1 a.m., which is 0.3 inches. Correct.
Correct.
Now, if you add, and it seems like to be most accurate, to each number here, we would add a 0.2 to get the total, correct?
Correct.
So if we go to 1 a.m. on January 29, 2022, we've only got 0.5 inches of snow per this chart, correct?
Total so far, yes.
And that could, on the road, that could be less because of municipal pre-treatment. If they pre-treated for the storm, they could have put some chemicals down that would have caused a melt and therefore less. That's a possibility.
That's one factor. Another factor would just be the road may be warmer for a number of reasons.
So that could be another reason why it might be less, another factor.
Absolutely.
Okay, so now let's go to, I want to go between 1 and 2 a.m. Let's assume a time of 1:45 a.m. on January 29, 2022. Is it correct that the accumulation would be less than 0.8 inches at that point, according to your chart?
By 2 a.m., it would be less than 0.8, yes.
Therefore, correct.
Therefore, by 1:45, it would be less than 0.8, yes.
Right, so-
Or equal to, if yeah.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you,
Less
sir.
than or equal to.
Right, so you used 2 a.m., right, which would mean that it was 0.8, correct?
Correct.
And then if you work back 15 minutes at 1:45 a.m., it would be less than 0.8, correct?
If it was still snowing in those 15 minutes.
Right.
yes.
So, but I just want to focus on
Was
the
it?
number.
Yeah.
At 1:45
You're the
a.m.,
expert.
it's less than 0.8 inches, correct?
0 point
It's less
inches.
than 0.8 inches.
Yes,
okay.
right. Alrighty. So, and that is to state it another way, is it correct to say it's just 0.8 of an inch? Is that correct?
0.8 is 0.8 of an inch.
Right.
Oh,
Another way
God.
to say it. So
Remember
in
this every
terms
time you think
of
like, oh, juries will whatever.
the time now,
They have
and this
to
may get a
explain
little
these basic
more
things,
complicated, sir,
just
but
in case.
if you take just the time between 1 a.m. and 1 a.m. and 2 a.m. So you've got 0.8.
I am going to have to leave for a bit later because
would
I have to go get
have
my travel voucher from my
under
probation officer.
At 1:45, is it correct you would have only 0.35 inches accumulated of the 0.8? You follow my math, sir?
Oh my God.
I'm
I
not sure
don't.
what I follow in that sentence. Did you ask me how much snow fell between 1 a.m. and 2 a.m.?
That's another way of asking the
Okay,
question.
between 1 a.m. and 2 a.m., 0.3 of an inch is the estimated snowfall.
Right, very well. And so what I'd
I
like
will.
to
I'll
do
tell her
now
that you
is
said hello.
to move down the chart to 3 a.m. How much snow has fallen or accumulated between 12 a.m. and 3 a.m.?
It would be 1 inch.
Right. And is an inch, and you're in the measurement business, about the size of a thumbnail?
Yeah, I actually use the knuckle on my thumb to the end of my thumb as an inch.
Right. So from the knuckle of one's thumb to the end of the thumb is 1 inch. Right.
I mean, sometimes
And
people have different
under
sized
your
thumbs.
terminology on direct, you had used the term very little. Would you consider from the knuckle to the top of the thumb very little snow?
It definitely would require a comparison. 1 inch of snow has caused tremendous problems for people.
Right.
So I would not call it, just by the fact of 1 inch of snowfall, I would never say it's very little.
You fight
No,
for
no,
those
sir,
1
I'm
inchers,
sorry,
buddy.
maybe my question wasn't clear. I'm not talking about effects of 1 inch. I'm just talking a measurement of 1 inch.
1 inch is
On
1
a
inch.
measurement scale. Would you still consider that your phrase, track a cat, or would you be out of the track a cat?
We'd be out
thing?
of the track a
All right.
cat stage.
Got it. So, but again, the 1 inch being from the knuckle to the top of the thumb.
Yes.
Let's now go all the way down to about another time is 3:30 a.m., which we're going to focus on now. 3:30 a.m. How much snow had accumulated by 3:30 a.m.?
Well, we're going to have that inch we just talked about at length, and we're going to add the 0.2 from the previous day, the last few hours of the 28th. So we have 1.2. Now we're going to add another 0.5 inch by 4 a.m. So somewhere less than 1.7 inches, less than or equal to.
Wouldn't the number at 3:30 be 0.85 inches?
You're including the snowfall from the previous day, the 0.2 of an inch?
Yes.
No.
What would it be?
As I said, there's 1.2 inches up to 3 a.m. And then we're adding some amount before 4 a.m. Unknown how that was distributed within that hour, but something like 1.7 equal or less than total.
How about the accumulation between 1 a.m. and 3 a.m.? How much accumulation for that time period?
Between 1 a.m. and 3 a.m. So we have 0.3 of an inch up to 2 and another 0.4 of an inch, to a total of 0.7.
So between 1 and 3 a.m., there's only an accumulation of 0.7, correct?
Correct.
Inches.
Correct.
You had spoken a lot on your direct testimony about the magnitude of the storm, a variety of other measurements. But what I wanted to draw really a line at 6 a.m., which you said was an accumulation of 3.9. What I want to do is to now move on to from 7 a.m. on January 29th until noontime. And you can check my math, sir, but I get 12.5 inches total as of noon on January 29th.
I can do the arithmetic if it sounds about right. 8.6 inches fell up until noon, starting at 6 in that time period, which is about the amount we forecast. And did you ask about the total going back to the night before? Or?
Yeah, the total starting at midnight.
Starting at midnight.
Right, going until noon. So it's a 12-hour period of the same day, January 29th.
My quick calculation is 12.3 inches.
Right, and then you'd add the 0.2 from midnight.
Previous to midnight. Yes.
Right, so 12.3 is what shows with all those numbers, but then you have to add the 0.2 from midnight, which would get you to 12.5, correct?
Exactly. Yep.
Good. So just to summarize the first column there, all the way down from 1 a.m. to 12 p.m. At 6 a.m., we've got 3.9 inches. And then moving down to 12 p.m., we're at 12.5 inches, correct?
I believe so.
Oh, God.
Sir, tell me when you're
Yes, yes.
So we're in alignment with those two numbers, 3.9 inches as of 6 a.m., 12.5 inches as of 12
And Fisher, I'm not leaving for a
p.m.
while.
on January 29th, correct?
Yes. Yeah, I'm sorry if I wasn't sure if you wanted me to do all the arithmetic again, but I did do that, and yes.
Okay, good. Thank you. I appreciate you doing that. You talked about the concept of visibility on your direct examination. In terms of visibility, did I hear you correctly that there's a correlation between the amount of snow coming down and visibility?
The intensity of the snowfall, so the amount over time and visibility, right?
Right. So the intensity or amount over time, how would you describe visibility from 12 midnight or 12 a.m. on January 29th until 1 a.m., that 1 hour period? How would you describe
This
visibility?
guy needs readers to think.
I really don't know exactly. I can look at the report from Norwood Airport. They measure the visibility.
Could you do that, sir? Would that be easy enough for you to do?
Do you need a light, Mr. Gilman? Do you need lights on?
If we're going to do more than one, I would, but let's see if
I'll
I can.
leave a
Thank you.
light on for you.
And we were asked about 1 a.m. Is that?
Yes, visibility at 1 a.m.
Okay. Visibility reported at 1 a.m. was 1.2 miles in light snow.
And what does that mean, a visibility of 1.2 miles?
1.25 miles, 1.25 miles. It means that anything that was more than 1.25 miles away from the observer would be hidden by the snowfall. You wouldn't be able to see it.
And what does it mean if it were the visibility was less than 1.25 miles?
And as the visibility
Nothing.
lowers, you can your ability to see objects
This is
in
about
the distance is
them
reduced.
So assume,
seeing
sir,
John.
that somebody is 30 feet away from an object they want to see, and the visibility is 1.25 miles. Would they be able to see that object based upon your experience with visibility and your your career in that area?
All other things being equal, yes.
Right. So would it be fair to say visibility would be good from 30 feet if it's a 1.25 mile and beyond?
Can you answer that, Mr. Gilman?
Can I further explain to the jury about visibility? Thank you. A term like good for visibility would generally apply more toward 8 miles, 10 miles is good visibility. So it's hard to say that anything under 3 miles. For instance, we go from calling visibility reduction in haze to fog. Once it's really the same atmospheric phenomenon, but once you get below 3 miles, we call it fog or dense fog. So anything below that, when you reduce visibility by fog, haze, snow below 3 miles, it's hard to call it good visibility.
But if something is at 1.25 miles, there's visibility, correct?
Of 1.25 miles, yes.
There is.
And again, if I could explain for the jury, a lot of this is developed for aviation.
Right.
And if you're a pilot or you think about what a pilot needs to go through, that's where these terms come from.
I understand, sir, but you are in the weather forecasting business, correct?
I sure am, yes.
And you, and weathercasters, we all here on TV talk about visibility on their forecast, correct?
Correct.
And they're not talking just to pilots, right? They're talking to people who are going to drive, people who are going to walk. Is that correct?
And it is a challenge to communicate that, yes.
But sir, my question is, when someone, a weathercaster, weather person
Has
is talking
snowfall in
about
my place.
visibility,
It is summer.
the main target audience are for people who are going to be driving or walking, correct? There's not pilots that they're giving.
Well, I don't know, but I would never expect, and I do broadcast meteorology, a broadcast meteorologist to say visibility was good if it was less than 1.5 miles.
Yeah, sir. I appreciate that, but my question is not, I've left whether it's good or not. I'm talking about the purpose of weathercasters speaking about visibility.
Yes.
You had indicated in your earlier answer, you had tethered it to pilots, but there's also an application of the visibility concept for the rest of us in the world who drive and walk, correct?
Yes,
Isn't it useful for that?
Absolutely. I'm trying to answer your question about whether the visibility was good.
Right, but but I'm not asking that question anymore. My question is just.
I only know what you asked me.
All right.
What?
I'll try it a different way. Visibility is a concept that is used by weathercasters to assist people who are going to be walking or driving. Is that correct, sir?
Yes.
Yes.
So
wow, that
now
was
let's
hard.
go on to the concept.
Stop being evasive and
of
annoying. Just answer a fucking
temperature.
question.
You mentioned the concept of wind chill on your direct examination. You recall that, sir?
I was asked about it, yes.
Yes. Does wind chill have a relationship to temperature? And if so, what is it?
It does have a relationship to temperature. It's a complex function that was developed by the U.S. Air Force in the 50s to help produce cold weather gear. And it was determined that wind had a major impact on our military in terms of what type of gear they needed, in addition to how low the temperature was. So it's a measurement of temperature to begin with, and then there's a complex function applied based on the wind speed to come up with how that air temperature, how that air is going to impact the human body.
So is it fair to say that if you have a temperature, and what I wanted to do is to go to the temperatures that you gave on your direct examination, is it accurate to state that, for example, on January 29th, I believe I heard you say there was a high of 29 and a low of 15. Is that correct, sir?
Yes, that was my report based on all those 3 locations, yes.
And you had also testified about wind speed and wind gusts as well. And can you state, if you have it in your notes?
I do, yes. It was
wind
in the
speed?
report, yep.
Yep. And what was the wind speed?
The-
Average and then high gusts?
Sure. 23 miles an hour with frequent gusts of 47 miles an hour.
So what does your number 23, how does that affect temperatures of 29 and 15?
It makes that air feel much colder. So that air, that 20-degree air, did you say 20 and
29, sir, and 15
Okay.
were the numbers you had given?
that range for that day? Sure.
Yeah.
So it makes that air temperature feel colder, and it allows that air to take heat out of your body more efficiently and more rapidly. So it feels much colder, and we can calculate roughly how it would feel if there was no wind at all.
And sir, thank you. You've gotten right to my next point, and I only have a few more questions left for you. So if you have the highest temperature on the 29th of 29, January 29, 2022, do you know what the wind chill factor would do in terms of a calculation number to bring that 29 number down? Do you know what that number would result in applying the most conservative wind speed of 23?
I wasn't asked to calculate that, no.
Would it be less than 0? Just an estimate.
Based on the 29 temperature?
Based on the 29.
No,
Would it
I
be
don't
in-
believe so.
Would it be in the teens?
Yes.
So the 29 would be in the teens. And then for the low
No.
of 15, approximately what number might that get down to?
Again, depending on the wind, if you looked at 5 miles an hour, again, it wasn't that wind all day, and that 15-degree might not have been corresponding to any wind at all.
Just using your average that you used on direct of 23.
The average wind, again, made it feel much colder, bitterly cold, extremely cold when you were out in the highest wind at the lowest temperature. So it may have felt like 0 to even 10 below 0 at the lowest temperature and the highest wind gusts.
So if I got that correct, so 15 was the lowest temperature you gave in direct on January 29th, and you state that it would be, with the wind chill using about an average of 23, would be 0 or maybe minus 10. Is that the number correct?
Again, I'm just guessing. I didn't do the calculation. I wasn't asked to do the
Fair enough.
calculation. But based on my experience of reporting in this area for 45 years, I basically get the idea of what it's like when the temperature is that low and the wind is that high. Yeah.
Right. And
It
if we could
feels
please
like
have the
it-
chart published back up, please. You can keep the lights on. You just make it larger. I want to make sure Mr. Gilman has some facile with his notes. Okay. So is it correct to say that if the total accumulation for the storm was 23.8 inches, that the vast majority of that accumulation came well after 6 a.m.?
Yes.
And as of 6 a.m., we've only got 3.9 inches compared to what the storm ended up at about 23.8. And then importantly, from midnight on January 29th until 3 a.m., we've got just 1.2 inches, correct?
Exactly.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Please bear with me a moment, Mr. Gilman.
Mr. Gilman looked like, Wait, where am I? I don't know why I'm here anymore. I could be here.
Thank you for answering my questions, Mr. Gilman.
You're welcome.
That's it?
Anything else, Mr. Lally? Okay.
They kind of fizzled out. That was just boring.
You were asked about the snowfall between 12 a.m. and 1 a.m. How much snow again was there during that time frame?
During that time frame, about 3/10 of an inch.
Okay. And during that time frame was probably the least amount of snow that was on the ground during the course of the storm, correct?
During that hour or two previous. Yeah, there's really, in fact, I have this chart I showed, the graph, the map. It just showed a trace, a zero. There was less than an inch on the ground. And we measure snow on the ground in whole numbers. So it would either be 1 inch or zero.
And so that would be during what you've characterized as the track-a-cat stage, correct?
Yes.
And so it's during that track-a-cat stage that there's the least amount of snow between the frozen ground and anything that may come down on top of it, correct?
Yes.
Now, as quickly as it applies to visibility.
Wow.
When you were asked about visibility in 30 feet, you said all other things being equal. What are some of the things that would make it unequal?
A car in front of you, a building in front of you,
Car.
a person, anything other than weather. And there are other types of weather that can lower the
When a building
visibility
sneaks in front of you.
besides snowfall, including fog.
So darkness, as far as nightfall versus daytime, that would have a negative impact on your visibility?
Sustained.
What about lighting? How would
Lighting.
lighting impact the visibility of an object?
No, not at all.
I really can't say that. Lighting, obviously, you need some light to see anything. That's really all I could say.
That's true. There
And
has to be
lastly, sir, as
some
far as
light.
wind chill is concerned, again, could you explain to the jury exactly what is wind chill? What is it measuring?
Again, it was developed for the military in the 50s to help design. It was actually done here at the Natick Labs here in Massachusetts to help design cold weather gear, because prior to that time, during World War II, the Korean War, unfortunately, especially Air Force aviators were suffering. They had clothing that might have been adequate for the temperature, but because of the wind, they suffered frostbite and other ill effects.
Good.
And so research was done, and the result of that was a wind chill temperature, the way it would feel to the human body based on the wind on a certain temperature.
How many homeless people we can get rid of in a night?
The wind chill is measuring the impact of how a person experiences the air temperature, correct?
Exactly.
I have nothing further. Thank you, sir.
Anything, Mr. Lessie?
No further questions, Your
All
Honor.
right, Mr. Gilman.
Actually, that's not entirely true.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Do you have any the marked exhibits or identification?
I have relinquished.
I mean, a
them to
factor of
this nice young
temperature
lady.
is the ambient amount of heat radiating from an object like a person. We develop a little shield of heat that's around our body, and the wind chill factor, literally the wind strips that away, and that's part of what makes it colder, or our experience colder. But that's
Thank you.
for
Almost
everything. That's for
recalls, Nick
buildings.
Garino.
That's for trees.
Your Honor, I'll inform this will be the last recall for Mr. Garino.
Thank you.
Anything that's exothermic, wind has a dramatic effect on the temperature impacting it. I mean, not everything experiences stuff like a building, unless it's a Google employee.
So, Mr. Levy, I'm just giving the court and jury the case on again, the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you.
Yeah.
Oh, this guy looks exciting.
Again, if you need to stand it in.
Thank you.
I'm sorry.
Wait, is this a guy from earlier?
May I proceed?
Yes.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
The
Last time you
data
appeared,
extraction.
there were
Yeah,
a
yeah,
number
yeah.
of extraction reports that we introduced into evidence. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
And just remind us briefly what an extraction report is.
It's the information from the cell phones that I pull up via cell phone.
All right, so I'm just going to ask that this witness identify himself.
Nicholas
My apologies, Ron. Could
Garino,
you
right?
Please, again, introduce yourself to the jury. Spell your last name for the record.
I'm Trooper Nicholas Garino, Guarino.
Nick Garino.
You would explain what an extraction report is.
Don't say it fast. I
Yes,
can.
it's the information in the cell phones.
You guys will get
create
canceled.
PDFs or portable cases from information, whatever is specified.
An extraction report, can it be general or more narrow?
Yes, it can be.
I want to introduce a few more extraction reports that we didn't get to last time.
Okay.
In this case, did you use Mr. O'Keefe's phone to create an extraction report that included all of his calls from the 28th and the 29th of January 2022?
Yes, I did.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
There are super tips waiting in the wings. But I need a nice time where it's quiet. You know, I don't like to compete with the court volume.
And your document, do you recognize that document?
You recognize this? You recognize this? You see it? You ever seen this before?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
It's John O'Keefe's call logs from everyone from the 29th to the 28th. Right.
I move this into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you.
I swear. Oh, my God. That was serious right there.
Did you create an extraction report
Did you guys hear that?
included a text message between the defendant and Jennifer McCabe?
Yes, I did.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
No, go back. No, it was me. It was me cracking my neck. Just never know what the microphone picks up.
Yes, I do.
Can you tell us what that is?
Yes, it's the text chain from the defendant to Jen McCabe.
I move this into evidence, please.
Twist harder.
Thank you.
One moment.
I'm getting ready for karaoke at Hackamania. That'll be fun.
Permission, could Mr. Garino read this to the jury?
Okay.
If you're in the Las Vegas area, come find me at Hackamania. I don't know how
read
that
that and explain it to the
works, but
jury?
you should.
With all the information on it.
Yes.
On Thursday and Friday.
This is from the defendant to Jen McCabe, 7:26:52 a.m. on the 29th. It says, can you send me Kerry's number?
Thank you. Did you further create an extraction?
Remember to slap that like button and also check out the super tip system, supertip.gg/RL. Have fun with AI voices. Also, Amy Curtis, welcome to Lawyer Status over on YouTube. Thanks for joining the channel. The Willybot says, everyone becomes a philosophy major on Cross. Was visibility good? Well, who can really define good these days? Stop.
Yes.
Scott Christie Jones, you're not getting a check. It's going to bounce.
And who it's to?
I'm sorry, missed it. It's from Jen McCabe to the defendant.
And what does it say?
Can you send me Kerry's number?
What time and date?
That is 7:26:52 a.m. on April 29th, 2022.
Thank you.
I'm only drinking bottled
Did
beverages.
you do a further extraction report from John O'Keefe's phone with text messages between him and a person named Kaylee?
Yes, I did.
May I approach?
Yes.
Komodo Kodiak. I mean, the judges in my case are obviously biased in favor of the state. Whether that was a justified bias or not is a different question.
Yes.
What is
Doesn't really matter though, because I did it. Pled
Text
guilty.
chain between John O'Keefe and Kaylee.
the date?
It goes. Sorry, it's kind of faded. January 28th, 2022 to January 29th, 2022.
Thank you. I move this into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you.
Exhibit 67.
I can't believe the Ronnie O'Neill shit actually happened. I am looking for suggestions for, lunchtime shenanigans.
Okay, Trooper Garino, we're done with extraction reports.
You're done with
Did you have an
extraction report.
opportunity to obtain phone messages, phone calls, and text messages between the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe?
I'm not doing squats. No, I mean stuff like we've been watching with Ronnie O'Neill, Kurt.
Thank you.
Any videos to review, any legal analysis to criticize.
Trooper Garino, did you have an opportunity to obtain phone calls, voice messages,
You read I have a court date in
and
August?
text messages from the defendant?
I don't know.
Mr.
I don't think
O'Keefe's
so.
Phone on the evening of January 29th, 2022.
Yes, I was.
Where did you get the phone call records from?
From John O'Keefe's phone.
Where did you get the voicemails from?
Also from John O'Keefe's phone.
Where did you get the text messages from?
The bathroom.
From John O'Keefe's phone.
Did you have an opportunity to take those phone calls, the voice messages, and the text messages and put them in a chronological order?
Yes, I did.
Did you include all of the phone calls, all the text messages, and all of the voicemails?
Between John O'Keefe and the defendant, yes.
Did you create a PowerPoint to put them in a chronological order?
Yes.
May I approach you?
Yes. Show Mr. Leslie.
Sorry. Showing you a binder, sir. Could you open it up? Tell us what this is.
Yes, this is the phone calls and text messages between the defendant and John O'Keefe, as well as the voicemails. Well,
Is there a package in the front of that binder?
yes, there is.
And what is that package?
It says defendant's voicemails and on 1/29/2022. The USB thumb drive that should have those files on.
All right, move this binder as the next exhibit. It would include both the PowerPoint presentation as well as a clip of the phone calls.
No objection, Your Honor.
Should, yes. Do you need the thumb drives?
I don't.
Okay.
Mark this, please.
Exhibit 68. Thank you.
Thank you.
With the court's permission, I would ask that Trooper Garino take us through the
My actual
PowerPoint
punishment is having
presentation.
Papa
Yes,
Roach
thank
songs
you.
stuck in my head. You guys don't know what I'm going through every day. Oh, God.
Is it okay to begin? Okay.
Please.
Back in
The
2003.
phone calls on the 29th. So at 12:35 a.m., the defendant calls John. That phone call is not answered. 12:34:09 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered. 12:34:38 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered. 12:35:09 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. 12:35:35, the defendant calls John. It's not answered. 12:36:09 a.m., the defendant calls John.
We
It's
do
not
have
answered.
an
Trooper Garino, let me stop you. there
finally have
for
a
a second.
voicemail, an ass
Did
voicemail.
you look into any internet connection between the defendant's phone and the router and the internet connection at Meadows Ave, John O'Keefe's home that night?
Yes, at 12:36:39 a.m., the defendant's phone auto connects to the Wi-Fi HATS fan 123.
Are you familiar with the router at Mr. O'Keefe's home?
I have not done a look at it in person, but that's the known network that's listed under it. There's two, Pat's Fan 123 and O'Keefe 74.
Did
Two
you
names.
learn the range that a connection must be in order to connect to his router?
Yes, so depending on the router, it's either a 2.4 gigahertz or a 5 gigahertz radio
You got these
band, or
gigahertz
single
walking
band, I
around.
should say.
Wait,
Depending on what
he's a single
one
band or a
it's
dual
connecting
band?
to which band, it's either 150-foot indoor range or up to 300 feet outdoor. So
Not in a fucking blizzard.
again, when you pull into your home, sometimes you can still be connected to your home Wi-Fi in the driveway.
And again, can you give us the time of the connection between the defendant's phone and Mr. O'Keefe's router at Meadows Ave that night?
Yes, 12:36:39 a.m.
Please continue.
At 12:36:40 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered. At 12:37:08 a.m., the defendant calls John, and voicemail number 1 is left with voice.
Ms. Gilman, would you kindly play the voicemail for 12:37:08?
That's a bad voicemail.
At 12:38:26 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered.
Oh, wait, these aren't the ass dials.
12:39:03
These are from the
a.m.,
defendant, not the
defendant
witness.
calls John.
My bad.
It's not answered. 12:39:37 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered. 12:40:43 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered. At 12:41:35
You know, lots of people have
a.m., the
screamed, "I
defendant
hate
calls
you"
John.
at their boyfriend
Voicemail
or
number 2
girlfriend
is left.
and not killed them,
Some
though.
beeping noises appears to be a butt dial or accidental call.
Ms. Gilman, could you play the voice message at 12:41:35?
Might call and create a motive if you did it, though. I mean, that's a real good question, right? Because she had so much liquor that she didn't realize that
Defendant
she
then,
intentionally
texts
murdered
John
him.
O'Keefe at 12:55:31 a.m. on the 29th. I'm going home. Defendant texts John O'Keefe. Sorry. See you later at 12:55:50 a.m. on the 29th. At 12:58:19 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered. 12:58:47 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered. 12:59:24 a.m., the defendant calls John. Voicemail number 3 is left with voice.
Ms. Gilman.
Play that. Yeah, let's go.
John, I'm here with your fucking kids. Nobody knows what the fuck you are, you fucking pervert.
Whoa! Sounded like a swinger party.
At 1 a.m. 26 seconds, the defendant calls John. It's not answered. At 1 a.m. 49 seconds, the defendant calls John. Voicemail number 4 is left. It's 1 second called, no sound.
Ms. Gilman.
That was it.
Your kids are cucking alone. No, they're too young for that.
The defendant texts John O'Keefe, your kids are cucking alone at 1:02 a.m. on the 29th.
Now imagine this is a swinger party. They have a disagreement
Defendant
over
texts John
whether
O'Keefe,
they should
I'm
go.
back in Mansfield. The kids are home alone. 1:04:14 a.m. on the 29th.
And she thinks he stayed. Like,
At 1:10:17 a.m., the defendant calls John. Voicemail number 5 is left with voice.
Ms. Gilman.
Yeah, it's 1 in the morning. I'm with your fucking niece and nephew.
now, Matador, I've never been to a swinger party, actually.
Fucking pervert.
At 1:10:44
That
a.m., the
pervert
defendant calls
word
John.
means
It's not
something.
answered. At 1:12:18 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered. 1:12:46 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered. 1:13:13 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. Sorry. At 1:14:11 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered. 1:14:44 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. 1:16:10 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. 1:16:38 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. At 1:17:37 a.m., the defendant calls John. So when voicemail 6 is left with voice.
Ms. Gilman?
John, I'm going home. I cannot babysit Amy. I need to go home. You are fucking using me right now. You're fucking another girl. Kim's sleeping next to me. You're a fucking loser. Fuck yourself.
See?
At 1:18:38 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. At 4:38:14 a.m., the
You
defendant
got
calls
your
John.
pipes cleaned
Not
earlier,
answered.
bitch.
4:38:49 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. 4:39:39 a.m.,
For the neighborhood
calls
plumber.
John. Not answered. 4:40:05 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. 4:42:05 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered.
Yeah, I'm starting to think this is a
4:42:54 a.m.,
proposed
defendant
swinger
calls
party.
John.
And she's like, no,
Not
fuck
answered.
that. I don't want to do that.
4:45:10 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. 5:04:27 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. 5:21:28 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. 5:21:58 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. 5:23:26 a.m., the defendant calls John. Voicemail number 7 is left with voice.
Ms. Gilman?
At 5:24:27 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. 5:25:28 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. 5:26:14
This is the
a.m.,
same pattern
defendant
she's had
calls
all
John.
fucking
Not
day.
answered. 5:28:16 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. 5:28:43 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. 5:29:21 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. 5:29:46 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. 5:30:15 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. 5:30:52 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. 5:31:21 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered.
At this point, he's glad he's
5:36:29
dead because
a.m.,
his
the
phone's
defendant
still
calls John.
buzzing.
Not answered. 6:03:02
Oh my God,
a.m., the
stop
defendant
calling.
calls John, and voicemail number 8 is left with some voice and noise and background.
Ms. Gilman, could you play that, please?
Yes, I need someone to see 34 beautiful Vietnam giving and top notice now. Yeah. Okay, I know. Where's the blanket? I don't see blanket, Terry. Yes, I need something.
She sounds like she's wielding a broom protecting her cat. I actually feel bad for John because they don't have a bunch of missed calls from the people who are all fucking each other. It's like, we don't actually care this guy isn't in here. Aw. And that is a consistent. Whoever's putting that beat down is on rhythm. So windshield wipers. What's his number? It was the David Guetta cut of Sorry's. Sorry. How long is this voicemail? Holy shit. People are saying it was, she's saying Carrie, not sorry. The joke wasn't supposed to really like focus on the accuracy of the word. Sorry. 4 minutes? I feel like I've been here for 2 hours. Why are you leaving him a voicemail? He's already dead. He knows. He's not picking up.
I have no further questions.
All right. Mr. Alessi, does this seem like a good time to take the luncheon recess?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, so folks, we will take a 45-minute luncheon recess.
All right, please. Jurors, close your notebooks and follow me.
Goodbye.
After seeing all those voicemails on his phone, he's like, he has to die because she's going to ask him, well, did you listen to my voicemails? Did you listen? Did you listen? Well, you're fucking another girl. Did you make her listen too? Now I want to know what happened. Way more than I did before. Why is there a Bronca tombstone in the thumbnail for? Well, he was covering the case, and then he went to go cover the cop case, which I think should be done really soon. We do have some super tips here. Again, if you've as I come back and people get used to it, super tips is a system similar to super chatting where you can have an AI voice send a message. We have a bunch of AI voices. We have more voices to come, but they'll probably have to wait till after Hackamania. I'll also do a recap of what we've seen so far this morning in just a second. But we have Joseph Hamas. Sounds very dangerous. Says, having this guy talk, I finally understand why you ended up in whiteout conditions. He's brutal. Oh boy. It's tough on in the mornings for me. Well, and especially I was short on sleep from last night, but man, that boring testimony from the from any forensic analyst or expert is like, But thank goodness my my wake up meds have kicked in. Now I'm alive.
Your Honor, I am moving for a nap after that guy. He may have murdered more people than my client with boredom.
Exactly. Exactly. I think we're gonna redo that voice. I don't know if anybody got the joke for the depressed incel lawyer voice was modeled after Barbara Streisand, but probably do a different actual voice for that one really soon here. Am I pretending to hit mute while coughing? Sometimes I. Oh, am I? Damn it! Why would you do that? I was fine for a minute. That was rude, John Titer. That is your real name. Stay away from Lexus's, John.
The prosecution, Your Honor. Snow was falling, so the swinger party had to break up early, but the victim hadn't dropped his brother butter. Then some people did something. Our theory is Karen saw the victim rubbing out his brother butter by the flagpole, so she ran the ass end of her car into victim because she was pissed he would not share. There's no other possible explanation. Karen did it. Every swinger cop knows this. By the way, did Kurt send pedo pizza casserole for lunch? We love that brother butter sauce.
Okay, I heard. I hear there's something up with the mic. Give me just a second. Okay, is it back? I've got it back up here. I don't know if that changed anything. Blow the mic. I mean, it didn't pay me, so I didn't go all the way, but. Damn it. Oh. Did you just hawk two on your mic? Well, like only partway. Nick's attempt to fix the mic was to spit on the tip and rub it nice. Like if something's not working, that's just how you fix it. Still kind of muffled. Well, it's gonna be that way for a little bit. Yeah, I'll have to because I'd have to turn off the roadcaster and shit like that, and I don't want to mess up the audio during the stream more than it is. Unless it gets really bad, then I can fix it. It's really muffled. What did you do? Why? Why would you be wrong? Okay, give me just a second. I have an idea here. Okay. I blew on it like a Nintendo cartridge. Did that fix it? Still shit. Maybe StreamYard. Not too bad. Sounds sort of better. Same fuckness on we can try one more thing. It'll take me just a second. I'll restart my roadcaster. Hold on one moment. Okay, I think maybe we've got it. Maybe we've got it. It took a second for it to come through, but it should be good now. Sounds a lot better. All right, there we go. Woo! Okay, sorry about that. I don't know what happened to the microphone. Probably too much coughing into it. Been nice. It's like 50% better. Good. Good. Sounds like you're talking through water. Well, it might just have to wait until the next stream. Of course, I have another mic if I have to go get it. But it might not be the mic. It might be something to do with the audio interface. Who knows? Here, let's hit some of these.
That cop should have said, how am I going to investigate a damn house when they done sold the damn house? No, I didn't see no dog. That damn dog was shot and dropped in a river before I ever even got there.
I just love the investigation. It's like, well, did you talk to anybody? No. Did you go and look in any houses? Nah. What about those cameras? You look at those? Nope. What did you do? I leaf blowered the yard. Super Tips audio is bad too. That's probably OBS then. Do you want to reboot OBS? I can do that. Just give me a second. Oh, hey, I guess I can talk still. You know what I wonder? I wonder if maybe that'll fix it. I wonder if it's been competing with the court audio. The court left the audio on. Yeah, okay, so that's the problem here. So the court audio, they left the mic on. They normally turn it off. So that was the problem the whole time. Like I can hear it, but I didn't know that it was causing trouble. So yeah, it's how StreamYard handles audio. Good job, New Age Rejects. You were right. You get a cookie, and by a cookie, I mean, I can't give you a cookie, but I have some gifted memberships for you guys. Have 5 memberships. Take them. 5 people get memberships. You're welcome. They didn't cost me anything. It's not like if you see creators throwing out memberships, you get 10 a month. So that was my second group of 5. That ginger chick says, couldn't the McCabe missed calls be them searching for the phone in the house? Just a thought. It could be, but McCabe testified that it was her ass making phone calls. The Iceman says, should watch the juror interview with Turtle Boy. Really good. Justin DGBZ, can you give a toast for C. Goody? I've been trying to figure out when to do this. I don't know if I can. Yet. Give me a minute to think about it.
Wouldn't using a leaf blower potentially get rid of trace evidence like hair, fibers, etc.? This cop is a beta.
Beta. Yeah, I mean, if that evidence were relevant, though, there is potentially relevant evidence, right? They're saying that there's these glass shards from the taillight cover of the Lexus, and that those glass shards, ripped into his shirt and then his skin. So, yeah, it just seems like a leaf blower seems like an obvious problem. I don't know, like common sense.
Have you heard about that paralegal constable from Wyoming who streams on BitChute and likes to chase down girls and feed them pot roast lasagna?
Wait, is that real? Or is that a joke? Paralegal constable from Wyoming? Who's that? Yeah, for those who don't know, C. Goody, a moderator on the channel, we just found out that he passed away in January. So I've been trying to think of when a good time to do a good, proper tribute to him is. And I'm not sure when that is. We'll figure it out at some point. Debbie says, be careful in Vegas. You'll be watched. Well, I'm not worried about being seen. And everything reported to your PO/court, even if you're not doing anything. Jealousy makes people do crazy stuff. Oh, I know they already are. What do you do about it? Like, people are going to people, I guess. They're like, ha, we'll get him. We'll get him. We'll show that motherfucker. Calm down. Good God.
You have the written consent, release, and/or permission of each and every identifiable individual person in your contributions to use the name or likeness of each and every individual.
Yes. Yes, I do. I have all of it. I got all of that while they weren't looking. Don't report me to the terms of service, police. That would be terrible. No. Do people not know how this works? Like how terms of service works? Are these lawyers pretending that the terms of service have a force of law? I guess you can argue that the terms of service may create liability, but terms of service and their enforcement are waivable by the company at any time, and the company can't be bound to enforce their terms of service on anyone. The funny thing is, these other people aren't in business with super chats or super tips. So when they go didn't they read the terms of service? Like, sure, read the terms of service. The company either decides to enforce the term of service or waive the term of service's enforcement. But you know who's not in contract with super tips would be, like Kurt, for example, or Sean. So they can't actually bind super tips to enforce their terms of service against my voice request. They can't do that. They don't have a cause of action. They don't have privity. They don't have privity of contract to force this thing to occur. They'd be interfering in the business relationship of two other entities without any cause. They could sue super tips and be like, don't use my name or likeness. And I think they'll lose. And if Kurt writes a brief, they're almost definitely going to lose because that guy sucks at writing briefs. But it's like, I don't know what it is about me that makes all of these lawyers suddenly collectively shit the bed on their legal analysis. It goes right out the fucking window. I've talked to these people, dozens and dozens of times. They're all at least of moderate intelligence, and they've all received sufficient education. They've passed the bar exam. They know what they're saying isn't right. Like, they know it. They're like, didn't you read the terms of service, Nick? Like, I don't give a shit what the terms of service are. Just like everybody else with every company that they interact with. Nobody reads damn terms of service. Even you fat, nerdy lawyers can't convince us that you're out here reading the terms of service. Fuck off. Did you read the terms of service? Yeah, I read the terms of service on my Cheerios. It says you're fat and stupid. Super Tips took it down. I don't know why they took it down. I think it's retarded that they took it down. I don't care. It's been hilarious. Tell me all about it. Send me more AI chats and tell me how stupid I am for once. I need it. I'm sitting here. I'm getting way too confident again. It's not good. It's not good. Make fun of me.
Kurt is a meteorologist too. If he drops 100 pounds off his fat ass, he'll just be an ologist.
There you go. Coach Benjamin Leviathan says, I heard that Constable's name was Bert. Oh, I see. I see. Very, very, very sneaky. It's Kurt.
Hey, little Nicky, we appreciate you are LARPing as an Xbox kid with that mic, but need more yo mama jokes if you're going to keep doing it.
I can't even do it. Man, I remember when Halo 2 hit, and God, it was glorious because they had voice chat for the first time. Online like not for the first time, but on Xbox, it was accessible to everybody, and it was Halo, and all these fucking kids had it. So I was in college, and I think at the time, yeah, I would have been in college, and man, it was great. I haven't heard the word faggot so many times in all my days, and I never heard it again. My God. Especially when you got that rocket launcher. Whoa. God, it was great. Here we go.
Oh, he snorts a fair bit, but we all knew that. It keeps him on edge and high as a kite. With a bag and straw and his nose open wide, we'll be missing the stream till he's done with the line. With his mic still on mute and his cam turned away, he's been late since forever. That Nick is gay. Kurt's micro cock is slick with disgrace. But Nick's railing April with a grin on his face.
You can't do that to me. You cannot do that to me. Oh. Oh my goodness. Did you watch the GTA 6 trailer 2 yet? No. Nope. Okay, looks like I will be needing to step away in a little bit. It's hold on, I have to math this out. Okay. You can pick them up. Sorry, I'm coordinating. Whoops. Coordinating with Lady Raggets on this. Excuse me. Didn't you know that you were not to come back? Your subscribers are to be divided amongst the clout chasers. They're mad you survived. Lane says, so would there be legal issues with having the Matthew C. Harris voice reading Unbreaded? I mean, in theory, that might get a little bit, that gets into the questionable phase. I mean, it's his intellectual property. The way we've done Unbreaded, I don't think is any risk, but the calculus changes whenever you add something new. Right? Like that's his. Matthew Harris wrote it, as insane as it is, and he owns the right to exploit and profit off of it. He may not be in charge of that right. Like if that right becomes valuable for some reason, someone would would presumably be managing his living estate that would allow him to reap the benefits of any financial gain from it. And then that entity that runs it, usually, a trust or some conservatorship, would be in charge of enforcing the intellectual property rights. Hold on. I got a little child. What's up, girl? What? Stay back. Hold on. Hey, yeah. Hey, guys, I have to step away for just a minute. I got a little girl who needs help with something. One moment. Sorry. Just in case anything happens while I'm gone. All right. Sorry about that. A little one who needed a Band-Aid. Okay. Joe sent me a message earlier that said, let's see. Okay. Sorry. Yeah, Joe asked for the link for today, and I sent it to him, said he's welcome to join at any time. I'm hoping he joins before I have to go. I have to go in right around 45 minutes. JJ, it's okay. She's I try to keep them off stream in general, but she's had her face glimpsed before. We'll be okay. Excuse me. But here we go.
Shit ass bitch AI won't let me use gamer words.
No, it won't.
I didn't ask it if it wanted to use them. I'm telling the damn thing to use them. This is some grade A Kurt fuckery up in this bitch.
I didn't ask if it wanted to use them. I'm telling it to use them. Oh my goodness. Okay, so today we've got again the trial of Karen Reed. We're in what, day 10 now? God, I feel like it's been a long slog through the mud with you guys. But yeah, we're on day 10. We had testimony starting off with Lieutenant Gallagher, who is, he ended out the show yesterday. We had the cross-examination of Gallagher. He's a guy who collected blood samples in red Solo cups. He used a leaf blower on a crime scene because he thought that was a good idea. And in the snow, I'm still just furious by this. The snow has to be really dry for a leaf blower to have any effect, and it doesn't have that much of an effect. So that's some bullshit. Who knows what he's doing there? He also conducted the biggest non-investigation I can think of. He didn't ask anybody anything at all. He didn't search any houses. He didn't do anything. He basically walked around. He picked up some blood and some red Solo cups, and that's about it. Good job, guy. Other than that, we had testimony from, who else was it? Oh yeah, the weatherman. Holy Christ, that took forever. It was about the most boring thing I could imagine. Absolutely insane how long it took to figure out it was snowing. There was not the greatest visibility, but there was some visibility. But you know, it's dark, so maybe it's not visible. Snow falls at a rate, and there's wind, and wind makes it cold. You just, okay, I guess. Thanks. That was an hour. An hour of time. But, you know. It's not the same chair. Looks like a comfy kitchen stool. Wait, what chair? My chair? That I'm in now? No, this is the same chair I've had for a while. It's the Logitech and Herman Miller chair. Yes, Turd Burglar, we did establish that the ground was hard. So I guess they're going to use that in conjunction with someone else's testimony to establish that that hard ground could be used to smash this asshole's head open. Just kidding. That was very violent. I think I have some aggressive tendencies today. But see, I'm not buying the hard ground thing. Like, they didn't really get into that guy's expert in ground hardness. He's just like, you know what? I've been around for a long time, and when it's cold, the ground is hard. It's like, well, yes, eventually, but is the ground hard enough to kill a man if he falls? Like, that's way different. Falling and hitting your head on concrete and falling and hitting your head on grass. I'll pick grass even when the grass is hard as shit. But the idea that it had been cold enough long enough, I don't think they established that. Not for me. I mean, it might have been. I don't know. I'm not the weatherman. That old guy is. Another view boost. Yeah, Mistress Meg. This one's smaller so I'm either running out of money on my bot farming, or I don't know what's going on with it. I heard some people will like buy bots for people like to try and then get them in trouble or something. I don't understand the purpose of buying bots, so it wasn't me. Plus, I'm poor now. Government took all my gold. No, they didn't. I mean, they didn't. Lawyers and life did, but that's okay. That's okay because we're going to just work. Working is good. But yeah, I've never really understood the purpose of buying views, like paying for bots on a video. I get it if people are trying to like somehow game advertisings, but I can't imagine. I don't know where you buy viewer bots or whatever, but I can't imagine that the ad rate pays out enough for like if you're getting real viewers. But I figure that the likes stay consistently, where they are, and the chat moves at the same rate. That is not an actual influx of viewers. There's something going on either with YouTube's counting or with someone trying to fuck around with the stream. I don't really care which one it is. I should click the ad button a whole lot. Give me those ads with those fake views. But I think that might be like gaming the thing or whatever. So I probably, like, I did it as a joke yesterday, but I thought about it later. I was like, oh, maybe that's bad. I don't know. It's like $9 per 1,000 viewers or something like that. Don't charge them. Don't charge them for that. I really like, it's not up to me. That's up to YouTube and how they count their concurrent viewers. I think there may be a glitch in it, but it's happening at the same time every day. That's very consistent. The analysis of this is riveting, I'm sure. You think the prosecution is throwing this on purpose? I don't think so. I mean, the prosecution is expending significant resources beyond what they normally would. Hank Brennan is not a normal prosecutor for this county. He's a special prosecutor brought in for this case specifically, which means he's getting paid out of the the prosecution, out of the county attorney's budget. I'm thinking of my bucket of lemonade. He's getting paid out of the county budget or the Commonwealth's budget, and there's media attention on this. There's now pressure to get this thing done. Having them throw this in any way, like it would have to be so carefully done to throw it when they could just dismiss the case. And I guess the only explanation would be, oh, we want to fool people into thinking we're assholes and then lose. I don't get it. I don't get the motivation, so I don't think so. Here we go.
Kurt was a man, if man you could say, a lump in a suit just rotting away, a lawyer by trade, but fraud by design. Each word that he spoke was a misdemeanor crime.
Yeah, I don't know about that. We can't. What? You name what criminal section there is, and then we'll talk. Until then, your legal analysis is just as bad as Kurt's. Matthew Self says it's probably an influx of viewers being redirected from other people closing their stream out for lunch break. Oh, you know what? I hadn't thought of this. That may be right. Okay, so here's where the views could be legitimate, is that people are like, they have background play going and there's they get redirected as another stream gets closed. YouTube distributes out those people unless there's a raid that happens. But I think like if Emily D. Baker closes out her stream, 40,000 people need a home, and so YouTube recommends some people and punishes them by sending them here. I bet a bunch of those people like don't even know they get sent here for a little bit. And they're probably like, okay, well, whatever. And then they just go click it off when they figure it out. So that's probably what's going on. That's actually a logical explanation on how this happens and why it's happening right at lunchtime, each one of these shows. So thank you, Matthew Self. That was smart. I was convinced that because the chat doesn't really move, and the chat volume doesn't really increase or decrease during this time. But if you've got a bunch of people sitting on background play, they may not even be aware that they've been moved over to the thing. If they're working, they're on a meeting or whatever, and they're going to come back, like maybe they're stepped away from their desk or whatever, and they're going to lunch. So when they come back and they're like, oh my God, who's this jackass? And then they go click somewhere else. Hey guys, if you're going to do that, click the like button on your way out. We're almost at 1,000 likes. I really appreciate that. It does help YouTube know that, people still like at least pretend to like the show, which is awesome.
Your Honor, the weatherman's testimony could have been summed up as no shit. Please spare us and the jury.
Kurt has a micro penis.
It's like becoming just part of it now. Like, I don't know where the other chats end and The micro penis chats begin. Oh, wow. Okay. So I guess, we've got a summary. Caught up on super tips. We've got super chats all caught up. Rumble rants are caught up. So everything's going great on that front. We should have the court actually back probably in the next couple minutes. But what else is going on, guys? I haven't really been following. I'm getting ready for Hackamania. Hackamania will be taking place for me on Thursday and Friday. So I will be streaming today and tomorrow and Wednesday. I'll be streaming all the court hearings. And then Thursday and Friday, I will not. I'm going to recommend a couple places. I'll mention them right now. There's 3 different channels that I'll give specific shout outs to, other than, of course, if Joe or Bronca are streaming, I want to make sure, to give them the old shout out. But, so Joe and Bronca, of course, are there. Some other channels. Oh my gosh, if I could get things to work, that would be great. We have Andrea Burkhart. Right? Andrea Burkhart is great. She's live right now. Let's see what she's saying. We're going to stream sniper for just a second. I don't want to steal her stuff or anything.
So that's possible, but you just might want to let the jury know that, because if I caught that discrepancy, they might have caught it. And then they might wonder when he gets on the stand and spells his name Goode, they might wonder, is that why she called him Goody? She didn't hear it said, but she knows how it's spelled. Just a point of clarification.
Andrea
May not be the
Burkhart
most important thing in the world, but it definitely caught my attention. Caitlin, 1980s baby. Good morning, Andrea and chat from Indiana again. Go
Washington
AJ.
State
Well,
area.
welcome back from Indiana. Welcome back.
So anyway, Andrea Burkhart is a great,
you can
great channel to check out, especially she's been covering the Karen Reed trial. She's got a great stream, lots of people, lots of activity, lots of knowledge. And one thing I know about Andrea is she always knows the subject that she is covering. So she is great. And then we also have, I don't see her streaming right. Oh, wait, she is live right now. Perfect. Here we go.
Still processing them. I think I did 5 this morning. So we'll hopefully have them
Hold on, I
all
gotta bring-
processed by the end of the week. And you guys should be in good shape.
So this is Avi.
So thank you so
Avi to the
much for
7th
picking them up.
power. She's a
If you
friend
want to
of
buy
mine.
one, you don't want to wait till the Monday giveaways.
She's awesome.
The wait.
You can check out her channel. I'm gonna I'll put up a link to these other channels to watch while I'm gone, so that people can see that. I'll do that in a community post and stuff like that. But Avi's great. Avi is actually, she's got some special insight into this case, and she'd be great to watch anyway. If you have not seen her, if you're not familiar with her, she used to stream a lot with Lead Attorney. I don't know if they stream together as much anymore, but they used to stream a lot together, and she's fantastic. So you can check out Avi. She's awesome. And the other, I already mentioned Joe, and I don't know if Bronca is going to start back up with this, but there's one more that I will suggest. And let me get it pulled up here. I don't know if she's streaming right now either. She is not. It does not seem. However, we do have, let's see. Danny on direct. Danny here is a friend of mine as well. She is great. She's covering Karen Reed. You can, I do believe that she is typically streaming these during the daytime, but she is a place that you can land for some other analysis as well. So all of these would be great options while I'm gone. And of course, as stated, Bronca, if he's streaming, Joe, if he's streaming as well. No.
His shit so micro, the crabs wandering through his enchanted forest down there don't even notice it's there.
Goodness gracious. I don't know, like, what is the level of hilarity that you have to reach? Does it ever end? I don't think so. I don't know. I feel a sad obligation. You can't really notice this stuff until you get back. But my God, did I leave a fucking mess behind? I don't know what's going on with these streamers. I don't know what's going on with their analysis, their egos, their opinions, their cattiness. I'm not sure. Everything just went to shit. And it's like, I couldn't have been the glue holding it together. I couldn't even hold myself together through all of that time. I was an absolute disaster. But while I was gone, I come back and nobody's exciting doing trials at all. Everything's so boring and slow. Numbers aren't anything to write home about. And it's like, where's the zest? Where's the energy? Where's the collaboration? And that's gone. I don't know if you guys noticed. I've been streaming alone, but a lot of that just has to do with me and coming back and stuff like that. I haven't reached out to too many people. I want to make sure that it's me streaming and not I'm not relying on someone else to get through a stream or anything like that. This is me coming back, so I should do it right. But even while I was gone, I noticed that trial streaming is supposed to be the big thing. I actually think it's a little overestimated. Again, some people have cultivated a very, very engaged trial streaming audience, Emily Baker being really good at it. But, unless that's what you're dedicated to, I don't think that it's as big as everybody thought it was. Or maybe they all thought it was easier. I'm not sure. I don't know. I've heard I was never any good at it and that it was always everybody else who built it up. So, that's fine. I agree. I don't know. I can't figure it's not my genre of things to watch. I love that you guys watch the trials. I like watching them with you. But if I were picking my own entertainment, this is not what I do. So it's different. I don't know what people look for. I just know how to do my show and live through it. Jeff dying broke you. Yeah, Jeff was doing great streaming, of course, and then tragically passed away. But I think there's just a lack of laughter. And if that's my fault, I'm sorry. Man, oh God, now I sound old and horrible. But it's I remember everybody laughing. I remember everybody just being engaged and marveling at these trials that were going on and what was happening in the courtroom. We had tons of people in the audience that were asking questions and we could answer them and felt useful for a little bit. Rather than just getting on and talking about legal issues or reading briefs and saying why they're garbage. We got to call balls and strikes as they happened. We got to be surprised with everybody, and it was a lot of fun. But it was fun. And then, while I was gone, it just it seemed to turn to darkness on a lot of this stuff. And I think everybody got into their heads about monetizing things, and of course that's how it works, right? This is our jobs are mine. It's my job. So I want to monetize the shit out of it. I want to make good money every day. But I also know how YouTube works, and you just work and you work and you work and you do what you do. And things happen. People participate in the show or they don't. And but you just keep working. You keep showing up. But to do that, you got to enjoy it. And it just looked like people have stopped enjoying this shit. And it's like, why? This is fun. But you got to have a sense of humor. You got to have a heart about it. And I think it's missing. Because I think people are looking for the formula rather than just trying to do it. Here we go.
Can these assholes at my job quit scheduling bullshit meetings? I'm trying to watch Nick in this crazy ass trial.
I'll tell him. I'll write you a note. This is his doctor. He has to watch me. Oh my gosh. Joe's political shows have been great. There wasn't a lot of trials to pick from for a bit too. Well, I mean, yes and no. Most of the trials are going to be, are not going to be huge trials. Most of the trials are small. Even when between Rittenhouse and Johnny Depp, Bronca and I covered some trials, and they were fun. Like the popcorn shooting case is great. We had the Theodore Edgecombe trial, which was fantastic. Like those were awesome, but the numbers weren't huge. No one knew about these things, and so. You have to have your audience have faith that what you're doing is going to be good, or, you have to rely on the existing hype around something. The hype around the Karen Reed trial is pretty much monopolized, and that's good. That's fantastic. Again, for many of the people who are tuned in are going to find, they're going to find their coverage elsewhere because they're tuned in. And because they'll probably get annoyed with what I don't know. Although for some people that's charming, but that's okay. Like, it doesn't bother me. I like coming here and hanging out with you guys anyway. So, plus these super tips, we just get to make fun of people. Jeff had a history of keeping people's attention. He was a DJ back in the day. Yeah, Jeff is good. Jeff is good. Speaking of people in the chat who some people listen to, there's MLS. What's up, man? Nice to see you out there building Legos like a weirdo on a Saturday. Why would you pick Saturday? Not that I don't have anything. It's weird going from like doing stuff to not doing stuff. That's been a weird change in my life. There's nothing like there's stuff to do. There's nothing to do that I was doing. How's that sound? I like ignore the drugs. Like if you're not at least drinking, going out to bars and clubs and stuff isn't really as fun or practical. And so now it's like, well, now I have to find out what to do on a Saturday night when I'm like a normal person again. What happened to the Courtney OnlyFans thought case? I don't know. I'm going to see her stab that guy again. Just kidding. That was bad. I should not have said that. Let's see. OnlyFans stabber trial. Courtney Clenny's murder trial. The lead prosecutor stepped down in March. Courtney Clenny seeks to disqualify the state's attorney's office. Awesome. Should we take a look at that? This just happened. This just happened on May 1st. Gosh, she looks like such a bitch. Here, hold on. I'll pull this up. The hardest thing for trials for me is like picking the one that I want to sit and watch, like trying to plan it out. I'm not great at scheduling. I do a lot of things on the fly just in general in life. And maybe I got into some problems, but I'm not good at setting up a complex schedule. So like figuring out, oh yeah, this, like when I said, yeah, I'll do Karen Reed, that sounds great. I had no idea it was a 6-week trial. It's like, holy shit, 6 weeks is a long time. I mean, Johnny Depp was 7 weeks, and that was a long trial. And it's a lot of time commitment. And I wasn't thinking about that at all. I was like, oh yeah, I'm going to do this. Probably won't be that. It didn't even occur to me that it'd be 6 weeks long. Got to cover Idaho. Yeah. Kohlberger or whatever. That guy seemed like he did it wrong. What do we got here?
Nick, the evidence has shown that you, yes, you, my Nicka, were the hot sauce in Law Tube's chili that made it work. The law was boring without you. The spice must flow, my Nicka.
The hot sauce in Law Tube's chili. I feel like everything that Ronnie O'Neill yells at me becomes immediately like prophetic and valuable. Profound, not prophetic. Not predicting anything. What? Get back here. All right, so this is Courtney Clenny, the Miami OnlyFans model accused of murder, seeks to disqualify the state's attorney's office. This was just on May 1st. This is just 5 days ago. Let's see what this video is. Oh, this video is her.
Is an OnlyFans model accused of murdering her boyfriend, Christian Obumseli, back in 2022. On Wednesday, the only 2 state attorneys on her case were forced to confirm under oath in front of a judge that they did not violate ethical duties. This comes as Clinty's legal team.
Promise you didn't violate your ethical duties. It's always weird when they do that. Like the state's like, okay, us, tell us that you did the right thing. Well, we definitely did the right thing, Your Honor. Okay, I'm satisfied. Now, anything else from the defense? No, I guess not.
Looks to have the Miami-Dade State Attorney's Office disqualified from her case. Her legal team claims that the SAO broke into her parents' laptop, iCloud, and accessed private documents and conversations between Cleany's parents and lawyers. Assistant State Attorney Khalil Quinnen, who allegedly accessed the material, has
her
since
hair looks nice
withdrawn
for her
from the
being in
case.
jail.
Now, despite the other 2 attorneys claiming their innocence, Clinty's defense is pushing for the whole office to be removed to ensure a fair trial. A hearing to decide if the
I'd
state
say
attorney's
get
office
him, but
will
like
stay
we
on
know
the
she
case
did.
is scheduled for next month.
Okay, so that's their little video about it. No, be quiet. I don't want you. Don't play. Don't play. Damn it.
She's been our biggest.
Oh, thank God. All right. So the only 2 state attorneys assigned to the case of the OnlyFans model. Oh, wait, I gotta. Oh, we're back. Never mind.
Yeah, Your Honor?
Yeah.
She's pretty. I hear she's
Introduce
single.
clip 1 and play it for the jury.
I always said she was sharp growing up.
I mean, I didn't think I hit him, but could I have clipped him? Could I have tapped him in the knee and incapacitated him? He didn't look mortally wounded as far as I could see, but could I have done something that knocked him out and in drunkenness and in the cold, did he come to again?
If this was the moment you would drop them all at the party.
Yeah, would have had to.
She mentions decapitating him, but I don't think she actually, that's like a throwaway. Like,
Your
did
Honor,
I
I
do
have
this? Did this happen? Who
Keeper
knows?
record certificates I'd like to mark for identification. May I approach?
Yes. Thank you.
There's a series of them, Your Honor. Sure. And these are all for identification.
Hey, man, welcome.
Yeah, just in time, right?
Yeah.
Hear my green grass theory?
No.
green grass theory is if he falls there, meteorologist says there's 2/10 of an inch of snow, and that's where he's laying the rest of the night. When they pick him up, green grass underneath him. It makes no sense. The only way he could be laying on a bed of snow is if that bed of snow was there before he got there. They said even at 1 o'clock in the morning, only half an inch of snow. His body heat would have helped warm it up, but even if it didn't warm up, which it would have, but even if it didn't, there wouldn't be any snow left under him. There would be a green strip of grass where he was laying if he was there from the moment that Karen Reed hit him, or even with 15, 20 minutes. It's forensic evidence. This is better than a plow. I'm not sharing the screen yet. I need to be scaring this. Everyone's wondering, like, what the hell? Who are you talking to? I'm talking to my friend over here, Nick Ricado.
Next, I'd like to introduce as an exhibit.
We're just starting up.
Text messages that
I got it set up so you could set up your own stream, but it doesn't let you enter into an existing one, so it's lame.
Doesn't really do it for me. My audience is saying you're an expert on snow, so I assume that's because you live in Minnesota.
Yes. Yes. I've actually sampled several different types of snow. So I know exactly what it's like. I know when it's falling. I know when it's resting. I know when it's lined up. I know when it's plowed down.
Best line of the morning is when they said 2/10 of an inch of snow. So they said, one of my audience said, so that's less than was in Nick Ricado's house at that time. It's good times.
My crime of time.
Your Honor, may I call the Commonwealth's next witness?
Joe, you know what dumb it is?
Charles Ray.
If I had just done all of the cocaine, they wouldn't have been able to arrest me. I should. That's the lesson, ladies and gentlemen. Don't stop doing cocaine until you run out. It's the dumbest set of laws. It pisses me off so much.
You're good now. Ancient history.
Yeah, no, it just like now it's the principle of it. It's like, wait, so if I do the cocaine, it's better legally? Yes. As your lawyer, I can advise you to do the cocaine. Don't just leave it sitting around.
Who is Charles Ray? Do you know?
I don't know.
No one knows.
Why would I know anything about this?
I don't even know.
I am gonna have to step away in a minute. I have to go pick up my travel voucher from my probation officer. They close at 3:30, so I actually have to like go before the stream's over, which sucks.
If we could, we'll call a different witness. Okay. We'll call.
Oh, good job.
So kick him over to me when you're done.
Kevin O'Hara, please.
Well, I'm gonna keep the stream running.
Oh, okay.
You're welcome to stay.
What are we doing?
I can actually, I can throw in my headphones and try and contribute as I go, but I can't be on camera or anything.
All right. Also, the questionable audio.
I tried to do it through my car audio the other day, and StreamYard does not like car audio at all. So it was like I was getting a lot of feedback. That was with you and Bronca.
Yeah. When you leave, I am going to tell your audience I'm leaving and they should join me. That's what I'm going to do. So
I mean, you can tell them that.
I'm gonna vulture your audience.
Everybody should go subscribe to Good Logic. Hey, I told him I'm going to be gone Thursday and Friday because I'm going to be at Hackamania in Las Vegas, and I said, the first channel that people should check out is yours for live streaming coverage of the case.
I'll see counsel in sidebar, please.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I will tell you that next week, I'm starting to cover the Diddy trial live in person. I'm going to be going down to the courthouse in New York.
Awesome.
So I'm going to be dropping videos on it and then covering in detail on my live stream at night. So I'm going to basically be the Diddy channel. That's what I think is happening. And the trial, right now they're in jury selection. The trial is supposed to commence on Monday. So,
yeah, that'll be awesome. I would love it if you'd pop in and give us some updates and stuff.
Sure.
So we'll keep in touch, obviously. How you been, man?
I know where you live.
It's been a couple days.
Everyone knows where you live.
Yeah, thanks, Court. It's court's fault, not mine.
Yeah. What did you think of Officer Red Solo Cup?
I thought that guy was great. I want him to investigate my crimes. Like I want him. I want the guy who says I don't have probable cause when I've got a dead body sitting on the lawn.
It was crazy, wasn't it? I was just like, what?
Again, I always hate. I don't always hate it. I feel weird bringing my own stuff into it, but in my case, probable cause is literally some guy online said I might have cocaine in my house. There was powder on my nose in a live stream, and they're like, that's probable cause to search your house.
But a dead guy on the lawn.
Dead guy on the lawn. They're like, you know what? We don't know if he went in the house or not. It's like, I know. You should go look.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's wild to think about.
I had all sorts of questions. Don't tell me for a second that if the owner of the house wasn't a cop, that they wouldn't at least interview every person in the house, you know?
Yeah,
at least maybe you can't get probable cause, but at least interview. Say, hey, who was here last night?
Just ask.
Give us a full list of everyone who was here last night.
You don't need a warrant. They could just.
All right,
He could
Mr.
have
Brennan,
just.
the next witness for the Commonwealth is who?
We're going to return to
Boss, can I look
Charles
around
Ray.
your house?
Okay.
You know, like there's a dead guy on the
Jurors,
lawn.
thank you for your patience.
Can we take a peek?
It's crazy.
Oh my gosh, my neck. Say I need a chiropractor, but those guys are CIA, all of them.
All right, Mr. Brennan, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Charles Ray. I'm a lieutenant with the Canton Police. Last name R-A-E.
How long have you worked for the Canton Police Department?
Approximately 25 years.
And when were you assigned lieutenant?
Approximately 10 years ago.
I want to go back to January 29th, 2022. Do you remember that morning?
Yes.
Were you working that morning?
Yes, I came in for the day shift.
When you first came in for the day shift, did you have any particular duties or responsibilities?
I would have been a patrol shift commander for the 7:45 a.m. to 3:45 p.m. Incoming shift.
Had you learned about an event that occurred at 34 Fairview Road?
I had.
Were you part of that response or group of officers that went to 34 Fairview Road?
No, I was not.
Your role that morning was unrelated to 34 Fairview Road?
Correct.
At some point, did you learn the name of the person who was at 34 Fairview Road that needed medical
Say
attention?
34 Fairview Road again. Say it
What was
again.
that person's name?
Mr. John O'Keefe.
Did you learn that Mr. O'Keefe was brought to the hospital?
I did.
At some point, were you advised of his status?
At some point later in the day, yes.
While you're at the station after learning about Mr. O'Keefe,
You are muted.
did you make a decision to do something?
I did.
Was it an order from somebody or did you make a decision on your own?
I can't recall whether it was an order from somebody. I don't think it was an order, but it probably might have been at the suggestion of the former chief of police. Either that or it just developed organically. But one way or the other, we decided that the right thing to do would be to do a well-being check of the home at 1 Meadows Ave, which is the decedent's residence.
Why were you doing a well-being
Because it's
check?
super
at Meadows
annoying.
Ave?
But I have to.
At that time, we
have to step
were under
away
the
for a
impression
bit.
that there may be two
Go get this
unattended young
document. I'll be
children
back.
at the home.
When you decided to go to Meadows Ave, did you use a police vehicle?
Yes.
Do you remember which vehicle it was?
It was Canton 682, which is the supervisor's vehicle.
When you decided to go to Meadows for a well-being check, did you ask anybody to come with you?
Yes, myself and Sergeant Lehan.
Do you remember the weather that morning?
Yes.
Could you describe it for us?
There was a well-forecasted snowstorm that had already began, and it was starting to pick up intensity at that point.
At this point, I had moved to admit the dash cam video from cruiser 682.
Okay,
No objection.
thank you.
Did you travel from the police station to Meadows?
Yes,
Do you remember about how long that took you?
a few minutes.
Who was driving?
Sergeant Lehan was driving.
And where were you seated?
I was in the passenger seat.
Do you remember arriving at Meadows?
Yes.
With the court's permission, I would show a portion of cruiser 682.
Okay.
Pathetic. Oh, look at that. Uh-huh. I'm gonna step away and open go back to my own feed because this way I can pause if I need to pause and stuff like that. So I didn't realize Nick was gonna have to step out. So I am gonna just open up my own feed now, and yeah, and I'll catch Nick probably tomorrow, next day. Those are your Nick's chat. Good to see you on speed.
Could you stop, please, Ms. Gilman? I note that the time is 8:23:10. Do you remember the time when you got there?
I didn't make note of it mentally at that time, but I've since learned that. Yes.
Is this video that you have just watched consistent with your memory that morning?
Yes.
The cruiser cam is showing two vehicles in the driveway. When you arrived that morning, did you know whose vehicles they were?
At that time, no.
At that time, did you pay any particular attention to either of those vehicles?
No.
If I could show Exhibit 10, please. So does that appear to be a still photo from the video we just watched?
Yes.
And could I have Exhibit 11, please? When you arrived for the wellness check that morning, were you working as an investigator in any way?
No, I was not.
Did you happen to pay any particular attention to the right side of the back of that car that morning?
No, I did not.
And is that photograph a close-up of the previous picture?
Yes.
Does it appear to be a still photo taken from the video on the cruiser that you were driving that morning or that you were in that morning?
Yes.
Okay, you can take that down, please. Thank you. After you arrived at Meadows, did you do anything?
When we arrived at Meadows, we walked up to one of the front doors and rang the doorbell, knocked on the door. Anywhere we could see through plain view, we were just trying to see if we could raise anybody, see if the children were at the house.
Did you find anybody?
We did not.
going to ask to show 159. It's a portion of an exhibit that's already been introduced.
Okay.
Thank you. At this time, I've moved
Hey.
to introduce former 19.
No objection, Your Honor. Okay.
So I'm able to listen and comment from time to time, but I can't read y'all's comments or anything like that. Behold the power of two fat me's. Yes, the audio is going to be considerably worse because I have, Bluetooth headphones.
Thank you. The first video the second to last video you just saw, is that you and your partner arriving?
Correct.
In the last video, who's in the doorway?
I was on the right side of the frame and Sergeant Lehan was on the left side of the frame.
How long did you spend at the residence for the wellness check?
A few minutes. I don't think more than 5 minutes.
Thank you. I have no further questions for the witness.
Right, any questions, Mr. Yanay?
Was he well when you checked on him?
You're all set. Thank you. Your next witness, Mr. Brennan.
My next witness would be Kevin O'Hara.
So I really didn't get the point of that. I mean, it's hard to think about it because they're spread out over several days, but I guess it was just to introduce the text conversations or that was a different guy.
Right ahead, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Cut rate Tony Robbins.
My name is Kevin O'Hara, O'Hara.
Where do you work?
I'm a lieutenant with the Massachusetts State Police.
How long have you worked for the Massachusetts State
Here a
Police?
list.
23 years.
When you began your career, what was your role with the Massachusetts State Police?
I was assigned as a trooper, a patrol trooper, working out of several barracks across the state.
Did you have to have any special education or training before you became an official Massachusetts State Police trooper?
Yes, I did. We went to a 6-month academy in New Braintree.
How long were you on patrol for?
I was on patrol for 17 years until I became a sergeant in 2018. So 16 years, became a sergeant, then a lieutenant.
In those 16 years, did you have any additional training after basic academy?
Yes, continued training throughout the years, additional training. Eventually, I wound up joining a search and rescue team, went to search and rescue training.
Tell us a little bit about search and rescue, what you did and what you do.
I'm the team commander for the State Police Special Emergency Response Team, which is known as CERT. I am also the search and rescue coordinator for the state of Massachusetts. As a team, we conduct monthly trainings, at least twice a month, where our team will come together and train. We've been to trainings all across the country to hit national training
Sounds
standards.
like every militia.
Do you have any particular roles when you look? Do you look for certain types of things?
So for CERT, we have 3 main mission types. We will do lost missing person searches, we will do evidence searches, and then we also do crowd control or security at large scale events such as the Boston Marathon, the July 4th celebration. We get assigned to Gillette Stadium for all the events down there as well.
You mentioned that you work, part of your work is looking for missing persons.
Yes, sir.
Did you receive any specialized training, have any special experience looking for missing persons?
But they found it. They didn't need this guy's help at all.
Yes, we get certifications through NASAR, which is a National Search and Rescue Organization, NUSAR, which is a New England-based search and rescue group. We will train several different types of trainings to, improve our search techniques, including man tracking, probability of detection, critical separation, which is how we'll line up as we're searching certain areas. We've also gone, as I stated before, to national trainings where we've now really used a lot of statistical-based searching in our searches. We'll use live tracking maps now, so we've really advanced the way we search for missing persons.
When you're searching for a missing person, is there a routine or does it depend case by case?
We'll start off with a set normal way we'll deploy. More than likely, we'll start with a canine, searching high probability of areas, trying to get people out as quick as possible. And then eventually it may turn into a line search or a grid search.
You said that you lead the CERT team?
That's correct, sir.
How many CERT teams are there with the Massachusetts State Police?
Just one.
How do you
Did you find a dead guy?
Or situations to get involved in? Is that at your request?
It's not at our request. We'll receive requests either internally through other members of our department or externally from outside agencies.
So can you take us through very basically how would a typical request come to you?
Most of the time I'll receive what I call a courtesy notification. I'll get a call from someone that I know on the department or a local police department asking, give me the particulars of the case and if we'd be available and what I think about our response. If we are available, if we're not already on another mission, we'll then start the approval request process, which I have to send up through my chain of command. I have to send that up through a captain, which then will go to a major who's in charge of the
What are they looking for?
operations. And then he may have the final say. It may even go higher to him to Lieutenant Colonel of Field Services. If the request is internal through another member of our department, it also has to go up their specific chain of command as well. Sometimes getting an external request sometimes goes faster because there's not that second chain of command, to go through.
In 2022, how many full-time members were on the CERT team?
At that time, we had 55 members, which were
JC Denton, I'm here.
one full-time
I'm here.
member, 55 total members on the team.
So the members on the CERT team, did they engage in other roles at the state police at the same time they're a member of the CERT team?
Yes, it's an additional duty. They have a primary assignment either at a barracks or some other assignment throughout the state.
If you decided on accepting a mission or you were assigned a mission, who determines how many people from the CERT team would attend?
That would be determined by myself and the captain from Special Operations.
You mentioned back in 2022, there was one full-time member and 55 part-time members of the CERT team.
です 55 total, correct, sir.
As we stand today, how many full-time members of the CERT team?
Currently, we're 69. We did have 71. We've had a few members leave the team recently.
Are those full-time or part-time members?
I'm sorry, that's full total members. We have currently 5 full-time members, so we increased our on both ends.
Are members of the CERT team who work for the Massachusetts State Police drawn from different geographical locations around the state?
That's correct. We try to split east-west the best we can geographically, just so we have as quick a response time as possible. We'll break it down further into the northeast part of the state, the southeast, central, west, but main breakdown for us is east-west, basically using 495 as our boundary.
If the CERT team's assigned a mission and there are members that have chosen to participate, how often would you go to that scene or involve yourself in that particular event?
When I was the only full-time member, probably 99% of the missions I would go to. Now we have a few other supervisors on the team. I have a full-time executive officer who's also a lieutenant, but my role hasn't changed too much, still 90 to 95% of the missions.
I want you to take us back to January 29, 2022. Were you contacted or was a request made for you to consider and accept the mission?
Yes, I received a call from Lieutenant Tully.
After receiving the call, what was your process?
Again, that was what I would classify as a courtesy notification to see if we were available, if he thought we could get a response on that date. I told him we would be able to respond. I asked him if he had started the approval, the request for approval up his chain of command, which he hadn't at that time. He stated he would start on that, and then I contacted my captain after getting off the phone with him to start the approval process through my chain of command.
Do you remember generally about what time this process began?
He called me at 2:32 p.m.
At some point, was the task or the mission assigned?
So I told Lieutenant Tully that, we had received a snow that day. I told him most of the members, including myself, may not have shoveled out their driveway. I told him at best case scenario would be an hour plus response time, depending on how long it would take people to shovel out their driveway. So at 2:53, I contacted one of the West team members, a sergeant from the West team, to have him send out an alert to our full team just to build an availability list to see who was available. So at 2:53, that got sent out to the entire team.
At some point, were you able to acquire or compile a team?
Yes, Sergeant Simpson was able to put that list together.
And what time did you start to begin your way towards Fairview Road?
At 3:48, we sent out an alert for the activation of our team, including notifying the team which members would actually be responding. I had just finished shoveling my driveway. By the time I changed into my uniform, got all my equipment together, I left my house at 4:13 p.m.
When you left your house, were you in an assigned cruiser or a personal vehicle?
Assigned cruiser, sir.
Is there tracking of assigned cruisers?
Yes, there is.
Could you share with us how that works?
So each cruiser has a automated vehicle locator or GPS system. It tracks everywhere you go, marking every time you stop.
And did the vehicle you were driving have that system?
Yes, it did, sir.
Before you left to head towards Fairview at 4:13 p.m., had you already defined what the mission was going to be?
Yes, I knew we'd be conducting an evidence search.
Did you have any idea of how you were going to do that?
Yes, I spoke to Lieutenant Tully just to get an idea of the area we'd be searching. I determined how many members we would need to respond to that search, which at that time I figured we would need 8 members to respond. Normally, as the team leader, I'll function more of an incident command role behind the team, documenting some of our efforts. So we dispatched 8 members to the scene. Unfortunately, due to the snow, one of my members was not able to respond. So we only had 7 members officially arrive on scene, including myself, which changed the dynamics a little bit of our search, but nothing major.
How did it change the dynamics of your search?
Well, like I stated, normally I would stay behind the line of searchers, documenting what they do, more of as a command role. But because we were 1 member short, I wound up participating in the search, more hands-on than maybe normal.
Did you ultimately actively participate in the search firsthand?
Yes, I did, sir.
Tell us about when you first arrive at 34 Fairview and you get out of your cruiser. What's the weather like at that point?
Still snowing.
What's the temperature like?
Very cold.
Visibility?
It was windy, but no real issues for us to see as we were working.
Was there a particular area you were looking at?
Yes, once I spoke to Lieutenant Tully, we wanted focusing on a specific area to search.
What time did you arrive at 34 Fairview?
4:56 p.m.
Did any of your team arrive before you?
Just prior to my arrival, one member arrived at 4:54 p.m.
And do you remember who that was?
It was Trooper Jason Bousselet.
Were there other members that arrived after you?
Yes, there were.
Did you wait until the entire team was there before you began?
No, we did not.
The other members that arrived, do you remember who they were?
Yes, I do, sir.
Do you happen to remember when they arrived?
Yes, I do, sir.
Could you share that with us?
Trooper Blake Bearden arrived at 5:21 p.m. Sergeant Charles Luis arrived at 5:24 p.m. Sergeant Michael O'Brien arrived at 5:24 p.m. Trooper Scott Viscardi arrived at 5:34 p.m. and Sergeant Anthony Carrier arrived at 5:41 p.m.
When you first arrived at Fairview and you looked at the scene, did you have any personal knowledge where any person had been in that area?
No, I did not.
Did you learn generally that a man was found in that area?
Yes, I did.
Did you have any photographs or precise location of exactly where that person had been found?
No, we did not.
Did you have a general area that you were directed to?
Yes, sir.
Any landmarks you can share with us in the general area where you were going to be focused on?
There was a flagpole in front of the residence. There was also a fire hydrant in front of the residence.
Who made the determination of the scope of the area that you would search?
I made the final markings of the distance we wanted to search, but we were guided by Lieutenant Tully's information he was able to provide for me.
How did you decide the depth and the broadness of the area you were going to search?
He informed me that there was a vehicle involved in the incident. He told me where that vehicle had been parked. So we wanted to make sure we started prior to where that vehicle was parked, which was almost adjacent to the front door of the house. If you were to look at the house we were at 34 Fairview Road, you don't see there was two front doors, a main front door and then a secondary front door at, closer to the garage, whether that's a mudroom or a den. So he'd say that the vehicle was parked almost directly across from the main front door, which again, looking at the house, that's on the left front door. So we marked off that as our starting location and we wanted to search down to the fire hydrant.
Were you looking randomly or was there any specific items you may have been looking for?
No, we were instructed that it was believed that the vehicle may have had a broken taillight. So we were looking for taillight pieces. We also were informed the victim in this incident was missing his shoe. So we're going to be looking for his sneaker as well.
What tools did you and your team bring to begin the search?
We brought shovels. We also brought push broom. I brought a couple of garden rakes. And we also were all equipped with headlamps, hiking lamps that you would wear.
Were the headlamps the only lighting you had for the search?
Once we began the search, we wound up turning a few of the cruisers around just to put some extra headlights on the scene.
Were the cruisers parked so they were facing the yard?
They were parked on the street, just covering the street, sir, not angled towards the yard at all.
I want to ask you some
You're
questions.
a dead cop. Why don't you bring out a light tower?
Some garden rakes and brooms?
Yes, sir.
What was the purpose of the brooms?
Just to help us sift through the snow very carefully. We wanted to be slow and methodical as we went through the area.
How about the shovels? Were you concerned that if you used the shovel, you could hit an item and break it?
Using police cruiser lights, come on, they have tools.
Layer by layer as we moved down throughout the snow.
When you use shovels, were you digging like you would dig vegetables in a garden?
No, sir.
Could you explain a little bit about the process before we get into the actual search of how you as a team would look through snow? Would you just pick it up and turn it over, or was there a process in place?
No, eventually we wound up.
Yeah, I pick up snow and turn it over all the time.
But it's a line search where we're all lined up. Again, talking about critical spacing. If we're searching for a particular item on a search, we may use a replica item to say, okay, how far can each member be away from each other? Because this was such a small search area, our members lined up almost shoulder to shoulder. Once we were on a line, we would slowly move forward, each member taking out snow, sifting, small layers, sifting it out at their own feet. with a right flank along the curb in front of the house. That snow would eventually get moved out to the street where I was standing. I was the left flank on our line. I would then re-go through that snow, make sure we didn't miss any items or by accident carry an item that we were looking for over towards the middle of the street. Once I was satisfied there wasn't anything there, I would take that snow and throw it across to the other side of the street.
I don't know why they went through all that. They just had a leaf blower.
Surroundings, including the street, the berm separating the street from the yard and the area you're going to look at?
Yes, I did, sir.
Did you see any evidence that there had been any plowing before you arrived?
Yes, the plow had come through the area.
Only on the women.
Not gone curb to curb, so we had a good 3 to 4 foot embankment coming off each curb. So at that embankment where the snow had come to, there was higher levels of snow before it dropped down to the normal snow depth that the rest of the area had received.
Could you describe a little more simply what you mean that the plow didn't go curb to curb?
So again, the plow had probably only done enough distance for maybe 2 vehicles to safely pass each other, not enough to go all the way to the curb on each side of the street. As we wound up parking, the responding members, as they wound up parking in the snow closer to the curb, and at the end of the night, several of the cruisers were stuck. We had to push them out.
When you looked at the snow that appeared to have been pushed by the plow, did that snow that had been displaced?
Sorry, the mic will improve when I get back home.
The separation between the street and the yard?
No, there was 3 to 4 feet between the edge from where the plow was to where the curbing in front of the house was located, sir.
The area where you searched or where you were pointed to where Mr. O'Keefe was in that general area, did it look like any snow from any plow had reached that area?
No, it did not.
When you began the searching, do you know what time it was that you actually began searching?
We moved my cruiser and Trooper Boussolet's cruiser at 5:20. We had started gridding off where we wanted to search, but at 5:20, that's when we moved our cruisers to put the headlights on. That's right, Trooper Bearden.
This is the state heading off the theory that he was hit by a plow or that he was covered by a plow.
All 5 of us were lined up shoveling. When the 2 other members arrived on scene, they just joined in on the line to help us move.
From when you first arrived at 4:56 p.m. to when you began the search at 5:20 p.m., did you see anybody enter the area that you were going to search other than you or a CERT team member?
No, they did not.
Were there other people in the area outside the scene of the grid that you were going to search other than you and members of your CERT team?
Lieutenant Tully arrived on scene.
Was there anybody with Lieutenant Tully?
At one point, he had several other people with him. Maybe, I believe, 5 throughout our search. Maybe 5 different people, including him, were on scene.
Were those people part of state police?
At least 1, maybe 2. Unfortunately, I don't recognize all 2,500 members on our department, but there were probably about 5 total people on scene, sir.
Was there somebody who was picking up
Flags.
any evidence that you may find and putting it in bags and preserving it?
After we found located evidence, it was documented on scene by the detectives.
So you yourself were not documenting?
No, and again, that's maybe a little change in the dynamics. You know, if I had been more of in an incident commander role, I probably would have documented time, location, again, more for our internal
Change in the dynamics, so it's not standard.
Hands of the detectives, but because I was actively searching, the detectives handled all documentation.
Did you see somebody from the state police putting evidence in bags after it was pointed out to you?
Yes, sir, they did.
When you began the search, what part of the street or yard did you begin with?
We started where
the grass.
We were informed the vehicle was parked, which again was by, almost directly across from the front door of the house. And we began working south towards Chapman Street.
During the process of the search, if somebody were to find a piece of evidence, what was the process? What would happen?
He would notify myself and Lieutenant Tully, and we would stop our operation until that was documented by the detectives on scene and collected.
Do you know what time the first piece of evidence was found?
I believe it was 5:45, sir.
Do you remember what the first piece or item that you or the CERT team found was?
It was a piece of taillight.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
So I'm showing you 2 photographs. You recognize what is in them. First one,
Yes, sir.
what is that?
It is a piece of clear lens from a taillight.
And the second photograph?
It's the same lens, just a little enhanced, closer.
A close-up?
Yes, sir.
I move to introduce these 2 photographs into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor. All right, so one is a close-up of the other.
It is.
So Madam Court Reporter will be the next plus A.
73 and 73A. Let's briefly see those photographs.
With the court's permission, could I show the exhibits?
Yeah.
We see exhibit number 129, please. Oh. Doesn't have them. All right, I'll move on at this point. And that was at 5:45?
Yes, sir.
At 5:50, do you know if another item was found?
I don't know the specific times. I know the first piece was 5:45, but again, I didn't handle the documentation and I have not seen the evidence log.
Okay. Inevitably, did you or your team find an item of clothing?
We found the sneaker. Yes, sir.
A sneaker?
Yes, sir.
Can you describe where the sneaker was found?
Sneaker was flush up against the curb and it was inverted upside down.
Was there anything in the sneaker?
There was snow on and inside the sneaker.
May I approach?
Yes.
Sir, I'm showing you 3 photographs. Do you recognize the first one?
Yes, sir. That's a photograph of the sneaker we recovered.
And where is it located in reference to the berm?
It's directly up against the curb.
Can you show, take a look at the second photograph, please? What do you see?
It's a close-up picture of the same sneaker we located.
And third photograph.
Again, just a close-up, different angle photo of the sneaker we located.
Thank you. Go ahead and remove these 3 photos into evidence, please.
No objection, Madam. Thank you. All right, Madam Court Reporter 74A.
Seventy-four, 74A, and 74B, so mark.
Thank you.
All right, I just got my thing. I'll be back in like 10 minutes. I'll still be here.
With the court's permission, could I show these photographs?
Yes.
Could we get a more of a close-up, Ms. Gillen? Sir, can you describe what you're seeing here?
That's the sneaker we located up against the curb. You can see the snow in the background, and that's the flagpole in front of the house. You can see it's still snowing at this time.
Could we see 121, please? And sir, can
Johnny
describe
Dice, he
again-
should be wearing sandals.
Just a close-up photo of the sneaker we located up against the curb.
Is that curb the black area to the right?
Correct, sir.
How high is that curb?
I'm not sure, sir. Several inches.
122, please. You described a photograph with a sneaker with snow in it. Is that photograph?
Yes.
Whoever said they like Georgie, no has been killed. Like, well, you're not doing it right.
That night, do you recall if there was any other pieces of taillight recovered?
I believe in total we located maybe 6 or 7 pieces of taillight.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
So did they bring this guy on to prove that even they are bad at investigating?
Sir, I'm handing you 3 photographs.
Thank you.
You recognize the first photograph?
Yes, I do, sir.
And what's in that photograph?
It's a piece of red taillight that we located.
Could you look at the second photograph, please?
Yes, sir.
What do you see there?
It's the same piece of
More
taillight that we
taillight.
recovered. Just a close-up version. You can see the molding of an overturned shovel. That piece of taillight actually came up as one of our team members was shoveling. When he overturned his shovel, the piece of taillight was there, and you can see the actual molding from his shovel.
And the third photograph?
That is another piece
Oh,
of
so a
taillight that we
shovel hit the
located.
taillight while they were digging for it?
Yes, sir.
Let's stick with photographs 1 and 2. Photographs 1 and 2 is close-up and a further view of a piece of taillight. Are those fair and accurate depictions? Does that piece appear that night?
Yes, they are, sir.
All right, we'll introduce 2 photographs of evidence.
Thank you. One's a close-up.
Yeah, Your Honor.
75A.
Yeah, my mic is Bluetooth headphones right now. Don't worry, good mic will be back in just a few minutes.
So when these items were found, did you examine or study the depth of those items when they were found?
I did not, sir. Gave them a glance when our team members told us we found something. And then Lieutenant Tully took over documentation. I returned to my place, on our line.
Do you know if any of the items were touching the ground or were they on snow?
A couple of the pieces were found at ground level, touching the asphalt.
I'm in my big stupid van. If I was in my Mustang, it would sound way different.
And you said there was another item found that we just talked about? A separate piece of taillight?
Yes, that photo you showed me was a separate piece of the taillight we located, sir.
May I approach?
Yes.
Showing you 2 photographs, could you look at the first photograph?
Yes, sir.
What do you see?
A piece of taillight at ground level.
And if you could look at the second photograph?
At ground level, like on the ground.
Enhanced view of that same piece of taillight.
So it's just a different view of the same piece of taillight?
Correct, sir.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction as that piece of taillight appeared that night?
Yes, it is, sir.
I would move these 2 into evidence, 1 photograph and a second is a closer up view. No objection.
Okay.
I'm gonna need help on how these pieces of taillight cause the wounds. That's all, but maybe they can do it.
While you were conducting the search, Did anybody but your team, Trooper Tully, the person who was documenting the evidence, did you see any other people who were not law enforcement in the area?
At some point during our search, the media arrived on scene, began filming us or taking photos.
Was there anybody from your department or a different department that was managing the crowd?
No, there were members with Lieutenant Tully that I believe were not state police members, but I wouldn't know how to characterize what their job description was, sir.
At any time, did anybody enter that area or scene, the grid that you and your members were working on, other than your group and Trooper Tully and people with him?
No, correct. Once we marked off our area, no one came forward of our line. That whole search area was fresh, undisturbed snow as we moved through the area, and no one moved past our line. Even when Lieutenant Tully and the member who works in his unit came to collect the evidence, they didn't move past the point we'd searched up to at that time.
Why were you so careful about anybody coming onto your grid?
We don't want to disturb our scene, but we also don't want to move forward unless we're all moving together, acting in unison.
Given you had brushes and rakes and shovels, did you get through every piece of that area?
We didn't go all the way to where I had marked off originally, because after we'd found everything that was collected, we had gone approximately 8 to 10 feet without finding any other evidence. Lieutenant Tully and I had a discussion. I think we determined we'd found everything we were going to find that evening, and we decided to suspend the search.
Was it a search that?
Is there any other powered garden tools?
Street of that area?
Our focus was on the street. We really didn't touch the front yard at all. We started to go over the curb at one point to see if we could search the grass area, but we could not properly, definitively say we were searching it well. As we started to move the snow, we couldn't really differentiate down to the grass level.
How hard was the ground?
It was cold, frozen.
The ground was frozen?
Sir.
And so not being.
But you didn't check the grass. You checked the street.
Was there a plan at that point? Did you just end your mission?
So when we suspended our search, we'll always do a full team debrief, and we'll debrief with the person who requested our search. So, and at the end of our search, we'll come up with what we call our probability of detection. We'll give a baseline determination of what I think our percentage-wise, whether we would have found what we were looking for. We'll provide that. I did provide that to Lieutenant Tully. Told him there was a good chance we did not locate everything that evening, and we offered to return at a later date or time at his request.
When you were looking generally for pieces of taillight in the sneaker, did you
return?
Did you have any idea how much taillight would be in that area?
I did not know, sir.
Was there any way for you to, at that point, identify exactly what you were looking for?
No, we didn't have a photo of the taillight. I was never shown anything, so I wasn't sure how much we were actually looking for.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'll withdraw that. What time did you end the search?
Approximately 6:15, I believe. I was the last one to leave, which was 6:23 p.m. when I left.
And so how long was the entire search?
It was about 55 minutes. We started again around 5:20, ending around 6:15, sir.
Do you know if any other colleagues or members went back at a later date?
I've been informed that they did, yes, but not from my team, but other members of our department.
I'll allow it, just move on.
Did your team go back?
We did not, sir, no.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Good afternoon, Lieutenant.
Good afternoon, sir.
When you first arrived at the scene, was there crime scene tape up?
No, there was not, sir.
Was there any barricade up at all?
No, there was not.
Was there any evidence that the crime scene was being secured at that time?
There was no police presence on scene, sir.
Okay. So that when you arrived, the scene had been left unsecured. Do you know how long it had been left unsecured?
I do not, sir.
So before you arrived, at least, and before your presence was known, for some time before you got there, that scene could have been accessed by anyone, to your knowledge.
Well, I think the weather played a good help in us with the scene security, because with that being fresh, undisturbed snow, and with the man tracking we do, we would be able to determine if anyone had access to that area.
Of course, of course. But you don't have any personal knowledge of anybody actually securing that scene for onlookers, bypassers, anybody that wanted access to it, they could have had it?
Not that I'm aware of, sir.
Okay. You indicated that Lieutenant Tully first contacted you but exactly at 2:32 p.m., correct?
That is correct, sir.
At that time, your team was not stood up. In other words, you were not activated, because that was an initial call by Lieutenant Tully, not an activation call, correct?
Correct. That's a courtesy notification, sir.
And at that time, Lieutenant Tully had not received the proper protocol, the proper approvals through the protocol to actually have your team activate and have your team dispatched.
Yes, I think he'll normally, when we get activated, before they start the process going through their chain of command, they'll call me just to see if we're available and if we could actually respond, instead of wasting other people's time calling us. If I were to say, no, we are already assigned on another mission at this time.
Right. So around 2:53, you indicated that one of your subordinates, Sergeant Simpson, notified the rest of the team that get ready, but we have not been given the green light, correct?
Correct, sir. Building an availability list of who could respond.
Okay. That was just a kind of a precursor, if you will, for lack of a better phrase, to make sure that you had the available personnel, so when the green light, or if the green light came, you could activate.
Correct, and to help start giving people the heads up to start shoveling their driveway. Like I said, as soon as I received that call from Lieutenant Tully, I hadn't shoveled my driveway yet.
Okay.
I went out and had to go clear my driveway and my cruiser. And the end of my driveway, we usually get plowed in by our plows. We had several feet of snow at the end of my driveway, sir.
Lucky you.
Yes.
All right. Did Lieutenant Tully inform you in that first phone call that colleagues of his, Massachusetts State Police colleagues of his, were already en route to Dighton to retrieve or seize the SUV?
He did not say that, sir.
Did Lieutenant Tully inform you that Massachusetts State Police had actually contacted the Dighton Police Department for their assistance in potentially seizing that SUV?
He did not tell me that, sir.
Did he indicate to you, you indicated that your conversation was at 12:32. Did he indicate that he had just gotten off the phone with Dighton PD at 12:31, just a minute prior?
Our phone call was at 2:32, sir.
I'm sorry.
I don't know if that can,
Did I say 12:32?
that's a different time you're looking to.
2:32, and he had just gotten off the phone with Dighton PD at 2:31. Did he indicate anything like that?
No, we did not, sir.
Okay. So we do know that at that 2:30-ish hour, you were not authorized to respond to the unit, to the location at that point. None of your units were en route at that point.
No, neither one of us had requested approval through our chain of command at that time, sir.
And you've already told us that you didn't head out until just after 4, sometime after 4 p.m.?
Yes, my GPS data has me leaving my driveway at 4:13 p.m.
Got it.
I'm back. Sorry about that. Yay, I can leave the state to a very specific place.
We're at 34 Fairview.
Joe left right away, that coward.
No, sir.
I'm sorry. I mistook that. Tell me who did arrive first.
Trooper Busalil arrived at 4:54, and I pulled in just after him at 4:56, sir.
My mistake. When you first arrived, you were awaiting others of your team to arrive as well in their personal vehicles or their marked vehicles, correct?
They were still en route at that time, yes, sir.
When you got there, you did not know at that point where you were going to be directed to search, correct?
I did not know, sir.
All you knew was a residence and an address, correct?
Correct.
As your team members arrived, were they arriving in personal vehicles, cruisers or some combination thereof?
They were all arriving in state-issued cruisers.
Okay, so all 7 of you arrived, there were 7 total, correct?
Correct. We, again, initially started 8. One member was not able to get off the end of their street due to plowing, so we were 1 member short from the original dispatch.
Understood. Lieutenant, when you arrived, given the fact that you did not know where you'd be searching, you've actually indicated previously that the flagpole, the fire hydrant, et cetera, that part of the lawn, that part of the yard was behind you as the cruisers pulled up and you parked your cruisers waiting for everybody to get there, correct?
When I arrived, I parked almost at the end of the driveway of that residence, sir.
Okay, was your tail facing the flagpole or was your nose facing the flagpole?
Tail was facing the flagpole.
So
sir.
you pulled up to the driveway, I'm guessing from Chapman?
Yes.
Heading north?
Correct, sir. Yes, from Chapman.
Okay, so you pulled over to the edge of the driveway, sort of on the wrong side of the street, I'm guessing.
Same side as 34 Fairview, sir.
Understood. So the area and the grid area that you ultimately decided to search and ultimately were directed to search, that was all behind you.
Yes, it was, sir.
And it was dark out, obviously.
Yes, it was.
Hey, whoa!
Getting
Thanks
dark.
for all the likes, guys.
No, it was dark. It was winter, so it was dark at
Okay.
5 o'clock.
Your focus was certainly not on the area behind you at that point, correct?
While
As
we
a
were
matter of fact, your
driving, sir?
focus wasn't really anywhere, was it? Because you
No.
didn't know where you were going to search.
Correct, sir.
Okay. Ultimately, your team members began to arrive one by one, and each one of them would stay in their car, or would they get out and come coordinate with you, like at your cruiser?
No, as they arrived on scene, they would come out because Lieutenant Tully had already arrived on scene. He was technically the 3rd member of the state police on scene.
Okay.
So once he got on scene, I was already out talking to him, and I was
Okay.
marking off the area we were going to search.
Understood. He ultimately, at some point, did direct you to a location behind you, which you were not currently focused on, toward the flagpole, the fire hydrant, you said.
Yeah, I wasn't focused on any area at that time, sir, no.
You marked those the areas out that Lieutenant Tully directed you to with some sort of grid coordinates,
Talk it
or was
out.
it just sort of a mental grid?
No, I wound up marking, stepping it off in the area I wanted to search, sir.
Did you use any string or rope or anything like that to physically grid the area off?
No, I just
No.
marked a line in the snow, sir, where I wanted to
Understood.
start and where we wanted to end.
And you did that with
Snow
footprints?
melts.
No, with the shovel, I made a mark where we wanted to start and end,
I
sir.
see. So sort of dragging a shovel in the line,
Oh,
in the
just
snow.
where the berm was, sir. I knocked the berm down, made an obvious impression of where the shovel was
Okay,
at the starting location where ideally I wanted to end.
perfect. You indicated that the area that you were searching was relatively undisturbed snow. You said that in direct examination, correct?
It was undisturbed, yes, sir.
But the street, everything from the berm in, the street had been plowed, correct?
To a point, yes, sir.
All right, and so that would be disturbed snow.
Yeah, to a point, yes, sir.
And what was the point?
To where the snow that got plowed in it all rose up just like the end of your driveway would. There was a good 3 to 4 foot high barrier on each side of the street. Once you were able to knock down that initial barrier of snow, the level of snow dropped down to the normal depths that you would have seen in anyone's front lawn at that time, sir.
And is that what you're calling the undisturbed portion of the snow?
Correct, sir.
Okay. Lieutenant Tully told you that you were going to be looking for a man's shoe, a sneaker of some sort, or a shoe of some sort, correct?
He said sneaker, yes, sir.
And he told you that you'd be searching for plastic, red plastic potentially from a taillight. Is that right?
I said taillight pieces, yes, sir.
Did he indicate that some of them would be red, some might be clear, might be a combination of the two?
He didn't indicate a color either way, sir.
He did direct you to where he believed you should search. It was his direction that sort of gave you your grid coordinates, correct?
I don't know.
He indicated where the vehicle had been parked and where the victim's body had been located and suggested that was the primary area to search.
Did he tell you whether or not he knew from personal knowledge where where John O'Keefe's body had been?
He did not, sir, no.
Did he tell you whether he had personal knowledge where any taillight material might be?
He did not know, sir.
Did he tell you that he had any personal knowledge where an impact site might have been?
He did not know.
Did he tell you that he had personal knowledge that there had been an impact site at the location?
No, he just said he believed the incident involved the vehicle.
Okay. One of your goals when looking at the search location was to obviously remove the snow as methodically as you could, correct?
Is it
Yes, sir.
obvious?
You
They're
wanted to
not good at
only
anything.
remove layers of snow, but then ultimately expose the layer beneath it with as little disturbance as possible. Is that right?
Correct, sir.
I think you noted that the plow had not plowed all the way to the curb, so the snowbank was sort of in the street, not in the yard, or at least a few inches from the curb line and not in the yard, correct?
Correct, sir. As I stated, as some of the responding members parked, they were thinking they were parking in a safe spot in the street, and their cruisers wound up being stuck at the end of the night.
And you and your team had some experience
All these streams, you get so many cans of soda or whatever you're drinking.
doing searches
Ridiculous.
in snowy conditions, being from Massachusetts, I'm guessing.
Missing person searches, we've never been out for an evidence search in this specific type of conditions, but we have done missing person searches.
So this was the first time you and
It's
your
not
team
the
had
same
executed a
thing.
search of this nature in these kinds of conditions for these kinds of items.
In blizzard conditions, yes, for an evidence search, yes.
But you did indicate on direct examination that although it was blizzard conditions and the winds were high, and we've learned that windy conditions sort of define a blizzard in some respects, the visibility was relatively good.
Yeah, with our headlamps, we had pretty decent visibility.
I want to ask you a couple of questions about the techniques for conducting a search like this in some sort of snowfall. Obviously, as a specialist in searches, one of the things that you put as the highest priority is documenting exactly where the search is conducted, what techniques are used to conduct the search, and what, if anything, is found and exactly where it's found, correct?
Yes, documentation of your search is important, yes, sir.
You'd also want to document the time that things are found, correct?
Yes, you want those documented.
And
Yes.
you want to document
Yes,
the relative
documentation.
locations between and among items that are found. How close are they to each other? How close are they or far are they from a stable landmark, a static landmark, correct?
So we will mark items, sir.
Okay.
Measuring in between distances, they do get stamped when we mark our items. Measuring them would be at the discretion of the investigators themselves.
And obviously that would be among the best practices to clearly document how a search is conducted, correct?
Correct, sir.
Another way to document the evidence or the search is to do it through either video evidence or photographic techniques, right? Just photographing, forensic photographs of where things are found, contextual photographs moving into close-up photographs, correct?
That would be at the discretion of the detective, sir.
And in this case, that discretion lay with Lieutenant Tully, correct?
Yeah, he was the incident commander, correct, sir.
You indicated a number of hand tools that you brought with you to the search to make sure that you had the tools necessary to get through the snow and get to the items that if there were any items out there, to get to the items you were looking for. Is that right?
Correct, sir.
And you did in fact remove layer by layer of snow and sort of sift through it as best you could, correct?
Yes, sir.
That also included some shovels where a shovel full of snow might be gathered and then turned over, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. That was done somewhat methodically, is that right?
Yes, it was, sir.
And you
I
wanted
mean,
to
do
make
you know
sure
how
that
to
you
do
weren't
anything
missing
methodically?
anything as you were digging through the top layers of snow and getting down to something closer to the surface, correct?
Correct, sir.
And at that time, what was the level of snow, if you can estimate it? How much snowfall?
I believe the area, not living that far from that location myself, was anywhere from 15 to 18 up to maybe 20 inches in certain towns.
And again, this is after 5:45, 5:48 in the evening of January 29th.
When the first item was discovered, it was 5:45.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Oh my goodness. It's warm outside and I'm
Obviously,
allergic to that.
A search of this complexity and with this many individuals and with those conditions required some level of significant coordination by you and your team, correct?
Yes, sir.
You had to account for all the personnel who were there. Is that right?
Correct, sir.
That included I'm going to go through a quick list. Bearden, Beausoleil, Carrier, Luis, O'Brien, O'Hara, you, and Biscardi. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
So there were 7 individuals as well, Lieutenant, as 7 vehicles to account for, to make sure you're not driving over the wrong areas, walking over the wrong areas, standing over the wrong areas, correct?
Correct, sir.
And not only
Build up
did you
your
have to
immune
account
system.
for those
You have a
7
literal
officers,
allergy.
each of whom arrived in their own vehicles, you also had to make sure that those vehicles were positioned in the right spot to make sure you don't drive over the area that you need to search and might be impacted by your cars, correct?
Yes, sir. After Lieutenant Tully arrived on scene, the remaining cruisers never came past the initial location of where we believe the incident occurred.
Before he came on scene, the cruisers that were there were down toward the driveway, closer to where you were, and you, of course, were positioned with your back to the location that ultimately was searched, correct?
Yes, sir. That was 2 of the 7 cruisers, yes.
Okay.
I got rid of the ticker. Sorry.
Once you learned
here in work
where you wanted to search, you literally had to sort of turn around, physically turn things around to begin searching behind where you had originally positioned yourself. No fault of your own, you just didn't know where to go. You had to sort of turn around and go backward toward the area of the flagpole, away from the area of the driveway, correct?
Yes, sir.
And so as you began to focus on the other side of the house, the other side of the driveway, you had to actually reposition a couple of the cruisers. You didn't have to, but you chose to reposition a couple of the cruisers to turn their lights back around, correct?
That is correct.
At some point, you've indicated that there were other individuals who you noticed were at the scene. Is that right?
Yes, there were non-CERT members on scene, sir.
Okay. And those non-CERT members included, or they numbered at least 5 individuals, not including Lieutenant Tully. Is that right?
I believe that includes Lieutenant Tully, sir. I
The
believe it was
5
5 total.
Okay, so 5 does include Lieutenant Tully. There were 4 others that were non-CERT members, correct?
Correct, sir.
And those were members, I think you've earlier testified that those were members of either Massachusetts State Police or Canton Police or both. Is that right?
I believe it was both, yes, sir.
And you did not recognize those individuals?
I recognized one of the state police members. I believe a second one was also a state police member that I'm not familiar with.
Okay.
And then 2 other members that I believe were Canton Police, but again, not familiar with them.
And these individuals were obviously, it's dark. You're not paying attention to them. You're not paying attention to what they're doing. They probably have hats and hoods and gloves on, I'm guessing.
Well, they didn't arrive on scene right away, so we were already well into our search before they even arrived on scene. The only one who was on scene originally was Lieutenant Tully.
How do you know exactly what time they arrived on scene?
They weren't in the area we were searching, so they came on scene after we were already on our line searching, sir.
So they may have been in the area, but you didn't see them until your line search had already begun and you made note of them, correct?
Correct. I don't know when the exact time they arrived on scene, sir, but they weren't on scene when we started our search.
Or they weren't in your vision when they started their search?
No, they were on scene, sir.
Okay. But you don't know, as you sit here, you can't say what time they showed up.
I do not know, sir.
And did they come at your direction?
They did not.
Did they come at the direction of any of your staff members, any of your colleagues?
No, we did not request them, sir.
Okay. So they were there for some reason other than why you were there.
That's correct, sir.
If I may have just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
These individuals, you noted they were either from, I think you said 2 from Massachusetts State Police and 2 from Canton Police, correct?
Yeah, including Lieutenant Tully, would probably be three MSP and 2 Canton Police, sir.
Okay.
It's hard to figure out like how these,
Who was working
no one
very
found
closely
these
with
lights
you.
before these guys.
The other 4 individuals, they were in full uniform or they were plain clothes?
Plain clothes, sir.
And your focus, once you began your search, once you stood up the team, turned your cars around and realized exactly the grid where you were going to search, that's what your focus was on, correct?
Yeah, I was focused on our search area, correct, sir.
And when you're searching a line, for instance, if it's a line that extends to your right or to your left, the search that you're conducting is literally right directly in front of you, correct?
Well, you're always looking left or right because you're staying online with your teammates, so you always have a full view of the scene you're searching, sir.
Understood.
Hot
I'm not
ass
saying
fucking
that you
salsa.
look down and never look up again. But I'm saying that your focus, the main focus of your search, is directly in front of you. That's why you do a line search. So you can take small steps, search in front of you, move forward, search in front of you as a line, as almost an entity, single entity moving forward, correct?
That is best practice, yes, sir.
That's how you make sure you don't miss an overturned leaf that you need to overturn, that there might be a knife under or a gun under or something like that. Or
Might be a knife. There's a bomb under this
Correct, sir.
leaf.
Or a tail light, right?
Correct, sir.
All right, so as your focus is, your world sort of collapses a little bit. Your focus is in front of you. You're obviously working with your team members left and right. You're moving forward very, very gently, very methodically, very technically as you move forward.
So this is the attorney teaching the jury how investigations work,
So you're not necessarily paying attention
how
to what's
parts of the
happening
investigation work.
behind you, off in the distance, in the
'Cause
dark.
it's not actually
to
common
your
knowledge.
Left far, to your right far. That's not what your focus is on, at least at that moment, correct?
No, sir. Our focus is forward as we're moving forward into our search area.
Thank you. In addition to the 5 individuals, Lieutenant Tully included, and the other 4, there was also another person that made contact with you.
So why are they searching for evidence in this way at
Yes,
this
when we first
time?
arrived on
They've
scene,
never done it
someone had
before.
exited the residence onto the front steps, front porch area, possibly of that mudroom.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Of that mudroom, so that right door, the exit, the door closest to the garage, sir.
Can you describe that person for us?
It was an adult male wearing a hooded sweatshirt.
Did that person approach you or one of your team members?
No, he never left the front door area.
Did he say anything to you or one of the team members?
He asked if we were here for what happened earlier. We replied yes, and he turned and went back inside the residence.
And as you sit here, you don't know who that person is.
I do not, sir, no.
But he's a male, I'm guessing middle-aged.
It was not a child, sir. It was definitely an adult male, sir.
Adult male wearing a hooded sweatshirt.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Is that what you said last time you were on the stand?
You testified that you recovered. Having a hard time speaking. It's been a long day. I apologize. Let's try that again. You testified that you recovered a piece of plastic first before you recovered the shoe, or do I have that backwards?
No, there was one piece of taillight located before the shoe, sir.
Understood.
Whoa,
You've also
we have
indicated
4,000
that
likes.
of the, I think you said
What
6
the
or
hell?
7 total pieces of plastic that were found, that all of those pieces of plastic and the shoe were found basically right next to each other, correct?
I don't know the exact distances, but they weren't too far apart. Some several inches to others, maybe a foot or two. I don't know the exact distances, sir.
Without
That's weird. So, I mean,
assigning an
someone must be
exact
buying
measurement
shit.
down to the millimeter, Lieutenant, you've earlier indicated that
Stop.
all of the pieces
Stop
and the
buying
shoe,
stuff. That's dumb.
relative to each other, it's just relative to each other, were found within a foot or so of each other, correct?
Eyeball, again, as the distance I just said, sir, from inches to maybe a couple of feet. I know they all are geomarked with exact coordinates that, could be measured out at a later time, which again would have been at the purview of the detectives, but we did not measure them. Again, all eyeball that night.
Understood. When I say, and it may have been a bad question on my part, Lieutenant, and if it was, I apologize. When I say a foot, within a foot of each other, I don't mean a foot apart. All of them you've earlier testified would be inside of a foot total, correct? Or
I don't
maybe
think
2
they-
feet now?
I don't think they'd be quite that close, sir. I think they were maybe in between each item, sir.
How do you
Close
know?
to it.
I have just a moment, Your Honor. Okay. I know this isn't necessarily a memorization contest about your prior testimony, but do you remember
Yes, it
testifying
is.
about this specific issue?
Oh my
Here I go
God,
again.
I'm sorry.
Can't speak. This specific issue about a
Do
year
this
ago,
later.
back in 2022 at a grand jury.
Yes, I did, sir.
Okay. Do you remember exactly how you described where everything was with relative, May 5th, is that a fact at the grand jury?
Okay.
Relative to each other, do you remember how you testified exactly?
I believe I said within a few inches or a foot away. Yes, sir.
Excellent. You've rattled off times and dates like I've never seen before. So
What was that face?
exactly what you said. So within a few inches of each other, maybe a foot is what you said, correct?
That's what I said. Yes, sir.
Okay. So if it's maybe within a foot, this is 11 and a half by
Like being
8.5
get along
piece
with
of paper,
someone and have good
maybe
rapport with
an
them.
area a little larger than this, correct?
Actually
Correct.
elicit
Okay.
very damaging testimony.
As you found items of evidence, did you alert Lieutenant Tully to that specific piece of evidence?
Yes. So I was not one of the members who found any of the evidence, but as my team members located something, we would halt the line. Lieutenant Tully was a short distance behind our line. We would get his attention. We would cease our operations until he informed us that he felt it was properly documented.
And ultimately, Lieutenant Tully was the person responsible for documenting that item. Is that right?
That is, sir. We fall under the incident command structure. He technically took the lead as the incident commander that night, sir.
And he did that through photography?
Yes, sir.
So you saw him taking pictures of the items in their place once they were found, correct?
Yeah, I believe he was the one taking photographs, sir.
And by definition, Lieutenant, as
Man,
a
I
search like this
hate
is being
heat allergies.
conducted, unfortunately, moving snow means possibly moving the items themselves, correct?
Potentially, yes, sir.
They might end up in a shovel full of snow, you turn it upside down. That's not where the piece of evidence was to begin with, correct?
Correct. It's been moved at that point.
But in this case, nearly all of the pieces that you did find, including the shoe, were nearly next to each other, meaning within inches of one another, correct?
I don't know the exact distance again, sir, ballpark eye distance, but again, that is why we provided the GPS coordinates of each location, because we did stamp those with a handheld GPS as we found items of evidence. And all those locations were turned over with our report to be measured at the desire of the detective, sir.
Certainly, using that very impressive memory of yours, your memory back in May of 2022, May 5th of 2022, was that they were within inches of each other.
I believe that's what I stated, yes, sir.
Okay. Ultimately, you indicated that the search, after about 6 or 7 pieces were found, as well as the shoe, the search was suspended just after 6 o'clock, correct?
Approximately 6:15-ish, sir, we stopped. We'd gone, like I stated earlier, we'd gone approximately 8 to 10 feet further south on the road without recovering any other pieces of taillight. We knew we had already located the sneaker, so we decided to suspend the search at that time until possibly a future date.
And you were never called back out to the scene by Lieutenant Tully or anybody else, correct?
No, we were not, sir.
And did you become aware that over the next days and several weeks, there would be 40 more pieces of taillight claimed to be recovered at the scene? Did you become aware of that or no?
I was aware other pieces were located. I did not know that was the number, and I don't know exactly when I became aware of that. It was probably much later on, possibly at this location when I learned that information, sir.
And you don't know, as you sit here, you don't know whom it was that recovered those additional pieces, correct?
No, I've never seen the evidence log, sir.
And you don't know when those.
When?
I do not know.
Because those pieces don't make any sense. They still don't make sense. If there's an impact from the car, these pieces of glass or plastic, it's a polymer,
When Lieutenant Tully
polycarbonate
and you had
or
a conversation
something, whatever it is.
about shutting down the
They
scene.
still don't make sense because they don't
Was
cause the
Lieutenant Tully's
wounds.
comment to you after
things
those
don't explode
first
out.
few pieces were found that he was, quote, very satisfied that you had recovered everything that you were going to recover from that night, from that search?
Objection. Sustained.
Mr. Brennan asked you about the conversation that you had with Lieutenant Tully to shut the scene down, to clear the scene, correct?
Yes, so we conducted a debrief and I gave him again, as I mentioned earlier, we provide a probability of detection. I tell them what the chances are. I think we found our items we were looking for, and we determined to suspend the search.
Do you remember testifying last year that Lieutenant Tully indicated that he was very satisfied with what was found?
I don't know if he used the word very satisfied, but he was satisfied that evening that we had found everything we were going to find that night, sir.
We have just a moment, Your Honor.
Okay.
Do you remember exactly what you indicated Lieutenant Tully's words were as you sit here?
I believe, yes, he was satisfied with the search. I just don't know if he used the word very satisfied or not, sir.
Would it refresh your recollection to take a look at your transcript?
I'm sure it will, sir.
It's the one thing you didn't remember. Man.
Why does he hate sideburns?
Highlighted portion, Lieutenant.
Thank you, sir.
The one thing you don't remember. You remember if it was 12 or 18 inches, but you don't
Just
remember
going on
this.
the date. Is this from last year, or would this be from the grand jury, sir?
June of last year.
Okay. Yes, sir. So it does state here that I stated he was very satisfied with the search.
Does that refresh your recollection that was the words that he used, or at least you remember him using at that time?
Yeah, I believe, to the best of my recollection, sir.
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Justin Harris, I'm not mocking frustration. These witnesses suck. They're evasive. They don't help the state's case. They look like they're hiding something, like maybe the framing of Karen Reed. The state shouldn't have ever brought this case. Not with this set of evidence. They just shouldn't have. Ah. But wait, it gets worse for the Commonwealth. I'm not surprised at all. Attorney Jackson has a method, like he likes to end with the hammer blows, setting up a circus tent. Cling,
Lieutenant, there
cling,
was
cling,
one other
cling.
thing that I wanted to ask you about, which is you had indicated to Lieutenant Tully at some point close to 6 p.m. or so, it would be helpful if you and your team had a photograph of what it was you were looking for, correct?
Yeah, I believe after we found the first piece or two, I asked him if he had a photograph that we could look at just to see how large of an area.
Look at that.
So that
What happened to his voice?
Fine. So that would just timing wise, if you found the first piece at 5:45, first piece or two, maybe 2 or 3 or 4 minutes later after that, maybe 5 minutes later. So let's place it at 5:50, close to 6, something like that.
Yeah, probably between 5:45 and 5:50 possibly, sir.
And you said to him at the time, it'd be helpful if we had a photograph of what it is we're looking for, correct?
Yeah, I said that would help, yes, sir.
And Lieutenant Tully told you that the vehicle did not have a photograph because it was still en route from Dayton being transported to Canada, right?
He did say he did not have a photograph and it was being towed back.
Okay. Thank you, Lieutenant.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you.
Sir, you mentioned that there were about 5 people not on your CERT team at some point arriving at Fairview Road or the area of it.
Yes, that's correct, sir.
3 of them were Mass State Police. You mentioned Tully and 2 of his colleagues.
Correct, sir.
Did you see anybody taking photographs of the items that you found?
Yes, Lieutenant Tully was taking photographs while we were there, sir.
And did you see somebody putting the items in bags?
Yes, they did, sir.
Was that one of the 2 people that were with Lieutenant Tully?
Yes, correct, sir.
And you mentioned there were 2 Canton police officers. Were they part of the search?
They were not, sir. No,
Were they on the grid?
they were not, sir.
Did you ever see them in the area on the grid?
I did not. No, sir.
They were there. Were they involved?
No
in
one
any way in the
planted any
crowd?
evidence. No one did
They
that.
weren't the only people that ever came on scene other than us, and those local officers were at some point. The media did arrive on scene.
When you say on scene, is on scene different than on the grid?
Correct. Just in the general vicinity, sir.
Did you know what the Canton police officers were
You didn't
doing?
actually make a grid, did you?
I do not know, sir.
Did you ever see either of them ever come on your grid?
They did not know, sir.
Did you ever see anybody place or toss or throw anything onto your grid?
Hello.
Did you ever see anybody place or toss or throw anything onto your grid?
I did not know, sir.
Did you ever see anybody intrude on the grid and leave an item?
Choose a different word.
Did you ever
Use a
see
different-
anybody
Don't say
physically
intrude.
upon your grid?
Physically intrude.
No one.
That was fine.
You were asked about
Don't use intrude. Use intrude. Hey, what happened? Hold on. I don't know what's Let me just refresh this guy.
Right.
Sorry
No,
about that.
No one did that, sir.
You were asked about
Okay. Hold on. It seems like the feed is having trouble. Give me just a second. Let me see. What? No.
No one did that, sir.
you were asked about
What?
new other state police officers, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
I don't know
Did you
how
a
any of
person
that
by
just
the name of
worked.
Trooper Yuri Buchanan.
Yes, I do know him, sir.
Did you know somebody at the time known as Trooper Michael Proctor?
Yes, I did know. I do know him, sir.
Were either Michael Proctor or Trooper Yuri Buchanan at Fairview that night?
No,
I might
they
have
were
just
not,
had a
sir.
little
Did you
internet
see them
hiccup
at
there.
any time from the point you got there at 4:56 p.m. until when you left?
No, I did not see them there, sir.
You mentioned that somebody came out of a side door at 34 Fairview who had a hoodie on.
Yes, that's correct, sir.
How long were they outside for?
Maybe 10 seconds, sir.
Did they at any time interfere with your search?
No, they did not.
Did they at any time try to discourage or dissuade you from searching?
Next question, I'll sustain that.
Did that person do anything to impede your search?
No, he did not.
I'm going to impede your search.
You were asked about your conversation with Trooper Tully,
Yes, sir.
and he mentioned, or you characterized, he was very satisfied that what you had found, everything you were going to locate at that time.
That's correct, sir.
Did he ever suggest that he expected that you
Like
would not
46
find
more
anything
things
else?
came
No,
out.
he did not.
Did he ever suggest that there was no other trace evidence there?
No, he did not.
Was there a discussion that he or you or other people may come back to search further at a different time?
We offered to come back at a later date, and he just accepted our offer, but we were never contacted to come back, sir.
When you offered to come back, was that based on your assessment that it was a difficult area to search?
Correct. Again, as we talked about probability of detection, we'll base it on 10 different categories, give him a baseline percentage chance of it. Would we have found what we were looking for? I told him there was a
So you dodging
good chance we
punches?
did not locate all the evidence. Asked him if he wanted us to come back at a later date, sir.
And when you mentioned that you couldn't finish the search because of the grass, tell us a little bit about what made it difficult because of the grass.
Even using the push brooms, we couldn't properly move the snow off the grass as we were moving it. And with the dark, even the headlamps, I didn't feel like we were clearing it enough to continue searching it. I think our best efforts would be to focus on the street.
Push
because I was
broom.
more concerned about
Yeah,
eventually
push
the plow
broom
coming in,
snow.
clearing curb to curb and moving any evidence that was on the street. My thought was if with the grass not being able to properly clear it, at least that would be contained to be searched at a later date as the snow melted.
And given those assessments, is that some of those reasons why you offered to come back?
Yes, sir.
I've shown you some photographs you've identified about some of the
Snow
pieces
just
that you found. or
takes
the
up
pieces
and
that you
gums
found
up a
that
push
night.
broom.
I'd like to show those
Excuse
photographs
me.
to the jury. If we could show Exhibit 73, please. Is that one of the photographs you identified earlier?
Yes, it is, sir.
Is there a chance, Ms. Gilman, that we could do a close-up?
Does it look like an ultrasound?
Can you describe what you're seeing?
My liver.
It's a piece of clear taillight. It's got rigid edges, some indentations on it, distinctive markings.
Did all of the pieces you found have those type of markings on it?
Not sure if they had those exact same markings, sir. I'd have to compare the photos.
Was there different colors of pieces that you found that night?
Yes, we also found pieces of red taillight as well.
Could we see 73A, please? Without blowing it up, if you could go back.
Without blowing
Is
it up.
73A a picture from further away of the same piece?
Yes, that's what it appears to be, sir.
Was it easier to see these pieces that night in person than it is in photos, or was there any difference in the ability to identify these pieces?
Sustained.
When you saw the piece from where you were standing, did it look any different than it does in this photo?
No, it doesn't, sir.
Can we see 75, please? In that picture from this perspective, can you see any pieces of taillight?
There's a piece of red taillight in the left-hand side of that photo, sir.
On a little bit of a mound?
Correct, sir.
Is that where that piece was found, on the mound?
No, that's
Found on the mound.
photo, like we discussed earlier, sir, that came up with one of the shovels. And you can see, when you get close to that photo, you'll see the actual molding of the overturned shovel.
So it was scooped up and then placed on that mound?
Correct. As the trooper overturned it to start beginning to sift through the different layers of snow, that's where he deposited that snow, sir.
Could we get a close-up of the left side of that picture, please?
Do you have a close-up picture of the thing
Can you see
instead
the
of?
shovel marks near that piece?
Yes, they're directly behind it and off to the left. You can see the molding of the shovel.
You can see a bit of a divot to the left of the red.
Yes, correct, sir.
Is that part of imprint from the shovel?
Yes, it is, sir.
Could we see 75A, please?
Zoom
Is that
in
a
on it.
closer picture of the same item?
Does it say Lexus?
Yes.
The imprint, does that give you a clearer view of the shovel you were speaking about?
Yes, it does, sir.
Could we see 76, please? Is that one of the photographs you identified earlier?
Yes, it is, sir.
And that piece, was it found at ground level,
Yes, that photo is where that item was located, sir.
touching the ground?
Yes, sir.
Could we get a close-up of that, please? And if we could have 76A, please. Is that a picture of the same item?
Yes, it is. Just zoomed in, sir.
How does this item cause the
Close
wounds?
that, please, and turn the lights on. Thank you. To be clear on the timeline, your colleague arrived, first colleague arrived at what time?
4:54 p.m., sir.
And you arrived at?
4:56.
You mentioned that it looked like fresh snow.
Yes, sir. The area we searched was fresh, undisturbed snow.
And when you got there at 4:56, when you described fresh, undisturbed snow, is that your impression when you first got there at 4:56?
Yes, I realized that the plow had not cleared curb to curb.
You began your actual search at what time?
Right around 5:20, we wound up again.
Thanks, Amber. You're definitely not a
couple of
bot.
our cruisers around just to add extra headlights, extra lighting on the scene itself.
And the first piece of evidence was found at what time?
5:45, sir.
Your area that you searched, did you say it was 8
Pro
to 10
Trump
feet?
chat bots.
No, sir.
Awesome.
The area marked off was just over approximately 60 feet. We'd gone about 8 to 10 feet towards the end of the search without locating any more items, and that's where when we suspended the search.
How much of your focus was near the street area?
Only 99% of it, sir. As soon as we got to the grass and realized we couldn't clear it properly, my main focus was on that street, just again because I was concerned about the plow coming through at a later time.
Me
You
too.
were worried that if you didn't finish the street, there could be some impact from plowing?
Yes, sir.
And did you say 99% was the street area?
Yeah, approximately, sir.
Thank you very much.
Anything, Mr. Jackson?
Yes, briefly.
Okay.
So the search went approximately 60 feet.
That's the area I marked off, sir.
And in that 60 feet, you started close to or adjacent to the front door, correct?
Correct, sir.
And in that 60 feet, you were doing the type of search that we described earlier, that you described earlier, about going just a few paces.
Oh, we
at a
should be
time,
wrapping up really
trying
soon.
to move material out of the way to try to get down to the surface, correct?
Yes, sir. All working together. Yes, sir.
And you did not find 40 pieces of tail light at or near or on that street or the lawn or any place else, correct?
Yeah, I don't know the overall number, sir, but
And neither did your colleagues.
correct, sir. We've never been notified how much has been located.
The only thing that you found was concentrated in one area, maybe a foot or 2 feet in diameter. You said 6 or 7 pieces and a shoe, correct?
That's what we located. Yes, sir.
You didn't find a black baseball cap, correct?
We did not know, sir.
And in the photographs that we've seen, that's clearly not undisturbed snow, correct?
Right.
The photographs are us moving after having moved the snow, sir.
Some of it is y'all moving the snow. Some of it is disturbed snow on the street or at the curb, correct?
After we had moved it, yes, sir.
You indicated that Trooper Proctor and Trooper Buchnick, you know both of them, correct?
I know who they are, yes, sir.
Or know who they are. When Trooper Tully told you that the vehicle was en route and could not provide you a photograph at, let's call it 5:50 p.m., did he tell you that the vehicle had actually been secured at Canton PD about 1.5 miles away at 5:35 p.m.?
No, he did not say that, sir.
Did you know through any other means that that vehicle was just 1.5 miles away at 5:35 p.m. before you ever found the first piece of taillight? Did you know that?
I did not know what time it arrived, sir.
Did you know?
Do you know what time Trooper Tully told you he did not have a photograph?
Oh, we're back to
sometime after
Brennan.
We found the first piece, sir, so sometime after 5:45, sir.
Thank you.
All right.
That's all I have.
All right, Lieutenant, you are all set, sir.
May we approach?
Okay.
May we approach?
One up, please.
I assume she's going to dismiss the jury in just a minute because it's 3:30. Unless they have a witness they can get done in 15 minutes or get meaningfully started without it being too too annoying to end in 15 minutes. Gotcha, son says 2 for the nose, 2 for the Goomba, 1 for your pocket. Glad to see you back, dude. Unbreaded. Well, thank you. Mike Hunt says, have you heard from Dick? Has he recovered? I have not. Someone said he had really bad tinnitus or something in the chat. I haven't heard anything about this at all, so I had no idea. Muted Growl, welcome to paralegal status. Thank you for that. Oh. 1 second, we've got court is back.
Every day I've been asking counsel whether we are on track. Usually, I haven't reported it to you as much, but I can tell you now that we are definitely on track. Maybe a little ahead of schedule, which may just mean down the road a little bit, we'll be back on track. But because we're on track a little ahead of schedule right now, we're done for today. So we'll let you leave for today with those same cautions. Please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know. Be very careful with your social media use. We'll see you tomorrow.
All right, to the court, please. Close your door, follow me.
Goodbye.
Out of there.
Yes, you did.
Yeah, and then I had to pick up Phil.
What a disaster. Well, there we go. Court is out again, I think, for good this time. But I'll keep it up just in case they come back to do anything. Oh, wait. There's something happening.
All right, so counsel, since we have ended a little bit early today, I would like you to go through those exhibits that Mr. McDermott brought to your attention at sidebar and make sure all the
Sidebar.
redactions are appropriate so we can at least square away that issue. Okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Is that it?
All right.
Oh my gosh. Sorry, I'm having to send a message. Oh my goodness. Hello, Rita Castillo. How you doing? Nice to see you. All right, I will keep this. I will keep the window open still, just in case anything meaningful happens. Otherwise, we have a bunch of super tips to. Q Revere says, on a scale of wood to wouldn't, the judge drunk? ? No, disgusting. What's wrong with you people? They should put you in homes. Okay. Well, looks like we're good on that. We don't have anything left to do with Karen Reed today from the court. So that's nice. Sorry, I got distracted. Lady Raggets came down. We've not seen each other since this morning, and there was a miscommunication earlier, so that was fun to talk about. And now I'm trying to get back to what I was doing, which is, oh yeah, playing these.
Your Honor, look at this photograph. Every time I do, it makes me laugh. It's a picture of Kurt's micro penis. The defense rests.
The dramatic Kurt's micro penis. God damn it. The internet's too much fun, man. Like, I don't know. It shouldn't be free. I don't think. I mean, I know it's not free because you have to like pay for your internet connection, but you know what I mean. Speaking of free.
Oh,
what's
okay.
up?
Hey, how you doing, brother?
I'm good. Have you?
Yeah, you took care of your paperwork. Everything is good.
Yeah, like I had to go. I asked him, I'm like, can my wife come in and just pick it up? Like, can she do probation for me? Like, but no, I was like, because it's just a piece of paper. And they're like, no, we need you to sign it. And I was like, well, I can sign it at home though.
Right.
Like I have the ability, like pens exist.
Right.
Somewhere else,
And you would think notaries exist also in case.
It doesn't need to be notarized. It wasn't even witnessed. They just signed it. And then I signed on the line. Like there wasn't a witness spot or a notarization at all. It was like, oh, well, okay. I could have made this in my inkjet, I guess, but.
So I wanted to ask you. Yeah. I felt that this last cop here who was pinning, I felt that he was the most damaging one to the defense. Because if in fact, and I want to get your thoughts on that, every witness I've seen so far, I've been like, I got a lot of problems with where they're coming from here. I had all sorts of questions. This guy, who I think did come across as being credible to a typical juror, certainly. To the extent they believe that the snow is undisturbed, you have to ask yourself how her taillight pieces can be dug up in the snow. If you believe this guy that it was found in undisturbed snow, that's I think that's sort of putting there into being a collision here. I think to perhaps many jurors. No.
Yeah, I think, but I think the theory by the defense is going to be, and this is cheating, but I think it's going to be that there's a vehicle that she struck with her car. I can't remember which vehicle it is, but that is where the damage to the taillight actually came from.
Higgins' Jeep that was
Right.
behind her.
Yeah, and so again, while the taillight evidence in the snow is the best evidence so far. I mean, sometimes the best evidence isn't any good.
Right.
And so until they're going to have to tie how that piece of broken taillight or the jagged piece of taillight equates to the wounds that are on the arm. Like they've got to tie those together for me, because I don't see it. But
it's not just the wounds that are there; it's the wounds that are not there. It's both.
Right. There's
the
all
wounds that are
yeah.
there, and the lack of bruising. Because you would look. Let's face it. Any person is getting hit by a car that's going more than 10, 15 miles an hour, hard enough to break a taillight, they're going to be bruised. And it shouldn't be a bruise in the face. It should be in the leg, hip, thigh area, somewhere around wherever he's 6 feet tall, so figures 3 feet tall, maybe by his hip area, but it'd be somewhere. His knee would hit the bumper, something.
Yeah, there should be other accompanying wounds. We're being told that it's John's Jeep that's in the driveway. So,
John's Jeep is in the driveway.
Yeah, so John O'Keefe, dead guy. So it's his Jeep. Just wanted to clarify. The chat corrected us, as they often do.
I don't understand how it's John. John wasn't driving. John didn't have his car there. He was driven there by Karen. I thought when they pulled up, there was Brian Higgins' Jeep was already there, and that he pulled up in front of the Jeep, and that was the whole thing that came up when Jay McCabe's testimony. That's my recollection. I could be wrong.
I don't know. I'm just reading what the chat says. I'm going by popular opinion to determine the facts of the case.
Mm-hmm. Right.
I think that's how it works. No, people are saying there's video of her hitting the car, so I'll be looking forward to it. That I think
hitting the car in front of 34 Fairview.
That's I don't know. I hear video of in John's driveway. It was video from his home surveillance.
So I think what they're saying is I have someone saying here it was John O'Keefe's parking spot at his house the next morning. If it was the next morning, though, then how would you have to ask yourself how would the taillight get there in the undisturbed snow in front of 34 Fairview?
Well, I don't know.
Yeah, it is.
Unless she hits the she hits his Jeep in the morning and then heads over there. They head over to Fairview, and then then the piece falls off for whatever reason at the scene. I mean, but that doesn't really seem to add up very much. But the other thing that doesn't add up is how these pieces of red taillight, how those make any sort of sense with the theory that the state has that he was struck presumably with where he has a hematoma, and then that he's scraped along with the arms. Like it doesn't add up to me at all.
I agree with
where
that.
this impact would the impact that would shatter this polycarbonate glass cover, because these things aren't meant to break, right? They're meant to take a little bit of punishment,
a little bit of licking,
right? Like they're non-breakable or hard to break plastic. They're shatterproof typically. They're made to take impacts from small rocks and stuff at high speed and hopefully survive, and they do all the time. Like they often survive these types of things, and when you think about it, like they even hit bugs, or you can hit small animals and not have your taillight covers shatter. I don't know how you're hitting small animals with your taillight, like you're awesome power sliding around, I guess. I don't know.
I also question how her taillight would end up anywhere within a foot of the shoe, because you would think his shoe would come off when he gets hit, and she's still going backwards. The taillight would sort of, fly backwards. It wouldn't fall out right there on the spot. She's going supposedly 20, 26 miles an hour. It wouldn't be that close. You would think it would be a good 6 to 10 feet away from the shoe. So, I
don't know. Maybe like unless she hit him like when you pull the like the tablecloth out, she just blasted him out of the shoe, and that thing just stayed perfectly still, like a pristine shoe in the snow, and he just got teleported out of it.
This is. I know a lot of my people in the audience are screaming it was planted by the cops. I know that's what the defense wants to say. I'm trying to understand it from the perspective of the state, like what they are hoping the jury is going to accept. So.
And if there's some other reason why this thing could be there, like just because the piece of the taillight falls off, on the street near where he allegedly may have been hit, just because that happens doesn't mean that an impact with John is what caused the taillight to fall off. Yeah. Right? Like it could have been something else. I don't know what. Something else could have caught, like it could have been jarred loose during some previous thing. I mean, this woman clearly drives around drunk. Who knows if she's hit something else and kind of jostled it, and now it just falls out. Suddenly you have a lot of cold, you have a heavy snowstorm, you have water getting into places and freezing. Maybe the thing was popped a little ajar and the water got in there and popped it loose, like ice popped it loose when it expanded. Anything could be the cause of this thing there. So they're going to have to still tie these taillight chunks into the injuries to sell me on it. And I think that's the thing that I'm missing from this case is, okay, I've got admissions from Karen Reed. I've got allegedly Waze data that shows that she could have moved in a way that may have caused an impact to this guy. All right. Now tell me how this killed him. Like, cause I'm like, they're going to go with this. The ground is hard. He must have hit the ground. And it's like, he must have, or he did. And so that's what I want to know. How are we assessing this?
I'm looking forward to see what ARCA has to say also. Like, what do they speculate happened here?
Right.
So I'm looking forward to that because right now you and I as being fresh eyes on this are having a very difficult time struggling to put all these pieces together. So they spent over a year trying to put this thing together, and I'm curious what they were able to recreate, and I'm very much looking forward to covering that. So, but that's probably weeks away though. That's going to be at least 2 weeks away, I would think. Yep,
we'll see. I mean, I don't know how many witnesses the state has left to call.
Who would? I mean, I assume they're going to call Brian Higgins, right? I would think.
I don't know. They didn't even talk to him.
One of the things I want to ask you, if you were the state, would you call Michael Prata, the lead investigator, or would you sort of try and shelve him and hope that the jury doesn't question? How do you not bring in your lead investigator to testify for us?
Oh, I mean, but if they don't, the defense will.
But if the defense does, then they can cross him and lead him. Which, I mean, frankly, Hank Brennan only knows how to ask any questions. You're saying as an assumed hostile witness. Yeah. I don't know. As a former cop, he's not a cop anymore. So I don't know if they could call him as an assumed hostile witness.
He was the investigator, like lead investigator on the case. He's an agent of the state at the time of the incident. I would think.
Well, they both could cross him then. So that's where they would go. They both can cross him.
Be crossing swords.
They will be crossing swords. It'll be very exciting to watch. So yeah, but my question is, if you were Hank Brennan, would you be concerned that if you wait for him to be called on defense, that it's going to be a bad look?
Yeah, I think they got it. Their strategy seems to be to get out in front of the problems, or attempt to. Mm-hmm. They've done that with their problematic witnesses. And, I think it was Jackson yesterday who even called him out. He's like, because like he was trying to get you to say that like this needs to happen on direct. Like he just hammering that guy. And it was, it was well done.
Jackson also pointed out on McCabe also the same thing, that he's like, this time your demeanor is a lot different than last time. Like there definitely seemed to be proactive. I think they're each trying to learn lessons from the first trial, which is logical. I mean, you have to be stupid not to. But that Jen McCabe supposedly had a very different type of mean this time than she did last time.
There's another issue that they have, and this is why, and I don't know specifically what the state needs to introduce with Proctor, but one of the things I think I've noticed for myself in trial coverage, I won't speak for anybody else, is I sometimes get lost in the fact that the elements have to get into the record. And sometimes that means you have to have a garbage witness, but you need the element of a crime to get into the record as the state. The state has to lay out all of the required elements from the jury instructions in evidence. Otherwise, the defense can move to dismiss out any charge where they forgot an element one way or another. So if Proctor has a critical piece of information about the malice, even if it's bad evidence, but if he has, the malicious intent evidence, because I haven't seen malicious intent other than, I guess, the phone calls, but those phone calls don't show the intent to murder. Those phone calls are just a woman yelling. They're persuasive, though, for the jury, right? But persuading the jury is only half of the battle. You have to persuade the jury that she's guilty, but you have the legal hurdle as a state of meeting your burden first. And so that might mean that Proctor has to come in because they might need Proctor's evidence to show malice murder as opposed to an accident. Because he's presumably, he's the guy who says that she hits him so hard that he flies like 30 feet in the air, right? And so he's got to establish that she has intent to batter this guy with a car, that it's not just an incidental hit, and it may not be the DUI swiping, but an actual intentional move. And if Proctor's the only guy who can do it, then the state has to bring him in. They can't risk the defense not bringing him, because the defense will just go, okay, cool, we don't call him. We move to dismiss out the murder charge because they don't meet the main elements of it. So that's I think their big hurdle, and why they may have to call him up, no matter how bad he'll look on the stand.
There's just too many. It's just, you're saying, too many critical pieces that they need to rely on him to introduce. Maybe
that's what I would think. I mean, he's the guy who does the reconstruction, right? The crash reconstruction. He's their expert on it. He's the guy who did it. And so, or wait, no, or is this the fired guy? Is Proctor the fired guy? Oh, but same thing.
Proctor's the fired guy.
He's still the guy who did the initial investigation. So he's got to have facts that they relied on to bring these charges. And he's the guy who's got them. And if they can't introduce them somewhere else, they've got to introduce them through him, and then just take the beating from the defense when they just
be like, here he is. Like cover your eyes. Like, I can't watch. But I did you think those phone calls today were damning for Karen Reed?
I think they really don't make her look good on the night of the murder, potentially. But at the same time, someone in my chat said, wait, but if she murdered him, why give evidence, obvious evidence that you murdered someone, right? Why have these phone calls she's making all night, and then the occasional voicemails are screaming things? It's wait, if she murdered him, these are dumb to make, really dumb. You can't be mad at someone that you just hit with a car to kill them. It doesn't make any sense.
That's the thing. To me, she does not seem to know he's injured. That she's yelling at him like a lunatic, but does not seem to have any clue at all he's injured. How dare you not be here? You wouldn't be saying that to someone that you thought is laying dead in someone's, or dying in someone's lawn that you put there. You would just be, she seems to be outraged that he's not home, that he's not responding, not thinking that he's
banging some other chick.
Yeah, maybe, whatever.
But she's dead. She yelled that in one of the messages.
I heard him scream pervert. I didn't hear her scream.
So pervert was there when your kids are here alone, was on the text message. Then she has a voicemail that says, I'm here with your kids, you pervert. And then the next voicemail, she's like, I'm here with your kids, and you're effing some other woman. It's I think everybody at that house was. It's my guess. It was a salad party.
It seemed like she got outraged about some sort of sexual activity that he was looking to initiate. That's definitely the nature of her yelling seems to be about.
I think it was a swinger party. Like more and more. Someone brought it up originally in the chat and mentioned it, and I was like, okay, well that's funny. But then as you look at it, you go, okay, so these guys all go to the bar. They all know each other. They all are used to vacationing around each other and seem to be pretty close. And they do. I mean, not that not that women being in bikinis next to them means that they're all split in the canyons or anything like that. Like, but you get the impression that this is a close-knit group of friends, and then there's a weird hesitancy on anybody talking about what happens inside the house. And then you have now you have Karen Reed screaming at this guy, and she said that he was kind of like he had been with a whole bunch of women in the neighborhood, or I don't know if she said that in the interview or one of the other women said that basically, yeah, I mean, John was kind of a dog, and he'd had sex with several of these people. And so then you go, okay, so I don't know if this is like a recurring swinger party or anything like that, but is it one of those nights where everybody gets together and they're like, hey, like, should we do this? And he's out there with his girlfriend going, am I going to fly solo at this party? Or are you coming with me? Right? Like, I think that's the vibe I'm getting. And she's like, no, I'm not doing that. What are you talking about? I hate those women. They're all fat. And so then she gets in the car and she drives off, and he stays behind to get rowdy. He never ends up getting there. Or maybe he goes in and proposes it and gets in a fight with the homeowner who's like, why are you trying to have sex with my wife?
There are a bunch of reasons to speculate on that. Jen McCabe seems really eager for him to show up. Like 5 times going over, is he here? Is he here? Is he here? Like really eager in a way that just is very unsettling. The question on that though, like I was thinking, guys, if your wife is like that excited about some dude showing up, you sort of need to assess what the nature of your relationship.
And they dated before, right? Like
not Jem McCabe. I don't think he ever dated Jem McCabe.
So was the other one? There's one of them that I thought he had been with it.
There was another girl. There was a girl who lived around the corner or on a different street, like 1 block over, who he had dated. And their daughters were friends with each other. Some Bella, something like that. I don't know. But the nature of what was happening here is a little bit. It seems like it's a little bit unconventional. We'll call it that. That is a vibe that I have been picking up.
And he seemed to have an interesting. I mean, she has the guy coming over to fix the shower at 8 p.m. on a Friday or whatever, like the plumber who lives down the street.
The boiler.
I think she said that guy was a dog too. And he's coming over, and like John's reaction to that is a little bit, it's like
jealous,
a little bit jealous, but also like trying to be cool about it.
Like why would you have to waste money on a plumber? I can handle that.
Yeah, like I'll handle it Monday. Just
Yeah.
like it's Friday. I want to shower at some point.
And we're having a blizzard. I'm worried about my heat. But but he also makes a comment like, "Oh, you're getting a sexy plumber to come over." That's where there's tell of his jealousy, and he also starts becoming more attentive to her after that.
Or
It
it's
works.
playful.
I think she was trying to get him jealous, and I think it worked because if you watch the flow of the conversation, he starts, agreeing to meet up with her at McCarthy's after she brings up the whole plumber thing, and then getting upset about the notion that she's not going to be coming over to his house afterwards. The reason I question, though, I'm sorry.
Maybe maybe the plumber is also ammunition for the proposition that he's about to make to her. If there is a swing party going on,
He
right?
seemed bothered by the plumber. I don't think he liked the plumber. He seemed
Yeah, I
bothered by
know. And so now he's like, look, you had this fucking plumber over. Come on into the house. We're just going to have a couple drinks, blah, blah, blah. See what happens. Everybody could get friendly. Like it's his ammo. Like you did this earlier. You had this guy over and I trusted you. Like, trust me, come on inside, like that. To me, this is selling me on the like I'm down with the orgy thing is now my theory of the case.
But so here's my question though. I mean, if you got this older couple engaging in that type of thing happening here, they're really going to do that with
old?
They have a bunch of 20-year-old kids, right?
Yeah, but they're Jim McCabe's 40, Karen Reed's 40, right?
Well, that's my question. Is
How
are
old's
they gonna-
John? He
are
was
they gonna-
well,
they're
he's
gonna-
dead, but
They're gonna be doing this around their 20-year-old kids.
gross answer is possible.
I really,
Who knows?
That I see. That's not something. That's something I struggle to accept. Maybe I'm naive,
Well, I mean, like,
but that's something I struggle to accept as being a likely thing.
I think there might be a misunderstanding. Like this, I don't think that they would have a Roman orgy in front of the kids, right? Like where everybody's oiled up.
That's what
and
you're
writhing.
describing here to me.
No, it
That's
is
what,
not.
That's
How
the
dare
visual.
you?
That's the visual.
This is a 4-bedroom house, right?
Yeah.
People go off into their own bedrooms.
But they're not 4-year-old kids who don't understand, or these are 20-year-old kids.
Yeah,
would
so
all
who
be like,
cares?
yeah.
Right? Like these guys, these people have sex with their children, presumably around at some point, like because they're in a house and the kids are in a different room, probably with headphones on. But like, yeah, a bunch of mom and dad's drunk friends are staying over or whatever. I don't know. I'm going with the orgy. I'm just calling it that for fun.
So speaking of which, I'm covering the Diddy trial next week. How much? Do you think, how hard do you think they're going to try to like hide stuff in that trial of like who was involved in all those freak parties?
Man, I think anybody who was involved in those freak parties talked immediately, right? To any law enforcement who asked. Because if they didn't, they're accessory to criminal sexual conduct with children. And that's bad. That's a bad thing to be an accessory to. And so I think they probably talked really quickly on that to keep themselves out, noting that a lot of these people would be very well off and have very good representation, who would be very quick to be discussing with the district attorney, like, my client is not involved in this. My client was at a couple of these regular parties. We didn't see this freak off crap that P. Diddy are talking about. They're going to try and get their clients out of that, keep their names out of it. Highly damaging to have their names alleged in anything that'll get out to the press, obviously. So I think they'd be working to keep their names off of any accusations, and giving as much information as they could, because otherwise their careers are done.
When I covered the Ghislaine Maxwell trial in the Southern District of New York, so it was obvious that the prosecutors were very talented female litigators, like incredibly talented as anything I've ever seen from prosecutors. They were great. And it was I think 3 or 4 women and a guy was part of their team, and they were busting their asses to get convictions, all 6 convictions that they're going after. They got 5 out of 6 in the end. And they also were busting their asses to ensure that nobody but Ghislaine Maxwell and Jeffrey Epstein's names would be mentioned. And They were protecting Bill Clinton. They were protecting Donald Trump. It wasn't like a matter of like, oh, we want to protect the left. It's like, no,
protect
no
everybody.
names. They were just like, we're not involving any names here at all. And it's the exact same lead prosecutor, Maureen Comey. It was John Comey's daughter who got the convictions in Ghislaine Maxwell, is the one who's heading up this prosecution of Diddy. So I'm fully expecting that. And Judge Nathan, who was presided over the Maxwell trial, she was calling her out on it. She was like, why are all these names blacked out on the airplane, on the flight logs? So they're like, well, we want to protect the victims. So she's like, so cross out their names, but all the other names on here shouldn't be crossed out. I want this remedied now. And I give a lot of credit to Judge Nathan for the way she handled that. But so I expect that Maureen Comey is gonna do a very good job of trying to go after Diddy, but also trying to cover up for anyone who is involved outside of Diddy himself.
Well, because how actually, maybe this is controversial, but in The Wire, there's this one scene where Bunk Moreland is trying to find someone. He offers a get out of anything free card. Bunk's one of the lead homicide detectives.
In which case was this?
This is the show, The Wire.
Oh, okay.
So Bunk is trying to get information to find a missing person or to solve some murder or whatever. And he offers he offers amnesty to anybody who can give information to him. And so the one guy sits down, he goes, I got a couple bodies. And he's like, how many? He's like, 4. And the guy's like, God, he's got to let, quad homicide go. Imagine the leverage that you have on this group of people that you didn't have access to because they're extremely wealthy. Keeping their name out of the public benefits them dramatically, but also is a favor in the pocket of this prosecutor. If this prosecutor wants to go farther into possible sex and drug trafficking rings that are running through Hollywood or running through at least this part of the music industry, or even just this group of associates, and getting that information from these people voluntarily in exchange to keeping them out of, or, to keeping them redacted in any paperwork might be a really good, sound strategy for long-term prosecutions from that perspective, rather than just looking at the instant case. So who knows?
Now I think you're the one who's being naive, because I would assume that the reason that they would be protecting them is for their own selfish political interests, not for further prosecutions, or their own selfish interests of establishing favors from people who are powerful. That it's like, okay, if you have these wealthy celebrities or politicians who now owe you something, that's a big deal. So I didn't look at it for further prosecutions. That's a very noble. That's a very generous take.
I didn't say the prosecutions were were objective or unmotivated. I think that there's certainly those prosecutions would have political value as well. Like, it's just a matter of where you're going to extract the political value and who's going to pay the bill for it. These guys are paying the bill in advance with information in exchange for some anonymity, maybe, right? Like, that's how they would do this in every other type of criminal prosecution would be, let's find out how far up the chain this goes. You're involved in this, but you're like a guy who's at the freak out party. You sprayed champagne. You didn't know it was a minor, whatever. Okay. Like, we want to keep your name out of there because we don't have any evidence that you actually assaulted someone. So we'll keep your name out, but we need to know more information about this, carry this through, because that's going to have political value as well. Like, these are prosecutors and they make their name on busting crime. These high profile cases like this is her second one now, like, huge. Imagine if she gets a third, right? Squeeze who you got and put together another case that'll make headlines. That person gets governor.
Yeah.
And
it's a stepping stone. That's how most people are too young to remember. Rudy Giuliani, he got convictions on John Gotti, and that led to him becoming mayor and ultimately a presidential run. So,
right.
So this is.
And he also blocked my dad on Twitter.
He also what?
He also blocked my dad on Twitter.
Rudy Giuliani blocked your dad?
Yeah, I don't know. I was like, I don't know. My dad has like 4 followers. So he just texted me. It's like, this is my proudest Twitter achievement ever. Go, Dad.
All right. Well,
yeah.
No, I was just going to say, I'm about to wrap up here. Any other further thoughts as to how do you think this prosecution is going overall?
I think it's deceptively better than people want to admit, because when you get down to what the theory of the prosecution's case is and how they're executing it, they're basing it on Karen Reed. I mean, she's the one who's making herself guilty. These interview clips look bad. The voicemails, I mean, they don't sell me on murder, but they look bad. The I hit him thing, if they can get that to stick in the minds of the jury, and they just keep showing the jury that she kind of looks like she's guilty and she kind of talks like she's guilty and she kind of said that she did it, even though I don't think that that's true. Like, I don't think that that's a real thing. I think that's a loosely constructed case that's highly manipulative, and I hate it. And I hate that prosecutors do stuff like that. But I think that if that's how you look at what they're trying to sell, they're putting it together really well, that Karen Reed believes that she hit him. And that's powerful.
Yeah. And I actually think that the reason if she said I hit him, I think it's very likely that she sort of put the pieces together in her brain in that moment. And she's like, I left him here. I never saw him get inside. And now he's out here. And I was really drunk. For all I know, I did hit him.
Right.
And that she's been properly gaslit into believing that she hit him. And that's why she starts screaming, I hit him, I hit him. It's very possible that that's what happened. Or it's possible that she doesn't remember hitting him, but that she just
could have been just tanked drunk. I mean,
And that she
Like,
sort of put together, I must have hit him. He's here, laying dead on the front lawn. How else did he get here if not for me hitting him? So I think that's
Right.
that's why I think it is.
Yeah, I don't.
may have
To
led
be
that.
clear, I don't think that the state has given me a case to believe that Karen Reed hit him, or that if she somehow came into contact with him, that it caused the death. They've not done that for me. I'm just saying the power of convincing the jury that Karen Reed believes that she did it overrides a bad forensic case. The state will convict because the jury will go. I mean, can convict because the jury goes, she knows she hit him. Like the state showed us how, like, I don't know if their presentation was so great on the car thing, but how are they going to put it together? Like it's slippery out. They can't recreate the conditions. This is a nor'easter that only happens once every 25 years. There's no way to test these conditions with the car. We have to do it through data. And so like, maybe they can't give me the exact thing, but she knows she hit him. She said it over and over and over again. And if they can hammer that into the jury's head, then the jury could easily convict on her own consciousness of guilt. And I think that's the big risk. And I think that the state knows that that's their biggest push and their strongest asset. So I think that's what they're trying to do.
Especially if they think she's a detestable woman, and if they think that she's just a vile creature based on how she's screaming and she's mocking the mother and she's cursing at him
and texting that man all day long. Oh my gosh, hit her twice.
Yeah. All that stuff to make her just someone who the jury is just not going to feel any sympathy toward. And then the state is telling us this is who it is. She likely will not take the stand. I would be very surprised if she takes the stand.
Yeah, she's not going to take the stand.
So she's not going to tell us otherwise.
They've been really good at testifying on behalf of Karen Reed without her taking the stand, specifically on the blood alcohol content and how they ripped up the two forensic analysts. Because they basically made the case that Karen Reed, that her blood alcohol content could have been, under their testing, could have been a 0.78, which would be under the legal limit. And she did not have to get up on the stand and say, and after I got home, I started drinking while waiting for John, because they planted the seeds that she was there and that blood alcohol test cannot possibly know whether or not she had been sitting around drinking. And because once she gets back home, or to John's house, I should say, once she gets there, and Alan Jackson, he had the questions. He said, you don't know if there's any alcohol or what alcohol was on offer in that house, do you? To the forensic tech. And she's like, well, no. And he's like, or if Miss Reed took a drink of it. And then that was a brilliant way for him to sneak in testimony without her actually testifying. I got to John's house. He wasn't there. I picked up the bottle of vodka, started drinking. I was waiting for him. I was trying to calm myself down, or whatever she would have to say normally. So they did it without her testifying. That's great. I think they're really, really good at doing that. And if they keep that up, then she won't have to testify about what happened that night, and they can really rely on, on reasonable doubt, rather than have her on the stand. Because if she's on the stand, she's a disaster.
Yeah. She doesn't know how to comport herself in a way that's remotely appealing to anyone who's not trying to bet her, certainly. But I think it's an important thing to remember that, while we sit here analyzing how strong is the evidence, does this evidence make me believe beyond a reasonable doubt? Not many juries don't end up operating that way. Many juries just end up going with like, well, I might have some questions. I might on some level have some questions here, but she's a terrible person. She's the last person who was with him. He died. I can't believe that the cops actually killed him and threw him out there in the street. I don't buy that. So It must be that she killed him and get her on the negligent homicide. I don't think there's any way she's going to get hanged on the intentional murder, but on the negligent homicide, I could definitely see some jurors holding on to that. And you can see how this became a mistrial.
Yeah, absolutely. It's not so simple. And jurors get sticky and clicky in the deliberation room as well. And that's something that's actually probably the most terrifying for Karen Reed is maybe I just had two jurors in there who were on my side. And if that's all you got, that's what you're hanging your life on, that's really terrifying, because the next pool of jurors, if you have 10 that are against you and 2 that are for you, you're not likely to get another 2 jurors who will hold out against 10 others. Like that's a hard thing for people to do in that room. You have to have the right personality type and someone to have enough of their own conviction about your case that they're willing to stand against a room full of people saying, we want to go home. And this woman clearly did it and you're dumb. And like, if you get 2 of those jurors, you can get a hung jury. If you get 1, they're probably going to get persuaded. And, because it's hard to stand up for that, to that pressure. So it's a dice roll there, but maybe it's the other way. Maybe they had the 10-2 advantage. Who knows?
There's no way that anyone can know until you're standing in that jury room and you're
right.
All right, my brother. I'm going to bust on
man.
out of here. Great seeing you. Thank you so much for having me in here. I'll stop in here tomorrow or Thursday. All right.
Thursday, I'm going to be gone. I'm going to be gone
All right,
Thursday
you're
and
out.
Friday. But yeah, I'll send you the link tomorrow for sure.
Cool. Take care, brother.
All right, brother. Peace.
Peace.
Get out of here. Oh my gosh. That's my good friend Joe. Go check him out. Good Logic on YouTube. Always a good time. He is streaming this trial. He's also he's going to be covering the Diddy trial. He's up in that area, so he can actually go to the courthouse and get some information from there. And finally, he just has good live streams and has good rants, good takes on things. By good takes, I don't always agree with him, but it doesn't matter because he's a man of conviction and principle. Those principles are rooted in, his morality, his faith, and his politics. And I always like to hear whatever he has to say. And when he gets pissed off and wound up, it's pretty funny. He goes for it. He doesn't autistically rage at ChatGPT, so it's not as funny as Kurt. Angel Australia sent 5 gifted memberships. Thank you. And DJ Lasers sent a gifted membership as well. Thank you guys. If you're thinking about just donating to the show, the gifted memberships are a great way to go. Like, obviously they don't come with a message. So if you want a message attached to a super chat or, super tip, those are awesome. But if you're looking to just contribute to the show, gifting out memberships is a great way to do it and bringing more people into that area. We got these.
Remember, it is not just the tip. Kurt just has a micro penis.
I wanted to play a micro penis Kurt clip while Joe was there just to make him uncomfortable, but probably for the best we didn't.
Why is it that a shoe has 5 or more different types of DNA on it? Why is a shoe getting more play than Kurt the blubber lawyer?
Strike that from the record. It has nothing to do with this case.
It doesn't matter if it's struck from the record. We all know he's a blubbering bitch.
So I can see these. I tend to not read them ahead of time. I kind of skim them some, but I definitely that one. Why is a shoe getting more play than a blubber lawyer?
Pro tip, don't crush and snort your Provigil and Adderall supply.
Oh my God.
If you do pedo, Kurt will throw stones at me covered in his nutter butter. I hear Kurt loves the booger sugar.
Really? I don't believe that. I don't believe Kurt is into cocaine at all. I don't think so. Man, so yeah, I would not recommend snorting either of those. That sounds terrible. Plus, my Adderall pill is 10 milligrams of Adderall, but the pill is way bigger than 10 milligrams. That'd be a huge fucking waste of time. I would not think that people would want to do that. Don't snort drugs.
Has that fat fucker, rock spider pedo, had enough yet? Hell no, micropene whinging little bitch.
Micropene whinging little bitch. I don't think Kurt breaks any rules. I don't think his autism allows it. He's like, no, I did this all right. Oh my gosh. JDE Corey 2012 says, Nick, I'm an attorney, but I've been following you since Vic. Hey, thanks, man. The problem with the so-called law tube is they stopped trying to cover the law and started predicting outcomes. They are legal eagles now. Yeah, and I think they mistakenly think that the audience wants to hear like predictions like, oh, we want the prediction. We want you to be like, it's nice when you say what's going to happen, but there's so many moving parts in law, and you're relying on so many people to do their jobs in the right way and the way you think they should, that, like, it's really tough to make a prediction, even if you're right. So I don't know why people get hung up on it. I don't think the audience cares as much. I think the audience actually just wants to know what the possible outcomes are. I think they want the analysis of the law. I think they want a little bit of levity in, looking at legal briefs and seeing stuff happen in court. Cause like, there's a lot of opportunity for drama in these places and in these, in these mediums. And so people can enjoy quite a bit, and you don't have to sit there and go, well, this is going to happen. And then if it doesn't happen, people are like, you're retarded. Like, I know why. Why do you think I predicted the outcome? Bulldozer says Nick's favorite snow is the yellow snow. Gross. Nick responding to Legal Eagle is how I discovered him. Oh, I should find some Legal Eagle videos for half times, lunch breaks and stuff. I haven't looked at a Legal Eagle video in probably 3 years. Like, I haven't even seen one. YouTube's like, we're sorry, Mr. Ricada, please stop sending us letters with naked pictures attached. Lord of the Ree says Brennan looks like he somehow manages to smell like body odor, Old Spice, and mustard all at the same time. Facts. Outer Haven LLC says the nose knows. He does. Excuse me. You ever one of those days where it feels like something is just there waiting, like you're going to burp and you're going to throw up? It's like just hanging out up there. Like, my stomach isn't upset. I feel fine. It's just like I'm ready to pounce. Bulldozer 74 says Nick is down with the orgy thing. Confirmed. No, that's not what I meant. That's my theory of the case. That's what I think. Someone mentioned it early on. Jokes aside, there's a bunch of relationship going on here that is a little bit specific. And what I'm not getting is like where the conflict came from. The conflict that no one knows about this whole night. Like, no one's like talking about this conflict between these two or anything. So what's going on here? Like, where does this conflict come from? We know that there's the all day text, but some other level has to occur, because she leaves him. But then she's like, where the hell are you? I'm at your house, stupid. It's like, you left him in the snow. I mean, even if he didn't know he was dying, like, you left him at that house, and you're screaming at him about banging another chick. And she's like, get done and get over here. Towel off first. I don't want to smell her on you. But yeah, just those voicemails kind of solidified it to me. I don't know that they actually engaged in whatever they were going to do, but I think there was a proposition that happened, like, hey, you want to look into this? And then she says no. She thinks it's gross or perverted, or that he's just trying to bang chicks that he's already been with, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. She's trying to lock him down. We see that earlier in the day. Like, her entire thing of text messages is like, no, we need to be closer. And he's like, back off, bitch. So I think he has a different approach to the relationship that she does. And I think maybe it's one of those things like, look, this is how it's, maybe he's not asking her. Maybe he's like, this is how it's going to be. This is what I'm going to do. And you can be along with the ride, or I can find one of these other chicks. So that's my thinking. So, if Nick would read the chat, he would know. Something worth looking into is how the case intertwines with the Sanda Birchmore Red Rum case, the same cops. Yes, the murder with the where the cop killed the alleged suicide, and the 32,000 text messages or whatever were missed. Is that the case you're talking about? Maybe. Fuck you, dude says, so no legal synopsis from the day today. I mean, I've been talking about what the strategy seems to be for both the prosecution and the defense. I talked about it with Joe, but I'll gladly just recap it real quick. My theory of the case from the prosecution right now is that the state's entire case rests on the idea that Karen Reed knows that she killed John. She's conscious of it. She acts in a way that she's conscious of it, and she says it. I don't believe that that happened personally at this point. The state has not given me enough evidence to believe that. But I think the state is intent on convincing the jury that that's the truth. And I think that they are more intent on convincing the jury that that's the truth than they are proving to the jury that it happened. Is that Karen Reed believes it happened. If Karen Reed believes it happened, it's because she wanted it to happen, and then it did happen. If she believes she hit him and murdered him, I hit him right after screaming at him, fuck you, I hate you, you're fucking other girls. If she believes that, then she did hit him, and she did want to hit him because he's a philandering asshole or whatever, and now she's killed him with a Lexus, which is better than getting killed by a Toyota, I guess. So I think that's the state's case. And I think they're doing an okay job of at least putting that down. And I think the jury probably is taking the simple approach on the statements. And that's where they keep going back to is what did she say and how did she act? We're not getting great forensic analysis, but they don't have to have great forensic analysis. They have to have forensic analysis that is supportive of meeting the elements of the crime. And that's it. That's the limit that they need. The rest is jury manipulation. They can give a little on the forensics if they can gain a lot on the admission. This is what I was talking about again with Joe when I wasn't doing legal analysis before, but there are two aspects to the evidence that you're trying to, or the testimony you're trying to elicit out of a juror and any exhibits that you're trying to introduce. It's not just persuading the jury. We often are like, okay, how's the jury looking at this? How's the jury looking at this? How's the jury looking at this? Wildly important, yes. But the first thing the state has to do to carry on the case beyond its case in chief's closing is to actually meet the elements of the crime. So they need to bring on witnesses that have direct evidence or circumstantial evidence, if it's allowed, to actually fulfill the elements of the crimes that are that Karen Reed is accused of. And there's three of them. First one is the second degree murder with malice. Second one would be the murder with through DUI. And then the third one would be leaving the scene of a known auto accident that you're responsible for that involved an injury or death. I think, I don't remember how specific it gets, but it's somewhere down that chain. Fleeing the scene. They need to introduce evidence, even if that evidence isn't great, but admissible evidence that meets the elements of each one of these criminal acts. Because remember, the jury, once it gets to the jury's aggregating everything in their head. They're not going through and going, okay, does this piece of evidence outweigh this piece of evidence and this and this? Like they might do that on some things, but generally speaking, they're going to go, yeah, I think this bitch is guilty or not, right? Like that's going to be their first thing. And then they're going to have a discussion, try and get to, if there's someone who disagrees, like maybe they all just say guilty or not guilty and it's game over. But then they'll go through and they'll have a discussion and find out where there may be disagreement. But in general, the jury's going to be, basing their decision on those impressions that are more broad and intangible, ethereal, maybe. I don't know. I don't know if ethereal is the right word, but they want the concept. Karen Reed said she did it because she knew she did it, because she wanted to do it. They want all that in their head. That's the persuasive part. But again, before that matters, they have to get the elements in there. And that's why they may call Proctor. That's what we were discussing, is are they going to call Proctor again? If they call Proctor again, they're going to take a beating like they did last time, because cross-exam is going to just beat the hell out of him. But if he has some of the facts that are required for malice murder, like if he's the guy who put together the tire speed, for example, that suggests that the car was traveling at 24 to 27 miles an hour. If he's the only guy who's who's reconstructed that, I mean, you can disagree with it all day and be like, no, the black box is bullshit because it's the speed sensors inside the front driver's side tire. And so that thing's spinning in the snow. That's not actually, the car's not going that fast, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Like you can make all those arguments, but that evidence is now in there. And now you can fulfill the element of malice murder by suggesting that she was traveling at a high rate of speed intentionally. when there is no need to do so, right? There's no compelling reason to do that other than to run over your boyfriend who's cheating on you, that fucker. So like that's a critical part of all these witnesses. We have to bring in the evidence. It has to be admissible, and then it has to fulfill an element of the crime. You don't get to undo it though. Like the defense doesn't get to come in and be like, aha, our evidence is better most of the time. Our evidence is better and outdoes theirs, and therefore they lose. It doesn't work that way. The defense is really just concerned about the persuasive aspect. So again, we see their strategy continuing the whole time. Make them look evasive, make them look untrustworthy, make them look connected. And they're doing great with all of this. They're showing, even they get the weather guy to be evasive on what foggy is. And like, if it's dark, if they can't see as far, it's like, well, duh. But get every witness, every single one, even the ones that are likable or whatever, to look evasive, to look like there's some level of collusion or conspiracy, and to make it look like the investigation was shoddy, maybe even intentionally so, and that the evidence that they're testifying to and that the reports that they generated are not to be trusted, because either there is a conspiracy against Karen Reed because it's a frame-up job for a death that occurred intentionally or not within the home, or they just really don't like this chick and they're really going to go after her like intentionally and more methodically. But that's like, they have to raise the specter of these sort of conspiracies or motives or whatever you want to call it without directly alleging them, so they don't have to prove them. But they want the jury to look at these things, go, here's why the evidence will be unreliable. Now look at how unreliable it is. Now remember that it's unreliable because they're trying to frame up our client. We're not going to say that, but you'll figure it out. So there, I hope that helps with the request there for a little bit of law talk on this, a legal summary, if you will. It's hard to do a legal summary on trials because a lot of this stuff there's not much legal analysis to do. There's strategy analysis, and some of that involves law and some of that involves people. But there's not like, unless there's a motion hearing and we're reading briefs and going through citations, like legal analysis, there's really balls and strikes on bringing in evidence. And a lot of the big legal analysis has happened outside of the presence of the jury. Obviously, that's not really for them to deal with at all. That's for the judge. And so there's no place for them to be there. But that happened pre-trial motions, or some of these sidebar communications that are happening. Like this morning, the judge said she needed to clear something up. Those types of things are where legal argument is happening behind the scenes that we're not necessarily privy to. But if anybody like finds those documents and wants to talk about the legal analysis and going through their motion paperwork, like we can certainly do that during some of the breaks. I'm not opposed in any way to offer my insight on it. It's just mine. We can also ask ChatGPT and they can call me stupid and I can kick my computer into the fucking oblivion. Mark of Reality says, so is the state basically trying to prove her manifestation ability? I don't know. Seems like they're trying to prove that she hit her boyfriend with a car and he's dead. But I don't know why they believe that that's true. Like, just based on their own thing, I don't follow. Mark of Reality says they need to be asked if guilt has been proven or not, because if not, the defendant remains innocent. This believe all victims BS is garbage and unconstitutional. I agree, but we kind of do at the end of the day have it as a vote, and proof is, did you convince the 12 people? Zakiriel says, Nick, it is good to see you getting back to basics. Well, I can think again, which is kind of nice. There's benefits to this. C131 says, oh, wait, here we go.
Mr. Rackets, the court orders you to service me with your micro penis.
Oh my gosh, it's going to be a short order. Wow. Get that travel voucher and don't relapse. Well, okay. I already got my travel voucher. Let's see. Nick leaving the pulp out of the juice. We want haircut analysis. Wait, of me? Mine's terrible. All right, guys. Michael SOS, does Nick think we all mentally regressed with him? Yes, of course you did. Wait, you think you have independent thought and development? Pfft, ridiculous. All right, guys. We're going to go ahead and end the show. I hope you enjoyed it today. Thanks for hanging out with me. Sorry I had to step away for a minute. I will be streaming tomorrow, but again, Thursday and Friday, I will not. I will be sending out a community post or two, pointing people to the channels that I recommended. Again, Good Logic, who was on earlier, his channel is great. You can also watch the channel with Andrea Burkhart or AV to the Seventh Power, two phenomenally smart women who are deeply enmeshed in this case and who know their shit. They certainly have more knowledge of the background of the case than I do, which is great. They're both awesome. I hope to have each of them on at some point and say hi again. It's been a minute, but also talk about this case. So they're great to watch. Other than that, Danny on direct. Danny's been on the channel several times. She's a good friend and she would be great to watch as well. All right, guys. Thanks for hanging out. Always making these shows great. We'll see you tomorrow, if nothing else. Have a good night. Peace. Peace.
Oh, he drinks a fair bit, but you realize that it just helps get his noggin jogging along with his glass by his side and his kids asleep tight. We'll hear some law-splaining tonight. With his microphone muted, we'll laugh at this boomer until he explains it's all part of the plan. Watch his face become redder as he becomes meta, raging at idiots from Twitterland. From the white shores of Maine to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now. Oh, his lady is fair, and she handles herself with the grace of one who has borne many children. As the wife of a lawman, she makes sure that he has the time and the place to provide for them there. So pour out an ardbeg, a bow, more of the frog. The spirits flow as the ones who get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter as we hear law-splaining tonight. From the white shores of Nairn to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now. Oh, the guests are all planet folks from Dundee to Drexel. They bring their perspective and spice to the mix. But the reason we're here and the one that we cheer is the one who is showcasing us his career. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter as we hear law-splaining tonight. From the white shores of Nairn to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed